Okay. So, in terms of what we're colouring, well, that I've still got to figure out. I at least narrowed the selection down. Turn it down a tad. No worries.
Hello Amy and Chad, I hope you are well and you had cute kitties, Tilda.
Ah, hello Fud. Hello, you've come in just in time, which also reminds me I need to do an Instagram post because I haven't actually posted that we're live yet. We were actually playing a video game because it's Sunday Fun Day and I can do whatever I want on a Sunday. I can start whenever I want. That's the point of Sunday Fun Day. So we were just finished playing a video game and now we're going to get into some colouring because I felt like I'd done enough of the game. It was a good time. Yeah, it was almost a day to pull out the Switch, but I just couldn't find the docking station. It's in the chaos that is my couch. Literally, the amount of crap that is piled up on my couch right now is ridiculous. So, yeah. I do like the concept of Sunday Fun Day, though. It works very well for me. Like, being able to start, like today we started at 11:45. It works. And then we played some video games because I wanted to play some of Growing Up. So we played Growing Up, so it's a life story game where you work your way through and build skills and then these different story options that you can choose. There's a lot of different pathways. It's a very cute game. It is available on mobile. The reason I got it was because I have the game developers, one of the earlier games, which is unfortunately called Chinese Parents, but it's the same concept, but based around a Chinese child's sort of growing up life. So it takes a lot of the mechanics from that one and it's very chill. It's basically like you do like little brain maps to collect neurons that lower the cost of classes, and then you try to take these classes and learn skills, and then you got an exam, but then along the way you've got friendships and stories, and yeah, how it goes at the end is how your life can turn out. We managed to pull two of the like more messed up storylines. So we were smoking pot at age 10. Oh, Jakey. But yeah, we're just about finished middle school in it, and then we've just got the high school left to go. But now we're switching over and we're going to do some colouring. I'm so sorry, give me 2 seconds to just check this message that's come through. That's not what I want. Oh my god. I can do phones. I don't know where I saw that, but okay. It's disappeared. I don't know where it went. That's fine. So we have colouring. So sorry about that. So I have another one in It's a Cat's World. Yes, this is my 4th page in the last like week. But I have this one that is almost finished. I just need some kitty colours. So I don't quite know what colours I'm doing for the kitties yet. But that's literally all that's left to go on this one. This one down here looks like it should be one with spots. I was doing this one in Prismacolor because I was just experimenting with this book in Prismacolor and alcohol markers. And I was a bit worried at first because I thought I'd done it uber bright. And it's still like a little bright on the curtains, but the rest of it's pretty good. Like, it turned out alright. It's a lot of wood. So we could finish off those kitties. And then I pulled out 2 Colouring Heavens that I have on the old work in progress to complete list. So I have this one here, which was the very first page when I was testing a really cruddy set of pencils that I don't like. So I can show you how to sort of if you buy, for example, a second-hand book and somebody's already worked in some pencil into the book, techniques on how to actually clean it up and then work over it with your own colouring, which is quite a fun trick to learn if we want to try and do something in ancient Egypt and colour in Cleopatra. We have Creatures of the Night special. So I have a couple in here that I have. This has got some of my older colorings, but it's also got some of my favorite ever colorings. So I have a couple of pages in here like this where I have pre put down alcohol markers. I used to also cut them out of the book. I don't do that anymore. It's cut like crooked, or rather ripped crooked from the book, and then I trimmed it up, so I don't do that anymore. But this one's always been a favorite of mine. And then I also have this one, which does belong. Nope, that does there. It is called Dark Ages. I do that one that belongs there. Which I coloured her thinking, oh, she could be like a merm or something. But then I did her skin coral because, like, oh, coral under the sea. And now I'm like, oh, orange. And back then when I marked it out, I didn't know how to, like, work with that. So just left that. And then this is one of my favourite ever pages I have ever coloured. I love how she turned out. And the reason why it's so, like, this is the first time I really pushed myself with lighting effects and just having the candles be our main lighting effects, but then also non-metallic metallics. So this was an absolute labour of love, but I love this page. Backgrounds are difficult, and there's a reason why a lot of people don't like doing them. It's a lot of trying to get colour smooth or trying to fill the space. A common trick that I will do for backgrounds is to use like a water medium or stencils or glitter. Depends how fiddly the background is. So yeah, we could do a piece in Creatures of the Night because I have those two work in progresses to go. But then I also have this Anne Stokes colouring book that I have never ever worked in. But it's really quite gloriously beautiful pages. A lot of detail in these pages. I've got a page marked because it could be a Christmas page because she looks like the Christmas elf, the Christmas fairy at the top of the tree. But yeah, there's lots of sort of gothic fantasy. I know, I pulled out a bunch of like portraiture because I've been doing so many kitties. I guess I was in the mood to do some portraiture, but I also don't mind doing some kitties if we want to do another kitties page. And we do also have the pages that are available for free if you want to colour along as well. Because in the free pages, we've got the bubbles is one of them. And then the next one is the teacups, which we've done. We got more bubbles, the laundry one. And then we got sunflower kitties, which I knew got a few votes when we put it up there. A, B, C, D, E. And then we got book kitties. And then we also have the bird feeder at the window kitties. And those are just the ones that you can all access as well. So, yeah. The tricks, I can't get the hang of it. I'll show you how mine turned out. I'd love to see it. Everyone has stuff they struggle with and can find frustrating. Yeah. I do have the cat colour combo request for the page with free kitties. I do have a cat colour combo request for a page with free kitties, especially if they're 2 fluffies and a less fluffy. Ooh, okay, Fud, I am down for that. I mean, this one's got free. Yeah, the pencil shaving one's quite good. That's quite a good way to do it. Let's have a look at the book. Let's have a look. Because if you've got a colour combo request, then I'm down. I mean, that one's kind of less fluffy, and then these two are kind of fluffy. So the bubbles one might work, although then we have to do bubbles. They're all very fluffies, but I could do the trick of making one of them appeared more short fur and one appeared more long fur, like we did with this one here, where we turned down the fluff to make it less fluffy. Love one with your free babies? I'm down. Because that's the hardest part for me, is figuring out what colour to do the kitties. So if you take away me having to figure out the kitties, the rest of it's easy. Kitties in the laundry? See, that one could be a short fur as well. You sent another pic? Okay, I'll have a look. Because, Fud, if you can also send me a pic, that'll help me a lot too. Oh, that looks really good. What do you think's wrong with it, hun? Because I think it looks really good. It helps balance out the blue, but then because you've used that yellow at the top, it's bringing, like, his eyes now really pop. Like, his eyes were good before, but now his eyes are just singing because you've got that yellow in there. It's really good, love. Really good. I didn't blend the sunset that great. I mean, yellow to blue is always difficult to blend, but it's still, like, it reads as a blend. To me, when I look at it and I see that blend in between, what I'm seeing in the distance is, like, if you have, like, you're looking out on a cliff and you look out at the horizon and the sky gets all foggy and you get that cloud misty and you can't really tell if it's land or if it's sky, and it's like an odd blend. That's what I'm kind of seeing in it. Like, it's like hills in the distance under cloud for when you climb up the mountain and you look across the land way, way, way far into the distance. That's what I'm seeing. So I like it. I really like it. I think the yellow was a good choice. I get it's difficult to trust yourself sometimes, but you did really well. Right, I'm just waiting for the kitty references to come through from FUD, or confirmation on the kitties, because that will also help me figure out what page we're going to do. Where the frick is my... I have no idea. Alright, well, let's just start figuring out what pages have free kitties, so I know what options we've got. Get rid of these other books. Pretty sure all my little... there's the other thing I was looking for. Pretty sure all my other little bookmarks are on the floor, because I was going through books yesterday and trying to figure out what I have for Christmas colouring. I'll post some in Fur Babies. Thank you! I will head to the Fur Babies channel. That's all good. If there's a page in particular that you like that suits their personalities, that lets me know. I haven't posted them yet. Gathering. All good. Take your time. I'm going to keep flicking through the book and figure it out. I need some Christmas colorings to do. There is... of course, a bunch of free pages online. I started sorting through because I was like, I have so much Christmas colouring. And then I started looking at my books and I was like, I actually don't have a lot of Christmas colouring. But I do have a couple of Teresa Goodridge books coming. So, and I have notification that the first lot has arrived in the country, which is exciting. I'm wearing fake nails and one of them wants to pop up. So I'm just going to stick that one back down. I've been trying not to wear fake nails. I generally don't like to wear fake nails, but it has worked to help regrow out the couple of nails I couldn't grow out, so it stopped me picking at them. So Tara's a tortoiseshell with white and short haired, but she was small but fierce kind of cat. Okay. We'll see. Like I said, we'll go through and we'll just mark the ones that have 3 kitties and could possibly work. Because I could make, like, that one's a bit shorter and then those 2 can be longer. Like, we can work with that one. This one's definitely all 3 long furs. Like, it could, but it's going to take a lot of work to make. Like, that's definitely long. Kind of. Maybe. I mean, that one's definitely a long furred. Yeah, we'll just mark it. It's kind of cute. It's a lot of flowers. It's going to be a lot of wood again. Done that one. There's a lot of pages with 3 cats. So that one only has 2 cats. That one only has 2 cats. That one only has 2 cats. That one has 4 cats. 2 cats. 1 cat. Although I do like sewing cat. Yeah. Azrael is the long, very fluffy ginger and white. Ooh. The cupcake one turned out so good. It did. It really did. Mum really likes it too. Mum is actually getting the original of this. She's brought some art supply stuff for me. Or is going to buy some art supply stuff for me when I figure out what I want. So I just am going to take a photocopy of it to keep it in the book in another form. And then measure it up, figure out the frame for her. And then she's having it because it is shadow. It is coloured to be shadow. Azrael is long, fluffy ginger and white, and then Tama is fluffy brown baby tabby. We love Tama. He's not the sharpest, but he's lovable and very playful. Oh, we have a fierce queen, royalty, and Prince Charming, essentially. The birthday party one kind of works. They're all very long furred though, even in their faces. Like, I could do some work to make that Tara, but even then, like, if Tara's the fierce queen, it doesn't read fierce queen. It feels more peaceful to me. So that one doesn't feel right. See, now I know their personalities. I can look at it and go, actually, no, that's not right. So we have 3 here. See, 3 kind of works here too, because we have, like, Azrael could be sort of majestically sitting there, and then with Tama being just, like, lazing up there, and then Tara crawling through the piano. Very helpful, thank you. Yeah. Okay, 2 kitties. 3 kitties, and we've got the same idea again. That could also work. And this one's one of the free ones too, so this could be a colour along one. They're definitely kittens. Yeah, I get to pick a new colouring now too. It's so fun. It's so fun when it's like, oh, I get to pick a new one. I get to pick a new one. 2 kitties. 2 kitties. 2 kitties. No kitties. Oh, 3 kitties. One of which is already a tortoiseshell for us, but they're in reverse. But we could do... Okay. But because Azrael and Tara have passed now, correct? It's just Tama now. Because these are your previous cats, right? Try and do that as sensitively as I can. Sorry, I haven't also got words today. With this one, and you see how we've got the 2 looking away? We could do Azrael and Tama as angel babies. And then, not Tama, sorry, Tara. And then Tama, because Tama's still here looking at us down here. And then we've already got one with a tortoiseshell pattern on it. So that could be another option if you like the idea of them just like... You kind of love that? Yeah, that was my first thought when I saw that and looked at them in reverse and be like, that's kind of sweet in that sense of like gone but not forgotten, looking away And then I could even pull out little poscas and give them little angel halos if we really want to go on the nose with it as well. Plus, there's lots of really fun details in this one. And I get to also colour fishies, which means we also get underwater. Because fishies. Alright, I'm just going to put a thing to the side because right now that one's really calling to me. Because otherwise, this is another one that I was thinking as well, is them in the garden. But it's not about the cats so much, it's about the gardens. That one's 5 kitties. That one's family. You've got adult cats and kittens in that one. It's also very punky-me. I do want to do this beach one though at some point too. But that's 4 kitties. But beach kitties just crack me up so much. And then those 2. Yeah, no, this one I think is calling to me. The moment that I realise with them turning around, it's like, you know, angel kitties. I think we have a winner. Now I'll just take out all the hundreds of bookmarks that I just put in there. It's not too many. There was 4 other pages in contention. Sometimes you just know. Sometimes you just look at a page and you're like, yeah, no, this actually is it. Alright. So we're still having the pictures come through, which is absolutely fine. You take your time because I'm going to take a moment to look up a couple things myself. Namely, we need some fish pictures. Because we've got a rough idea, at least, of colours. So I can at least work around it. Like, it's not exact colours. Oh, it's the last post-it in my little pop-up thing. I need to replace it. I have more post-its. It's not an issue. I use a lot of post-its. So, before I lose this info, Azrael is long, floof, ginger, white, Tara, and I'm just going to put majestic, Tara is up a bit, tortoise shell, white, short-haired, fierce, small, brown, tabby, himbo. I love that as a description. It just makes sense. It just works. So considering how much, I mean, Tama, yeah, maybe a himbo, but also, how many times has Tama messaged me? Like, Tama is smart enough to work out how to send messages on the computer. So, which cracks me up to no end. Yeah, he just is. Exactly. Nothing wrong with being a himbo. Nothing at all. Alright, so how are we going to approach these pages? This is cool too, because now I don't have to change any of like the exclamation project or exclamation freebies, because everything's still the same, because we're still working in the same book, so everything's still appropriate. Alright, I was going to look up some goldfish. I think ads are meant to be running, and for some reason the ad manager is an hour behind. Right, I'm going to run these ad breaks, because pre-rolls are off. And because we are due for that, and then I'm just going to reload my creator dashboard and hope that helps, because we will go a bit chunky for a second. We will stretch, I will gather some supplies, and then we'll come back ready to colour. So thank you for those of you who are going to Adland, it is appreciated. Alright, while that's going, let's reload this page. Oh, stretchy stretch. Oh. Right. So, how are we tackling this page? That's going to make a difference to what we pull. I used Prismas before, and like, they were good, but I didn't enjoy it as much, and I haven't done the cats in the Prisma. I still prefer the polys, and I still prefer just working directly on the page with the polys. It's still my favourite way to do it. We could try out some other pencils as well. I just love my polys though. I love my polys. I can't help it. Polys are just great. We could do the TV in water solubles, and then because they're water soluble, they'll like, no, I didn't like, although I did try blending them with alcohol markers. I did try some ink tints on this page, and I tried blending it with alcohol marker, which is a technique you can use, and I didn't like how it blended. Now part of that could be the alcohol marker, but also I get the feeling this paper's not great for water medium, but it could be quite cool to do it more watercolory. In fact, we could almost white it out a bit so the lines are really reduced down with white paint, and then just go over it and make it almost watercolor like. And then do the rest in pencil, quite vibrant, but keep the TV quite pale. That could be good. Alright, drag look number 1 and recording done. Heck yes, Sandwich, well done. You've come back right in time as we're starting a new kitty page. And for an ad break. The timing, the timing. Oh. Alright, move all the tarot cards. Ooh, let's pull out some pencils that we don't usually use a lot, because I don't. Ooh. Tradition, I'm gonna do some more recording later. Well done. It's all good. I do that a lot too when I'm watching people stream, and then I'll be like, I'm recording, and like, because I'm recording colouring, I can't sit here and type always, so I can record while I'm watching people, because I can just turn off desktop audio and not capture audio. And then when I go to make it into a video later on, I just speed it up, so it doesn't matter. But every time I stop to chat, it's a pause in the video. I can't wait to see. Did you manage to get the software, the editing software? And so glad you got the computer back too. Right. You did? You did. Excellent. Hopefully you do find it easy. Give me a hit if you're finding it a bit difficult. Right, so a case that I don't generally pull out, these are my water-soluble pencils. So I have a couple of the Faber Castel Albert Durers, which are just like the polys, but the water-soluble version. And then I have a bunch of Koh-i-noor Mondeluz. I don't know how to pronounce it, but they were cheap. I actually bought them on holiday at Samsara's to try out, because they're like $1.60 a pencil. And you can actually get them online from Hobbyland for like $1.40 a pencil. And there's a lot more colours in them too. So one of the things I want to do one day is actually go and get a bunch more of these. So I've accidentally got 2 purples, but the rest of them, they're not bad. They're not the greatest in the world, but like they're $1.60 a pencil. Like, it was worth trying them. But my idea is that for this in the TV, we'll try and lighten a bunch of these lines, and then we'll use watercolours, and we'll make it quite light, and then we'll have everything else around it being quite intense in colour. And that could be quite fun, I think. And it will provide a bit of contrast and make it clear that, like, this is a TV show that they're watching. But to do this, we need to start by lightening the lines. Now, whatever I use to lighten the lines, I need to work over. So I normally would just use like a posca to lighten it, but then we're also going to end up with like ridges where colour's not going to blend out properly. I could pull out acrylic ink, or I could just use the actual watercolour white pencil. Just lay down a white layer. Let's just try that. Let's just see. We're doing a bit of an experiment here anyway. That just means whatever colour we put in here is also going to be quite blended with white, so we will have to keep that in mind. Like, we're not trying to erase the lines completely, but I definitely want them a lot lighter. Oh, I'm going to also just put a marker in, because this is about where I can cut the VOD from. And then actually just have it clean on instead of all the flopping about. But yeah, ordered some fish and chips for lunch. Yum, good idea. Oh, I would kill for some fish and chips. I would actually kill for, not kill, I would be very happy to have anything that's sort of pre-made and ready to go, because we're at the point of the groceries where things are looking a little dire in the cupboards, and we're definitely in that getting creative with the meals time. And the pay doesn't come in until Wednesday night. And I can't even go to the groceries on Wednesday because I've got obligations Wednesday night, so. But I do have to make myself get to some form of groceries this week, because it's getting dire. We're down to 3 pieces of bread. I do still have a massive pot of yogurt though, natural yogurt, that I need to use up, so I might make some yogurt scones or something and see if I can just cook them individually in the air fryer. And I know I have a pile of like instant soups and stuff, so it's like if I can combine those two, I know I can at least do a little bit with that. But it's definitely getting to the end of the groceries in the house. Oh, I probably should protect behind, just in case. Yeah, we're getting the same problem again. Okay, so this paper does not like a lot of water. It is something to note. You cannot do a lot of water on here. Alright. Yeah, this paper's not a fan of water. Good to note. We're still going to do the watercolory thing. Alright, anyway. Yeah, I have no idea what food I'm taking to work tomorrow because I've got to go shopping, but it's future Cassie's problem, right? Yeah. All good. All good sandwich. And alright, we'll give that a moment to dry. And then, do we think they're goldfish? They kind of look like goldfish. Let's just search some goldfish. Yeah, they look like goldfish to me. Goldfish aquarium. That might give us a few in one. I want to see like photos of lots of different types. There we go. Red goldfish. Okay, well there's still one type, but at least we can see some different tones in there. I think we'll keep them sort of your classic orange and yellow, just because we'll do the blue water, we'll do some sort of green coral, and then we'll do orange or yellow fishies. just so that like they stand out even more. I think it'll be good. Right, so we're doing an interesting technique, and I don't know if anyone's ever done this before, where you take a water-soluble pencil and you dip it into water, and you get a more opaque colour. We're going to use that in certain areas. It will chew through a lot of your pencil, which is why you can see my white is quite a bit shorter than the rest of my water-soluble pencils. It's a really good way to get a lot of pigment down quickly. Because it mounts the edge and then you're getting a lot of pigmented pencil down. Again, we're not trying to completely obfuscate the lines, but I do want them faded down quite a bit so that when we work the colour on top, it's going to look more watercolory and floaty, and that contrast will really help this read like it's a TV show or something in comparison to the rest. It's just going to have that point of difference. So that's what I'm trying to achieve here, is just making sure we keep things different. And of course, because this is watercolor and therefore not permanent, when we do work with our pencils on top, they also are going to be a little bit more faded. So that's also something we have to consider, is that we also need to go a bit brighter with our colors than maybe we normally would. I was just going to do spots, but then it ended up doing everything. Okay, I think the paper's a bit saturated, so we're going to stop here. I'm going to give it a good old hairdryer blast. I'll put you guys on mute for a moment. Yeah, I don't often use the watercolor pencil, so it's, yeah, I don't even have a full set of the Albert Dürers because, again, I don't use them a lot. If I pull out water soluble, it's usually Inktense. Right, Mike. Alright, turn the mic back on so you can hear me, and I think we'll just keep the hairdryer up here. Sorry, I know I'm making a lot of noise on the mic here. Right, you can stay there, because I get the feeling we're probably going to use the hairdryer a little bit with this, and we'll get started on the water. So I don't even have a colour chart for these pencils. I think when I sorted them, I just chucked them in roughly in an order that I thought that worked. But I haven't swatched them or anything, so we're kind of going in a bit blind here, which isn't the greatest, but also meh. And so we're going to start doing some water. They do, like, these Koh-i-noor, God, I don't even know what they are. I can get you a link to the Hobbyland if anyone's interested in seeing more about them. But they're, like, again, they're not bad for the price. Like, some of them are a bit firm, but then again, it could also be where I was testing them. Like, there's a lot of pigment for cheaper pencils, though. That's the thing, like, yeah, for the price you pay for them, like, you can see the amount of pigment that's coming out. So, The white, though, I always do that obfuscate the lines trick with the white Faber Castel pencil. My one Albert Dürer I've used a lot. You can also do that technique of dipping it into the water and drawing on highlights too, if you don't have like a posca or a gel pen, but you do have a white water soluble pencil to get a more concentrated color. It's not going to be perfect, but it is a technique. Alright, let's start working in some lighter blue. So unlike ink tints, and when I work with ink tints I can be quite rough with the colours and just like lay it down quite scratchy. Water soluble pencils, you do that and it's very obvious that the pencils aren't properly laid down. So this one we do actually need to lay down a solid base. Be right back. All good. While I remember, I'm sure it's Hobbyland that I found have these pencils. Individually, not not in a set. Or they may have them in a set. Because I know you could get them in a set at the art store in Gisborne where I got them. However, it was actually cheaper to buy them individually because you're paying for the tin that they came in. And as I said to them, well, I don't need the tin. I have my own folder thing, so that's fine. Where's Koh-i-noor? Okay, fine. We'll do it this way. Sketching and calligraphy. Pencils. Whoops. Pencils. Coloured pencils. Or is it... Do they have watercolor pencils? They have it in a separate category. Yeah, they're $1.69 at Hobbyland. And there is 68 colors. So I might, if I enjoy them today, that's what we're using. If I enjoy them, I might see about getting a couple more. Because I think I have about 30 of them. I know, I brought every color that was at the art shop and then I accidentally got 2 purples of the same thing. But I do need to find a color chart because they've given them names, but I've only got numbers to identify. So I do need to find a color chart for them and do a proper color chart. Find out how many pencils this range comes in. But yeah, I don't actually use water soluble pencils a lot, but maybe I should try experimenting with them. I see some people doing some really cool stuff with water soluble pencils. That bubbles page at the start might be another good one to do water soluble pencils in, because then I can practice doing iridescent bubbles, which is actually something I haven't explored properly, doing proper iridescent bubbles. So it might be a good page to try and figure that out. I'm just going to kind of bring this color up to all over. I haven't really got a plan for this. It's okay if it doesn't look perfect as well, because again, this is like on the TV, so maybe this is like an animated show that they're watching, or, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect, this. make sure we've got lots of lovely bright blue around. Katie, hello! I've been here forever and forgot to say hi. Saw my hello message was just sitting in chat. That's all good. It's lovely to see you, hun. I always forget to do this, so I'm going to make sure I remember to do this because I know my mod is busy doing some stuff for me. If you all need a lovely place to go and hang out at, Katie is a gorgeous stream place to go hang out at. Really, really cute, chill, cozy game vibes. Adorable PNG. Oh my god, your fairy PNG. It's lots of fairies and flowers and prettiness and happy songs, and it's basically everything. Yeah, just go there. It's glitter. Katie is glitter. We love glitter. So go and hang out at Katie's. This new old keyboard, I swear it hates me. I get that. No! Glitter. I love glitter. So glitter's like the best compliment I can call someone. So if I call you glitter, it's me saying you like the best. Glitter! Yeah, we love glitter here. Where is it? Where is it? Glitter, 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 glitter. Oh, the glitter. Eventually, I will figure out a way, or I will find someone clever and have the funds to get somebody to create for me a way to, like a little animation, so you can literally glitter bomb the page and make it look like you're throwing a ball and then it explodes into glitter dust. I'm not clever enough to do that, and I don't know quite where to go or have the funds to hire someone to do that, but I really want to do that so that you can throw glitter at the page, because glitter. Oh, okay. There's a free website called Triggerfire. Oh my gosh, Katie, you wonderful person. Have you solved a long time wish that I haven't been able to work out? That's how you do your confetti thing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna open this up. Sorry, this may lag stream a bit. Oh, okay. Thank you, Katie. You're awesome. So you'll need the glitter animation, which you could probably get from Etsy. Okay. Yeah, so the glitter animation is what I'm struggling to find, but I will have a look at that. We're just gonna heart that for now, and I'm just gonna put that on the bookmarks bar so I can remember to come back to it. But that's good to know. It's a starting point anyway. Yeah, I've been struggling to find glitter animations. Like, the background here is kind of floaty, but it's not really glitter. And then we have let's just use the just chatting screen. Like, we have the transition. And I was very happy when I found the transition, because I was like, oh my god, it's rainbow and it's kind of sparkly and it kind of could pass for glitter. It's not perfect, but it's like that, so. If I have to stick to one color, I tend to go blue, because blue is my color, but rainbow is better. Rainbow glitter would be ideal, but if we have to do a color, it's blue. So that's why our little glittery heart emote is blue and purple, because just blue is like, I wanted more colors in there and I could get two, so I did blue and purple. I kind of need to sit down and do a bunch of, like, I've got a couple of emote slots left, so I've still got to work out a couple of emotes to design to add to my mouse art collection. I'm actually thinking I might message Mum and be like, can we use shadow as an emote? Because I just want a kitty emote. Like, there's 101 kitty emotes out there though, so we don't really need a kitty emote. Maybe we just need a glitter shaker. Or candy. Candy is the other one I was kind of thinking of, is that we could do a pile, like, different candies, because god, how many times do I eat candy on stream? I don't know, I was just kind of racking my brain about cute emotes that I could definitely pull off. Yeah. Kitty emote, but it's your kitty emote. Exactly. But I don't have a kitty, but I have mum's kitty that I kind of adopted. Like, we coloured this page here, and this is Shadow's mum's cat. So we coloured it to be Shadow, who's this gorgeous black cat. So, yeah. It's got a little glitter on the bow, too. It's very fine glitter. Right, I know this looks messy right now. This is one of those trust the processes. It's going to look ugly for a bit, but it's going to look better after we activate. But yes, right now it's just going to look messy, and that's okay. Trust the process. Now, because we obfuscated the lines a little bit, going to be a bit difficult in some of these sections to figure out what we're doing, but that's actually also the point because we want to remove the lines on the TV. Do 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 do. Oh, I think that was meant to be green. Oh well. Done now. Right. We need some light blue around here. Do 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 do. Kitties, kitties, kitties. Oh, the kitties. Kitties, kitties, kitties. Can't believe this is the 5th page in this book I've already worked in this week. This is like, they do come together really quickly, and they're super cute, and I'm really enjoying it. And I really need my other Teresa Goodridge books to get here so I can do more than just kitties. As much as I love the kitties, don't get me wrong, I love the kitties, but also I'm really looking forward to the next lot of books coming in. Because there's also Christmas colouring. These some cute, oh my god, there's so many cute books coming. So excited. So yeah, the first order, which is split into 2, should be here. It arrived in the country yesterday. Actually, I wonder if there's been any tracking update today. Because it's coming from Australia. I have a photo from Samsara. She has been busy. So clever. So clever. Right. New Zealand Post. Do we have an update? I doubt it, because it is Sunday, but it's worth knowing. I found a free set that looks like a bit more like confetti, but could pass as glitter. Ooh. They're in transit to the local depot. That means they're moving overnight. Ooh, maybe you'll be here before Thursday. Ooh. Ooh. We have links enabled in chat, Katie, so if it's something that you can link, please feel free to drop it, because I love people to be able to show off like their art stuff and what they're up to, so please feel free to drop, or you can DM me on Instagram or Discord, same username for art, Amy Ward Art, everywhere, so however you feel comfortable. But that is amazing, thank you so much. Katie, you're the best. Doing stuff for me so I don't have to. Maybe I'd actually get off my ass and get stuff sorted. I already tested an OBS and it's fully transparent. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's cute. It could. From a distance, it could look like glitter. Alright, let's just chuck that in downloads. Right, so I think I have to edit. I think I have to edit as a media source. Yeah, we'll just call it media source. We're just experimenting here. Because, you know, we're live. Totally the time to experiment. Let's see. Loop. Look at it. Look at it. Okay, so up in the top right corner. It does kind of look like glitter. Like, big it looks like confetti. But we could play around with that. It could kind of work as glitter. It's good to know. And like, if we duplicated it a few times and covered the whole screen in it. Like, even like that, it still kind of reads a little bit like glitter. And like, I think I have some gifs of the sparkles that I used on the hearts, like this here. I think I still have the actual sparkle gifs. So if I was to add that in there, so you got like things sparkling as well, that would work. We could make it rain glitter. And then I just have to set up the thingamabob. Oh, Katie, you wonderful, wonderful people. So with Triggerfire, you can update and people redeem it to have it fall on screen. Oh, thank you, Katie. Thank you. Yes, we can have it rain glitter. Oh, I guess I know what I'm doing after stream tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. I'll have to find, I'm pretty sure it's in my, in one of my folders. If not, I know where to download it from again. Yeah, that's the issue that I was having as well, is that, like, I've got these ideas for glitter, but everything is confetti. Everything is very difficult, and that's where I was like, I'm probably going to have to pay someone to do glitter for me, because glitter obviously is a difficult thing to animate, which does make sense, but anything that nothing looks quite like glitter, so yeah, it's definitely a struggle, because when I decided to go with switch from my classic blue theme to the glitter theme, I didn't want to start from scratch. So I was looking at pre-built assets, and I spent so long hunting for anything that used glitter, and I couldn't. This was the closest that I got, which I don't mind it. Like, it's still simple enough to not distract from the art, but still got a little bit more in there than just my plain blue frame that I used to use. But yeah, it's definitely been a challenge to try and find anything glitter related, which if you are somebody who designs assets for streamers, there is a lack of glitter, so you know there's a market there. Just saying, I'm not clever enough. I can do my crappy little ones for me. Ooh, thank you for the follow, Stella. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Welcome in. So now we've got sort of like a base blue layer down. We're just going to start activating it and seeing if we can blend this out a bit. Oh, I see we have a new post in the G Squad Discord, and it looks like what I've been waiting for. Thank you, Fud. Yes, all the pictures, the kitty pictures. Oh, look at the pretties. Oh, wow. Tara is cute. So, for those that are new in, Katie, that's new in, hasn't heard what we're doing, for this page here, we are actually using Fud's kitties as our kitties. So we're going to have Tara, Azriel, and Tama. And Tara and Azriel, as our angel kitties, are the ones watching the TV. And Tama, as our current kitty, is going to be down here chilling. So that's why I've just started on the TV itself while Fud organises some references for me. Because, like, a page like this, the actual colouring of the objects and stuff, that's fine. But I've done a lot of kitties this week, so I'm running out of ideas for the cats. So when Fud put the request in, it's like, oh, hells yes, because that solves my biggest problem of what do I do the kitties. So we're going to have a ginger and fluff Azriel, a tortoiseshell, but Tara is quite a orange black tortoiseshell. It's a very unique, like I had a tortoiseshell Tinker, and she was very different to this. Which has also got me realizing I should do a page with free cats, with my free cats from when I was younger, you know? Which can be the next lot. But, yeah, Tinker was very different tortoiseshell to Tara. And it's very cool to see her markings. She's got very distinct markings, and this definitely has to be Tara because of the markings on here. Yeah. I was trying to find more back references. It took a while. Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, all good. There's no rush, Fud, because it'll take me a while before I get up to the kitties. So you got plenty of time. You gave me the starting colorways, so I know that they are in oranges and browns. So they're our warms. So to keep the focus on them, I'll probably try and pull a lot of cool colors around, or we'll work a bit of orange around as well. So yeah, it's good to that's why I'm always blue, because for years my overlay was blue. Everything was blue. My offline screen is still blue. It still matches my thumbnails and stuff like that, so not everything matches this branding, but I like the way that this looks a bit more. I do want to make it, I am going to adjust things a little bit though, because I do want to have the art screen bigger, and part of me is like, do I just go full screen with the art? Because, you know, when I'm doing art, like, you know, you want to see the details, and I know I can bring in the camera now, which has helped with part of the problem, because I can literally just go like this now and bring you right in, which I should have done all along. But I'm like, ooh, because that's another thing with doing the art as well. Like video games, I don't mind if it's not quite full screen, but when someone's doing art, I actually really like it when it's full screen, because you can see the detail. I know, it's a difficult thing to work out, and like the changing of the overlays and stuff like that, oh my god, the effort to go in to rebuild all your assets. So I did that in July of this year, I think it was. I changed all my assets. But I like the rainbow effect, because I wanted to go for blue glitter. I still wanted to keep it blue, and I just couldn't find anything blue sparkly. This is the closest I can get, and I don't mind it being more rainbow-esque. Yeah, it's just, it's hard. It's hard, but that's okay. It works. And at the end of the day, like, as long as you can see the art clear, that's the main thing for me. Like, I don't mind if I'm, like, weirdly lit, or, you know, the alerts are broken and stuff like that. As long as the art comes through clear, that's the thing that's the most important. Yeah. We'll find a stream soon. Yeah, brain is numbed on finding references. All good. All good. But yeah, with the blue here, like blue's just kind of synonymously become my color. So we just try to do blue. It's like, if anything, it's like, what color? It's like blue. It makes it easy. It's not technically my favorite color, but it works. I do like blue though. I do joke my favorite color is sparkle. I like that iridescent sparkly color, okay? Like, you'll know what I'm talking about. That's my favorite color, okay? Is iridescent or sparkle. This is the closest thing I have to glitter. That's cool. It's not a transparent PNG though, is it? But that's pretty. Damn, that would be cool to put as the background for this. Like, make that my background overlay. It would have to be stacked a few times. That's cool. We're going to add that to our favorites. Thanks for that, Katie. Did I bookmark this one? Just in case. I downloaded it, but we're just going to also chuck that on the bookmarks bar for now. Yeah. Yeah. As a background. It's okay. I mean, it does solve a potential issue where I could grab it, I could stack it a few times, and then I could get rid of the pink and go to a sparkle background. Now, would that be too distracting when we're working on art? And it also means I'm rebuilding my assets again, but we could leave like the labels and stuff like that. And then I have got a chat rearranged so that the chat appears at the bottom, so that I can then put in a slideshow of existing coloured pages and stuff like that. So there's stuff I need to do to the overlay anyway. Like, the thing with streaming is you never stop building your stream. So, like, yeah, that is something I could look at doing. And I think I got a Twitch payout this month. So I don't mind, especially when it comes to stuff for Twitch, using that money to upgrade stream. So it's like, I just use the money from the Twitch payout, from you all being amazing and subbing and bitting and all that, to buy it. So it's not coming out of my meager budget. And then we could do a glitter background, which would be very pretty. It's just, would the glitter background be too distracting? That's what I'll just have to contemplate. But then that also darkens the background, which is a lot more effective for showing the colours of the art. Because that's the other thing with doing art, is when you have like this pinky purple frame, if I'm working on a lot of pink and purple, we get very lost in it. So yeah. So that's the other thing to contemplate as well, is do we then just, and that one being darker is going to make the art appear more vibrant and intense. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into it than just, oh, that one's pretty, which is a shame because there's so many amazing pretty frames out there, and I was having so much fun browsing them all, but then it's like, oh, that one's going to distract from the art, that one like is this, that one is this. So that's another point to consider with art. Like, there's a bunch of really cute, there's these really cute like florally rainbow ones, or things that have like all these little bits over the page, and they're so cute. But the more bits over the page, the more busy the page is. And you can see I try to keep it more simpler. It's still quite busy for me. But in terms of, it's not as busy as it could be. And you've got that big bar across the bottom that's always annoyed me. But that's where the chat's meant to be. Because under me is meant to be a slideshow. That was always the plan, is to move the chat down there. And I've now got, thanks to Violacious, the wonderful Violacious, the formula to do that. So I can now I just have to get in and do it, to move the chat to come and scroll across the bottom. So that'll help clean that up a little bit. Because, yeah, at the moment, the busiest thing on the page is my art and then ward art. And I don't mind ward art because he's just shoved in the corner and he's essential. But ward art's colour scheme also doesn't kind of work with what's going on here. So that's where that rainbow glitter could be quite cool as a background. These potentials. And I appreciate it immensely, Katie. Yeah. Yeah, the animation part's a part. It is just a lot. I did manage to work out like all my little animated emotes, apart from my rainbow falling stars. That is a Etsy asset that I brought because I just like, they're cute and I was very overwhelmed at that point. So I just grabbed that one because I was like, that's freaking cute. But the glitter heart I did. And then the spinning Amy Brain and rainbow I did as well. Because I found some free animated emote ones. And then I have one pre-made for the next time we do get to unlock a slot, which I think we need like 35 subs for. So we're at 10. We're like ages away. We only got a second one because a bunch of people gifted subs, which was amazing. But yeah, if we ever do make it to 35, I actually have ward art as an animated emote. So that's an option. And then I've got a couple of animated ones ready to go. And I've still got a regular emote slot to fill. So that's another thing on the list. I just really haven't had the spoons to do any of the stream stuff lately. Like, I've had the spoons to stream, but the clean up post stream. Like, even a simple thing like updating the lurk message. It's a lot. It's a lot sometimes, and I very much feel like I'm running on empty at the moment. So we're just being kind to ourselves. It's like, at the moment, stream works. I'm happy with how stream works. So it's not like we desperately need to upgrade or do anything in terms of the layout or the look. These are nice things I'd like to do eventually, but it's also not like going to break stream if I don't do it today type situation. Just checking we're not bleeding through. We're not. Exactly. It's like when you stream a certain amount per week and then you have to spend a certain amount of time off stream doing stream related things. It's just a lot of burnout. And then like on top of that, the YouTube, the social media, the Patreon, which, oh my God, I'm so behind on Patreon. It's just right now, everything's feeling a lot. So it's been a case of what can I just push aside so that I don't feel burnt out. I don't like the stream itself. This is easy. This is great. Just coming on here, chilling, painting, creating. I love it. And it's easy to just chuck that across to YouTube as a VOD. So there's at least still some content, but I still want to put up actual content on YouTube. I haven't even sat down to film anything because anytime I'm coloring off stream, I need that chill down time. So it's like, I don't want to worry about filming, or I just want to color. And then the Patreon, just like, I started the next page for Patreon and then I screwed up so badly on it that it's made it hard to go back to. So I haven't even done any Patreon this month. It's bad. It's so bad. It's a lot. And part of me is like, do I just get rid of Patreon? Because I just feel guilty about it all the time. I also do want to see if I can, because of Twitch getting rid of the multi-stream rule and allowing us now to multi-stream, part of me is like, well, do I start looking into multi-streaming and also streaming on YouTube? Because I have a different community on YouTube. Like, there are some people who do come across from YouTube, which is really great. I never did socials to say I was live. Wow, you're zoomed in. We're just going to do a quick story. That's all we're doing. Yeah, when, like, on YouTube, we're at 2.5k, and it's a very different audience over there. And I have done some YouTube streaming before, because I've done different collabs and stuff on YouTube. But because I kind of not necessarily pulled away, but I'm not as engaged with the colouring community on YouTube. The colouring community on Twitch is very tiny. It is there, though. I'm making a point of trying to find every single person on Twitch who streams colouring and making sure that we all know each other. Like, I really want a colouring community on here because it's a different vibe on here. It's so different to the YouTube vibes, and I really love it. But a big part of doing that is also like, well, maybe I need to also dual stream to YouTube. But then while we're doing it, remind them and be like, yeah, we're mostly more active over on Twitch, you know. Come over to the Twitch site. But then it's like, I also have to have another chat open. I have to be aware of the YouTube stuff. It's like, and the YouTube integration for live streaming, ugh. Forgot to post. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's a lot. And it's like, at the end of the day, this is like me just having some fun. This is me just sharing a hobby that I'm passionate about, sharing a tool that helps me with my mental health, sharing, you know, what I enjoy. So it's like, why is there so much pressure around this? It's just me being like, colouring is cool. Let's colour. Let's hang out together, you know? So it's also like, well, why am I... And I know part of it is like, especially for the Patreon, because people are literally paying me, and I feel really bad about not giving them their money worth. It's like an actual fear of mine. Because again, I know how tight funds are, so it's like, you know, I don't want anyone to feel like they're being ripped off. Oh my god, I hate that background. Come on, phone. Come on. I know you're struggling. I know we're old. I know you're struggling. There we go. That'll do. Go up, story. I should have done that ages ago. Yeah. So it's like, and that's sort of why I'm like, oh, if I got rid of Patreon, but then I do really appreciate the people over there. I like the opportunity that it forces me to do the dedicated tutorials and information, and I know it could be a really good platform. It's just the energy of it. It's that same concept of taking your hobby and trying to turn it into monetization, which is not what I'm trying to do, but it is what's kind of happening with the Patreon and stuff. So luckily I have very understanding Patreons, but I feel really bad anytime I sort of have that pop up, because I'm like, I'm really not doing a lot on here. But they keep on sticking around, so I guess they enjoy it. Yeah, and that's it. That's what I keep hearing from people, is it's just an extra way to support me. But I do feel really guilty about, like, I want to try and at least deliver one full colouring page per month for the Patreons. You're meant to get sneak peeks and stuff of stuff I'm working on, and I just forget all the time. I'm so bad at posting in there. And then, like, as I do different things, like, I've got an idea for a colouring page of my own that I want to try sketching out. So it's like, that's the sort of thing I could put up on Patreon. Anything like that, anything like that is what I'm going to try and do, just to make sure you feel like you're getting something for your money. I don't know. I know. It's a lot of like brain stuff, really. again, at the end of the day, I just want to be able to come on here, go live, hang out with some really amazing people, talk about colouring techniques, and just be like, this is a lovely safe space. It helps me mentally. I know for a lot of people that are in that space, you're like, I don't know where to go. So, because I've been there, I've been in that space myself, and it's like, I don't want to be alone, but I can't socialize. I just want to go somewhere safe and cozy and comfy and forget everything for a while. And that's what I'm trying to create, is that space where you can come out and hang and just know that you're good. You don't have to talk, you can just lurk, and we just do colouring. And then also be able to say, you know, hey, if you need some distractions, here's some free colouring pages, here's a place to go, let's talk about techniques and how to do things. And yeah, just to try and create that space that I needed when I was going through absolute crap. And that's not something you can really monetize or do anything with, and that's not the point of it, because it's not about that. It's just about creating that space that I wanted, but also helps me, because I really do just enjoy coming on here with you guys. Like yes, I do earn a little bit of, and I mean a little bit, because of the affiliate and stuff like that, but we definitely ain't doing it for the money. It's the joy of it. I love being able to sit here and paint with you guys, or colour and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it is really, really important to me. It is something that I do really pride on, is trying to keep this place. Like, I can't be aware of everyone's triggers. I can't be aware of everything that everyone needs at every time, but I can try and create that space where it is like, you know, certain things aren't covered, and then if certain things come up, because again, we do talk about mental health a lot, and if these topics come up and it's not a space for you on the day, it's also the sort of space where you can say, I can't do this today, with the new scene command. The exclamation trigger explains it, where if at any point something we're discussing is something you can't hear on the day, it's a free command to pull out and say, I can't hear this today. And we just move on. And it has been used before, because that's the point of the command. Yeah. I like our little watercolor fishies. I also really like these pencils. They've got a surprising amount of pigment in them. Again, for being so damn cheap. They're not blending the best, and I know that's due to the paper. This paper is not a fan of watercolor, which makes sense. It's not thick paper. It is reasonable paper for the price though. Like, oh my god, for the price, a lot of colouring books I've brought are a lot more expensive than these Creative Haven books, and their paper is so much worse. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely not a fan of water soluble, but for the TV, I think this is going to be quite a cool little effect. Give the illusion of like animation. But yeah, we now have to add on some more of these water soluble pencils, because I can see myself actually using them a little bit more now. Because again, for $1.69 a pencil, freaking good pigmentation. For context, my Polychromos pencils are $4 a pencil now. Prismacolors are $4 a pencil and $4.25. My Inktense are $5.99. Like, the Pablos I've been looking at are like $5.75. Luminance, the Dream pencils, are $9.79 a pencil. That's like on par with Copics. Yeah, just very, very, very cheap pencils in comparison. So, and considering I don't do a lot of water soluble, while I get used to them, because water soluble pencils are different than your regular pencils, I feel like I wouldn't feel so bad about experimenting with these, because again, $1.69 a pencil. It's not going to break the bank to replace these pencils. So while I've got the name up, what I want to do is I want to see if I can find a color chart and see how many colors these actually come in. These 68 are available on Hobbyland. Color chart. Be nice and give us a color chart. $72 colors. Okay, so they come with most of the colors. Oh, sorry. I'm probably going a little laggy at the moment, and I do apologize, but no. We do have to go to the website to get it. Okay, they've got a PDF on their site, apparently, and they just put up an example of it. Okay. We'll just open those two images in a new tab. Okay, well that gives me the usernames, the names and stuff. 72 is not a bad color range. Yeah, like, they're not bad. Again, I'm going to copy that link because if you're in New Zealand, and that will give you the name of them as well, because it's Koh-i-noor Mondeluz Aquarelle Pencils. I would never be able to spell that, but that's what they are. They're not bad. Not bad. I got them on a whim. I'm pretty sure I got like 30 pencils and it was just over $30 because I got them and then the guy actually ended up giving me a discount. I got these when I was over on holiday on Samsara's and that was the only place I'd seen them, so I got them on impulse to try them. They're not bad. Yeah, so this pencil case holds 72. So, and I've got about half of it filled. So I've got about half of the colour range. I grabbed every colour that was available at his store. So I might have to get the rest, see what I'm missing, see what I can get eventually. We might wait to see if there's a Black Friday sale as well. I don't need to be spending more money. I don't need to be spending some more money. Alright, so I have, again, I'm working with no colour swatches, so we're kind of just gonna play. Oh my god, is it ad time already? It's ad time already. I am so sorry. We're heading straight into ad breaks. So again, we do run these every hour and it's really important for my physical well-being that we run these every hour. So we're going to get this ad started. This is your reminder to stretch, to hydrate, take meds. I am due for meds. And I also need water. Self-care break. We're dropping the pencils and stretching. Oh my gosh. Meds. Oh. That water took an hour. I mean, it's had several layers with the basing as well. Right, we'll just use the coffee to swallow the pills. Oh, proper stretches now. We're doing the arts. It's very important we do the proper stretches with the arts. Games are a little bit more chill, but the arts, we need the proper stretches. And hydration. Wow, I can't type. Oh, I see more kitties. Oh, so cute. So cute. The kitties are so orange. Fluff monsters. We love our fluff monsters. Even Tama has a little bit of an orange tone to him as well, which is quite good because it means I'll be able to tie all the kitties together. Because he's got that warmth to him. And we are back. Thank you everyone for bearing with us as we did the ad break. Oh, we're all good. We're stretched out. We're ready to keep tackling. I should have actually blasted that with a hairdryer while we were in ads, but oh well, done now. So, we have two different types of coral plants here, which is why I've got the two greens. So we'll use some more blue green on like these long wiggly plants. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect because we're giving the illusion of this being like a cartoon on a TV show, or you know, we're going to blend this out. That's the green that I accidentally covered in blue, so we'll just cover over it. Oh, no, that's the other green. Yeah, more kitties, yes. I couldn't even find one that just has... He's just so fluff and beautiful. He's gorgeous. I want a kitty, y'all. Like, I love living here, but I did say to Mum, honestly, I would contemplate moving if I had a dishwasher and a kitty. If I could have a dishwasher and a kitty, I would move back home. Which, I'm pretty sure Mum would do. But it's like, I don't want to go back home. Because I love living independently, but also I would love a kitty and a dishwasher. I am off screen, I'm so sorry. But also, I don't want to be like 36 and moving back in with my mum. Oh, it would be a hell of a lot cheaper though, I can tell you that much. And it'd be good on the days where there's a lot of pain. And I can't do things. It'd be benefits to both of us, but also I love living independently. I love my little flat. I would have to sort out her internet so much more because, oh my god, her internet is terrible. Yeah. We did talk about eventually, because she needs to sell her place. Like, her place is a 5-bedroom place. She doesn't need it. And then her buying a smaller unit, but trying to buy a place that actually has 2 small units so that, like, we can be next door to each other, but I still have my own space. And that way, too, I can contribute because I actually have KiwiSaver. I have a little bit of savings that I could put towards a house. Just because it's part of work. Like, so I think it's sort of like a 401k in the States or something. I don't know. When you work, you get taxed and ACC and all that sort of stuff. But then we also have KiwiSaver. And because I work so little, I technically don't have to contribute to KiwiSaver. I can take a break from it. And you can do like a minimum 3%, 4%, 6%, 8%. Like, you can contribute automatically. It just comes out of your wage. And it's meant to be for retirement. I contribute 4% of my wage. Because in doing that, my employer matches it to 3%. So, A, money. And then B, the government also gives us $500 in something a year. Like, as for the first 1,000 that you contribute, the government gives you half of that back. So again, free money. So by adding that all in there, if I do the 4%, I hit enough of a threshold to get that government contribution. It takes a little bit out of my wage, but it just keeps on building up. And it means, and that retirement can also be used to buy a house. So it's just building up there for saving for a house eventually. I don't know if I'll ever get there, but it's there. And it gives me the option one day of maybe being able to buy a house. So yeah, as Mum looks into it, it's like I can actually give mine as part of the contribution and actually partially own it, which will be cool, rather than paying, you know, rent. Actually having partial contribution, and then it would just be written into the ownership, my percentage that I own, so that, you know, it's because it would be our inheritance, for example. So it would be Amy owns, you know, 15% already. So whatever the value is of the property, I already get 15% of it, plus the third, those sort of things. So it's all like legally sorted out in that way too. There is a way to do it, because I did have it for when I studied law. So that would be an idea, but that's a long time away. And also that means moving. Ugh. I just, you know, property's always, like, property's expensive, but it's one of those, like, debts where, like property generally always goes up. So it'd just be nice to have my own home, so that we could do things like I could paint the walls rainbow. Like, I would literally, if I had an art room that I could paint, we would have streams where I'm just painting the walls. We would do a mural on the wall. I don't know what it would be of, but we would do a mural on the wall. You know it's going to happen. We're going to do something on the wall. I would paint the walls in glitter if I could. Like, maybe we just do some sort of crazy stream where we literally cover the walls in glitter. That would be my ultimate dream. Like a glitter wall, and then you seal it afterwards. Or you just make the glitter with Mod Podge, like I've done in my art books before. Because once it's in there, boy, is it sealed. It would need a lot of Mod Podge, but it would work. Welcome back, Sandwich. Thank you, Cassie. I appreciate that. I went ahead and tried it out. And they have Shin Ramen. Yes, I have Shin Ramen. I have no eggs or anything nice to put in Shin Ramen, but I do still have some Shin Ramen, so it's probably going to be dinner, to be perfectly honest. We're very much running low on food in the house at the moment. The glorious days when you can find Shin Ramen. So good. It needs an egg though, and that's my thing. Like, I love Shin Ramen, but I'm like, it's not the same if I don't have an egg. It needs an egg. It doesn't have to have an egg, but it's just so good with an egg. But I used my last egg up last night. And unfortunately, because of the weather this weekend, none of the markets have been on, so I haven't been able to hit up for some eggs as well. Because I usually get my eggs from a little farmer's crafters market where the eggs are way cheaper than the supermarket, and I can actually afford eggs then. Because eggs are a regular staple protein for me. We're out of eggs, we're out of tofu. We're out of almost every protein form in the house, and grocery day isn't till Thursday, so it's going to be an interesting couple of days. I think I still have some cans of tuna, so it's just going to be a good opportunity to start going through the cupboards and seeing what I've got. I know I've got some like frozen curries as well that I've made, but I think they're vegetable curry, so I have a feeling that we are running very low on the proteins right now, but we'll figure it out. Never had it. Oh my god. Okay, so I love it. It's so good. I can't even describe why it's so good. It's just so good. But yeah, a fried egg with a runny yolk on top, green onions. If you find it too spicy, cheese also just hits so good in shin ramen. But yeah, just as is, I love it. Oh, sorry, hit the camera. Oh my god, yes, sparkling grape juice. It's one of the, I love after Christmas, how it goes up on special after Christmas and New Year's, because everyone like buys it as the non-alcoholic special drink for Christmas. I just associate sparkling grape juice with Christmas, and then when I like got older and realized how cheap it was and how you could just literally buy it, it was like, oh, I can have it at any point. Yeah, Kewpie mayo's good in it too. If you want it less spicy. I don't need it less spicy. I just eat it as is. But I do like there's something about putting extra stuff in your packet ramen to make it even more delicious. Actually, I think I still have some rice cakes as well, so I could make a shin ramen and add in some rice cakes. Not that I need more carbs in there. But also rice cakes are good. It's starting to come together, like having removed those lines. I think you can kind of see the sort of painted effect that we're going for here. Hopefully. Hopefully you can see what I'm kind of going for. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing for dinner here myself. I'll figure that out at some point. Again, it'll probably just be something quick and easy, especially if I'm still streaming. We'll just do a ramen or something. Or a can of soup. I love soup. And then I know I still have a couple of my containers of Japanese curry that I've made, so I can always take that out and then nuke that as a curry or add in more water and make it a little bit more soupy. Trying to pick a new picture to color. I realize I have so many unfinished colorings. Yeah. Oh god, I know that feeling. I've started a new page again today. But again, we love this book and I love what we're doing here. But one of the things that I'm trying to work on before the end of the year is trying to get through some of my like in progress pages, particularly the older in progress pages, so that I know like the ones. So bleh, let me start again. So in February this year, I started up my YouTube again, because I had YouTube in the past and then I stepped away from everything and then I got sick. And so I started posting to YouTube again. And one of the things I did in February when I started it up again was I did a like complete collection tour. And that included all my work, my finished pages, my in progress pages, my books. Like it was everything. It was a 6-parter. But the great thing about that was it gave me a like list of like pages that are in progress and video proof. So now we're getting to the end of the year. I'm trying to make a point of anything that was in that video as a work in progress to have it finished. so that I can have that list down. And I started the year on 55 work in progress pages. Now I can't tell you how many I have in progress at the moment, because I have a couple of like ones that I've started this year that are still in progress. But of the original ones at the start of, well, I'm saying February is the start of the year, but that was the start of the YouTube year. I had 55 then, and now I'm down to 14 of those. So we've got that list right down, and if I can get that list down just a little bit more, that'll be even better, so that when I do the complete tour collection in January of 2024, I can go through and then do the same thing at the end of next year, you know? So that's going to be another big effort, because I've had a lot more books come in since then. So it's probably going to be like an 8-part video this time. I don't know. It's going to take a while, but I'd rather do it that way. And then every year I can sort of go through the full collection and look at everything. And then also I've got that video to refer back on and see the old work in progress pages. Now I know there's some that I'm not going to get finished. I already know, because we're up to the more difficult ones. So like those 2 books that I had out before, the Creatures of the Night one, I've literally just done the alcohol markers. I haven't started colouring those. The Ancient Egypt one, that one's got a bit of work to go on it. Like a lot of what I've got left is not easy finish off stuff. It's a lot of work. So but it's cool to go back and refer on and see those collection videos. Like, this might sound weird that I review my own videos, but I think it's also good to review your own videos. And then, yeah, it's good because I can go back and watch them and go, oh yeah, I was working on that. Or, oh, I had that idea for that, because it reminds me as well. So it's quite good. I need a throat lozenge. I don't know if you can hear it, but my throat's like... There was a lot of talking during that first game. Another stream secret. Always keep lozenges around you. I also have a lot of hard-boiled sweets around me. Ah! And I just dropped my lozenge on the floor. The powder smells so good. It really does. You're making me want shin ramen. I have a couple. I think I also have some of the kimchi ones. I don't know. I've just got a collection of ramen on one of my shelves. Even though it's not hard for me to make my own ramen. Because I make a miso-based broth and it doesn't take long. I just don't have any of the stuff that I like to put into ramen. Because when I make ramen, it's not just noodles. I like putting in like an egg and some form of protein and some bok choy and all those delicious stuff. Samsara! All of the ones... one of the ones that has tasted and now cooks my ramen. My dump in a pot ramen. Hello, lovely. How you going? Alright. So let's work on these fishies. Right, where's the... white Faber Castel water soluble pencil? Who knows? There it is. Let's put that one away while we're here, because that tip should be dry now. Lonesome? Oh noes. Excuse me. Why are you lonesome, love? Did you have plans that got cancelled, or are you just having a solitary day? Which, considering how much you've been doing the last few weeks, also would be valid. But also, you're always welcome to hang out here. Or if you're holding out to stream yourself, because I know you were planning on streaming today, you know you can stream even when I'm live. You don't have to not stream just because I'm live. I am very excited for some of the streams we have coming up. Tuesday's stream for regulars around here. Normally I stream 10 till 2. On Tuesday, which is America Monday, the lovely Violacious is doing her annual Trans Day of Remembrance stream, which is a amazing stream. I was honoured to be at it last year, and that starts at 1 p.m. So we will be ending and raiding over to Vi for that stream, because I will stand up here and be like, Trans Day of Remembrance, very important, but coming from me, I don't have the stories to tell about it. So I would rather say, this is an important issue. Let's go over to somebody who can word it so much better than me, that can tell it so much more better than me, and you should be listening to. So we are going to be raiding over early on Tuesday streams. We will be ending it early because of that. I may possibly start stream early, but even if I don't mind. We're just going to have a short stream. We're going to be raiding over to Vi, because it is so important that we are there for that. So just so you're aware. But I'm really looking forward to that. I mean, I don't want to look forward to that. I don't like what it's about, but also, oh God, that's the wrong way to word it. Part of it is that Vi goes through every trans person who has lost their life in the year and talks about every person. It is incredibly moving. It's such a wonderful, wonderful experience to be part of, in terms of like understanding what is going on and how important it is to be aware of these issues and to be supportive of our amazing trans friends and the trans community. And so it's really powerful and really important that we're there for it. And you can tell, I can't communicate this properly. I don't have the words. I'm not proper in talking about it. I don't know how to communicate these issues properly. I just know it's important and I want to support it. So the thing I can do is move you over to somebody who vocalizes it so much better and also can express, because they're part of that community, and I can be there and be like, support, listen, be here for this. So that's what I'm trying to communicate. I hope that makes sense. Again, I'm not wording it right, but yeah. And so it's not that I'm excited per se for stream. I just know that this is an important stream, and I'm looking forward to be able to share that experience. I hope that's coming across right. I'm really not wording it right, and I don't know how to word it right. My brain's not letting me word it right today. Right. No, just alone. I've been at Yarn Nerds, which is nice, but I defrog my crochet because I miscounted. I missed existing with someone, but it's also a little overwhelming some things. Yeah, I do get that. It's that wanting to have someone with you, wanting to have that someone there to just go and hug, but then also knowing that you also need the space and the isolation. Yeah, it's the thing I struggle with, because like, you know how much people take spoons from me, you know how hard I find it to socialize, and the more overwhelmed I get, the more I want to be less engaged. It's a very difficult place to be at times because of that. And my natural instinct when things are overwhelming is to isolate. But also it's when I should reach out to people. And there are very few people in my life who I engage with who don't take spoons from me to engage. So, like, I do say a lot of the times, especially with friends, you know, if I don't reach out all the time, just know it's not because I don't care. It's literally that I cannot cope with it right now. But then, like, these amazing people in my life, and it's that catch-22 of being lonely and wanting to talk to them, but also being like, I can't cope with anything right now. I need space. It's a hard place to be. But, I mean, we're together in the distance. Does that count? You're here with us in chat. We're all hanging out together virtually. It's not quite the same, is it? it's funny with like the connectiveness of the online world. I feel like we're so connected all the time, but we're not connected at all. We're consistently connecting with people, talking to people. You know, internet has opened us up to so much stuff, but then we're not really connected. We're not really, it's not the deep stuff, it's not the hugs, it's not the emotional connecting. So it's this connection without being connected. It's a really odd place to be. My nose is so itchy, sorry. Spicy! Do you understand now? Do you understand the Shin Ramen? It's a small comfort. I'm glad. It's about all I can do from here. And apart from you jumping in a car and driving 9 hours to come over to the chaos that is my flat. Yeah. You're not alone. I know you feel it sometimes, and I do get that, but you're not. It's just hard. Yeah. Oh god, it is a couple of weeks. I need to get on to cleaning more. I just need like an energy infusion. Snoz is running and I love it. Yes. I might have to do Shin Ramen for dinner. At least it's an easy stream option as well. Because I can cook it on an ad break. Speaking of, because my ad preview manager is saying that it's like an hour, skipping an hour of the stream for ads. It's really weird. Does it every once in a while. Sorry, it sounded like my jug was boiling, but the jug is off. There's like almost no water in there, so it's like, why? It's not though, the light's not on. It's not on. I don't know. There's all sorts of weird sounds in this building sometimes. It could be rain. It is pissing out there. It could be someone doing like roadworks. It could be someone drilling somewhere. A couple of the offices around here do stuff like that on the weekends because it's the weekends. So you just bump into random people doing stuff. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of random sounds in this building. Just get used to sort of being like, cool. And trying to ignore it. Fishy! Fishy, fishy, fishy. Right. I want to do that more orangey face one. It's quite interesting. God, I'm so surprised how much pigment is in these pencils. They're so buttery. Okay, and then you have orange for your stem, and then we have little touches of orange, and then we have orange coming in at the ends here on the fins too. Yeah, and this is great because we've done the orange in here. We'll bring the orange back into the cats. Obviously slightly different because it's the cats, but it'll bring the orange in. And so we'll try to make a point of doing little touches of orange in other places as well to really balance out our orange as our fruit colour. So orange and blue and green are going to be two very prominent colours. So obviously we have wood here, but we'll try to do a more golden wood, goldy, orangey, warm wood as opposed to a cooler wood. Could be an option, or we could do the cooler. Actually, if we're going to do orange details, maybe we want to do a cooler wood. Because like we could do a terracotta plant, green leaves. So that'll be green. We might start with some of the green. The green's easier. We've got like down the bottom here, we've got a little book that says cattails. So we can make that an orange. Like these little places we can pop little colours to keep things flowing through. And that's how on pages like these, where there is a lot of colour that goes into them, we keep it consistent. Like here, there's a lot of colour in the page, but we've kept the colour going through in lots of different areas. And then this is our one area of black, which immediately draws your focus to the cat here, because he's our one area of black. Here, again, it looks like there's a lot of colours, but there's literally just the blue, yellow, red, purple, green. And then, like, the brown. So, like, the red is just paled to make the pink here. The orange is the brown, and the yellow paled. Like, this is all one colourway. It's just in various gradations of it. The blue, it's the same thing. It's the same blues in every section. It's just worked in different variations to have different tones, but it's the same blue. The red and the pinks are the same colours. They're just worked in various ways to bring in different tones. So it helps, like, on these pages with a lot of detail, really rein it in, because it's a lot less colour going everywhere. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have a lot of orange up here. So we may not even need to bring orange around. We'll see. We'll work on, like, we'll base some of the bigger sections. So we'll base the TV. We'll get the wood done. And once we've got those colours down, like, that's going to be our big, bulky sections done. Like, this is going to be a lot of a certain colour. It doesn't have to be brown. Like, we've got a brown kitty, so maybe we have a different colour. Maybe they painted the wood, like it's wood furniture that they painted. It's just not going to be white, because white wood sucks in terms of colouring. It's pretty in real life. It sucks to colour. Or you could do something odd like purple. Wumble Bumblebee? Oh my god, that name is amazing. I love that name. Welcome in. Miss Marilyn, darling. Hello. Hello. Mods, can we get a shout out for Wumble Bumblebee, please? I love that name. I'm going to keep saying that name. That is just such a fun name. Wumble Bumblebee. So good. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Marilyn, darling. It's lovely to see you, darling. Buzzing in to say hi. Look at the bees. Look at the bees. Oh, my God. My little niece is obsessed with bees. She also has a rhyming nickname because we call her Aya Papaya. I love that. It's so good. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the follow, Wumble Bumblebee. Thank you for giving me an excuse to say your name again. I'm doing really well. For all our new lovely friends that have come in, hi, my name's Amy. I am a colorist. I color in adult coloring books. I was an artist till an arthritic flare kind of crippled my hands, so I started coloring to learn how to hold pencils again, how to draw again, and in the process fell in love with coloring. So now we color in adult coloring books, and we focus on having like a really chill, calm atmosphere where you can feel safe and cozy, and we just do pretty, happy, bright colors, and we just kind of chill and relax and have a good time. Marilyn, this is the... No, you're talking about the Halloween dance one, not this one. This is the last one we finished off. I will go and get Murphy's Law for you. But yes, this one we finished off recently. So kitty tea parties. We're doing a lot of kitties at the moment. No, it's so good. It's so good. Miss Marilyn told you about me and had to come over. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. So yes, I'll grab Murphy's Law for you. that's the one you're talking about. I'll put you on another kitty. Wumble Bumblebee. I know after stream sometimes you can get very exhausted or tired. You know, we re-end stream. So if you have to do a raid and run and do any form of post-stream care, I fully understand. You're welcome to come around, to stick around and hang out with us. But if you also do need to bounce to go recover, I fully understand as well. But let me just... Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, no, it's in my potential Christmas pile. I should really have my walking frame nearby, so I'm not trying to do this without support. Oy. Yes, we did finish off Murphy's Law. So we ended up doing an 18-hour stream to finish this baby off. I haven't even trimmed the little protection sheet. But let's just try and move everything out of the way. So we did finish off our Halloween dance party. It took me 18 hours to finish everything on the stream. But it was a love. Oh yeah. Blankie hoodies are my life, Wumble Bumblebee. Blanket hoodies forever. I live in blanket hoodies and pretty much nothing else. Like, we go for the snuggly cozy vibes here. There is a reason we go cozy. Because cozy is the best. I am streaming in my PJs. I stream in my PJs 99.999% of the time. Yeah. Snuggly. We like snuggly. We like cozy. But yes, we did like all the marble. The marble effects took ages, but I love how the marble turned out. Yeah, real labor of love. I think it ended up 88 hours all up coloring the page. I think the total count was 88 hours, but worth it. A lot of work, but worth it. Yeah, it's all good. I've got several. So this is my rainbow unicorn one. This is my favorite one. But then I have a plain navy one. I have a pink, like baby pink tie-dyed one. And then I have a polar bear one that's like a dress length one. So it's like a full length one. And I probably need more. Because again, I live in them. I literally live in these and pretty much nothing else. My fashion style is just blanket hoodie. I don't wear anything else. They're great though. They keep me warm and I'm always cold. So it works great for me. But yes, this is... I love it. I love how it turned out. And so I have Kanuko's books put out for the moment because of course I've been looking at all my Christmas colouring and she has a ton of really gorgeous Christmas pages. Like we have this gorgeous page here with this, which could be like, it's simple, but it could be really fun and I could play with stencils in the background. And then we have a bunch of baubles. And then we have this one and the frog on this one. Like the frog on this one. But to me, this feels a little bit more like New Year's maybe. Although it has got a Christmas tree. And then there's this page. Which this one, like, do I want to tackle another double page Kanuko spread? But also, it's a candy village. But it's full of animals. And it's polar bears and seals and penguins. Like, candy is just, oh, yeah. Yeah, so this is one of the very, very intense contemplations for next month. And I have a Kanuko Egosar Christmas page in progress in another one of her books that I also need to finish off next month. So maybe I just have to start the Christmas colouring a little early. Yeah. Oh my god, where's the page we're working on? There it is. I'm sorry, Cassie. I'm sorry. Okay, so before you buy any more books, there are a ton of free pages out there. So if you're wanting some artists, if you know of the artists that you're wanting, let me know and I'll let you know if I have any of their pages. But also, literally just like Kanuko Egosar. Oh my god, what is the... I know it's in... there is a channel in the Discord that is like freebies or something like that. It's literally a place where people, we can put links to official free art pages. So they tend to be pages that you don't have to sign up for. You can just access. But It's a Cat's World one that I put up there. Dover has basically free samples of every single colouring book they put out. And there are thousands of creative havens. So, like, if you're looking for cutesy Christmas pages, literally just try and figure out which book you're wanting from Creative Haven for. And then look for that link. Because there is a ton. Yeah. There is another option as well, Cassie. If you want to DM me on Discord, I'm sure you're in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, I am just Amy Ward Art on Discord. If you're on Discord or Instagram, however you feel comfortable. That's not how we spell Discord. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's still not Discord. Thank you, Sandwich. I can't spell. I do also have a Google Drive full of them, and I can send you that link, but it's not a link I want to put out publicly because it is my drive. It's still a direct folder in my drive. It's all you can access. But I do have a place where I do upload a lot of free colouring pages. They are things that are free. I'm not like handing out colouring books I've paid for. The reason I put it into a folder is I have a few people who are in hospitals, for example, who their nurses have the link, or they give the link to the nurse because they can't download stuff, but they're allowed to access this folder at the hospital so they can get the pages, and the nurses use them in the units to help with the patients and keeping them entertained. And also keeping them, well. So I have a few people like that who, can't sign up for 500 email mailing lists to get a page once per week. And it's like, well, these are all the pages from the drive. Yeah. So it's just all up there. So I do that for like the patients who can't sign up for free emails and something. And it allows the patients who are in hospital. That's mostly what it is. It's mostly for a few people who use it. Because, like, I'm on a lot of mailing lists. It's a lot of spam emails. And I do forget to copy a lot of the images that come through sometimes. But I do remember every once in a while to grab them and just put them up in there. And it just means that they're there as an option. So yeah, I don't share that link out publicly. But because if you are, if you are a person who has the ability, you should be, you want to get, say, the RJ Hampson free page that he puts out per week, and you have a valid email and you have the capability of doing this, yes, you should sign up. You should get the email, because that's the point of it, is that it is a way for them to market to you, and in turn you get a free colouring page. Colouring Heaven, same thing. They market to you. God, they just send a shit ton of emails. But you can get free colouring pages. So that's the point of it. But for the people who do currently have the list, these are people who do not have the capability to make decisions. They are in hospital because those rights have been taken away. So it's for people in that situation. And it allows the nurses to be able to access a variety of pages that are not stolen art on Pinterest or stuff like that, and be able to easily reprint them for patients. And because they're a lot more interesting to patients, because a lot of the pages that were originally there when I found out about this were just a couple of mandalas, or like a bunny with a flower that's clearly copied out of a kid's colouring book. And when I found out about this, because I had someone contact me and explain it, and they were like, please, 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 do you have any colouring pages? Because I'm going nuts and I need something. And I was like, oh, we can get you sorted. So I spoke to the nurse and I was like, hey, like, what mediums can I give you to access? Because again, hospital networks and stuff like that. And we managed to get the Google Drive linked to them. So, yeah. So now I've got a few places that do that. Because they can't, it's like I can give you lists, but you got to sign up here, you got to sign up here. No, we can't access those sites, we can't access this, we can't access this on the hospital network. I can't have this sort of spam coming to my hospital email, which I do get because my work's exactly the same with our emails. So I was like, what about a Google Drive? Yeah, I can access a Google Drive. I use that to transfer my files. Perfect. I'll just put all my ones up on a drive and then you can just have the link. Easiest way. But yeah, just there's so many amazing pages out there. And anytime, like right now, Joanna Badsford, for example, her new book, Little Victories, has come out. So, of course, there's a bunch of Little Victories colouring pages going around because it's promo for her new book. We're going to try the white in the set. And Rita Berman had a book out recently, so I got a bunch of hers for free. Again, Colouring Haven puts out so many free pages for every book. So again, if you do exclamation freebies or exclamation project in the chat, you're going to get the link to the colouring book we're currently working on. But yeah, basically any Creative Haven book, there's probably a sample page for it available. At least like 4 pages from every book they put out, which is just ridiculous but awesome. But yeah, easiest way is there is the freebies channel in the Discord where there's a bunch of stuff. And I should get better at posting some of the free ones that I found recently. I'll try and remember to do that after stream. And then, yeah, just be careful because if you search like literally free colouring page, you're going to get a bunch of stuff. But if you search like Kanuko Ego Sa free colouring page, you'll get a direct link to their website and their free release colouring pages. So that's a way I tend to do it a little bit better. Thank you so much for just checking them out. They look amazing. No worries, no worries. If there's like a certain style or a certain something you're after, let me know because the amount of crud in my brain related to colouring. If it exists, I probably can find it for you. Right, we're going to do a little bit more of a yellowy fish on this side. I adore colouring, but I understand that sometimes it can be scary getting into colouring and seeing, especially like me and all the crud I have for colouring, being like, well, I can't afford all that. It's like, no. Cheap set of pencils and a free PDF that you can download. Doesn't even have to be pencils. You can use felt tips. You can use gel pens, like whatever you got. Crayons. I literally have a page marked that I want to try colouring in crayons. I think it'll be really fun. Just, it should be accessible to everybody. Alright, sorry, I saw that I got a message before as well. There used to be this option on my cell phone camera that turned everything into line art, but then they took it away. Yeah. There are a couple of apps that do that as well, because there's a lot of people who do digital colouring on their apps. And you can also get colouring apps. I have one on my phone. And it's quite a good one because Anne Stokes, is it? No, not Anne Stokes. Sarah Richter who is the artist of that Creatures of the Night colouring book I pulled out before. She's one of the artists that officially has her work listed up on there, like it's accredited and her bio's up on there. So they're obviously paying for her artwork, which is one of the big things I look for in a colouring app, was that they didn't just steal colouring pages from the net, or art from the net. But yeah, it's a bit like mundane because you're just going tap, 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 tap. Like, it's fun to a point, but it's not the same as like sitting there and physically creating, and it's like the colours are pre-chosen, and yeah. But it fills the need, you know. I love doing a bit of watercolouring in crayon book because it dries instantaneously until it dries matte. Yes. There's actually, so these, like, I have a list of books and stuff I'd love to get one day. And there's a couple of books that are definitely on the wish list. But there's one, and I think it's called Watercolor Wild. It's a very expensive colouring book. It's like a $50 colouring book, and it's a very tiny colouring book for me. But it's printed specifically on watercolor card, and it's designed to be a watercolor coloring book. And I always thought that would be a really good book to get to practice watercoloring in, because that's something that I do struggle with, is watercolor. And I've always wanted to learn more about watercolor and how to handle it, but I don't do well with it. But it's just practice. Like, I just need to get in there. And then another one that, because in that same vein, there's also a book that's by Stephanie Law called Secret Worlds, and Smalt, a viewer on the channel, she's been working in that one, and she works in it in watercolor, and oh my god, the stuff that she's doing in it, I'm like, I need this book. It's going to cost me like $55 to get that one into New Zealand though, but oh my god, is it gorgeous. Honestly, the list of books just grows. And it's not like I technically need more books, but also I need more books. I mean, one day I could technically take you on a tour of my full colouring collection if we wanted to. But, oh my god, is it a lot. Alright, we need a bit more of an orangey fringe down here, just to help balance out the orange. Me with fountain pens and ink, yeah. But also, like, your work's gorgeous, Marilyn. Like, the calligraphy, oh, so good. Me with watercolours too, ooh. Now, I did notice before, too, because I was just seeing something. I got a new follower, so I just want to see. It is. Because I didn't ask you to pay the art tax. So, we're just going to go. Oh, my God. Right, if you want to see gorgeous, gorgeous watercolors. It looks like watercolors to me. Yes, it's watercolor. Excellent. Wumble Bumblebee, please feel free to drop your Instagram link in chat. We don't have links blocked. I fully encourage art friends making more art friends, because oh my god. Oh my god, that's good. Do, 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 do. So good, so good. Look at all the lettering. Oh my god. So gorgeous. So gorgeous. I love it. It's one of the coolest things about Twitch, is getting to meet all these like fellow creative people and learning all sorts of interesting stuff and seeing all these gorgeous artworks. And yeah, we just have so many amazing creative people around. Yeah, Joanna's Christmas is actually one I don't have, but if you like her style, it's quite a good one. Joanna, I like her to a point, but I find her too simplified for me. But I understand the appeal, and it depends on how you work and what you like. And I do own several Joanna books because, again, I do like her style. I prefer her later work to her earlier work, but it's a preference thing. And that's it. There's so many amazing colorist artists out there. So some people are like, oh, why don't you have this one? It's like, well, it's not really my style, but also there's nothing wrong with you liking it. Like, if that's what you like, do it. There's so many coloring books out there. Grab what you like. Grab what inspires you. I have so many Teresa Goodridge books coming. It's ridiculous, but obviously right now her work is very much inspiring me because this is all I've been working on at the moment. So I have coming, I have a lot of books coming of hers, because I placed my first ever Amazon order, and that's what I've been waiting for, and I'm super excited about. But the books that are coming, because it's coming across free orders, which is really annoying. So I know Enchanted Christmas is one of them, and then I think Home for the Holidays is another one of them. And Home for the Holidays I'm really excited about because that one is a Christmas coloring book, but I'm pretty sure it's Home for the Holidays. There's Christmas at the Beach, which, do you know how hard it is to find a Southern Christmas, like a Southern Hemisphere Christmas coloring page, to find summery, beachy, but still Christmassy? Like, I'm sure it's Home for the Holidays. I need to check this out now. Yeah, I can see Marilyn's work in it. Wumble Bumblebee, and it's gorgeous, just like Marilyn's work. So well done. Home for the Holidays. That should be enough. No, it's not. It's going to bring up a movie. Creative Haven. I should see. That's not what I want. Oh my god. Will you work, computer? I know the keyboard is crappy. I'm not using the right keyboard. There we go. Hair. Gobby. Here we go. Oh my gosh, sorry. We've had a bunch of chat while I was looking that up. There we go, Cassie. There is Home for the Holidays and a free sample. King Kayami, Tenakoto, kia ora. Welcome in, fellow Kiwis. Yes. Also, can we shout out Miss Marilyn Darling, please? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure it's that book, but it's at least some free colouring pages for you that are Christmas themed. Sorry, I had that up on another window and had everything covered. But yes, welcome in, King. How are you going today? Lovely to have you here, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing the tropical one. I will have to triple check. I'll be able to tell you when it comes in. I will figure it out, and I will see if I can figure it out, Cassie. But there's definitely at least one tropical Christmas page, and I feel like it's Home for the Holidays. I feel like that's why I was jumping and looking specifically for Home for the Holidays in terms of her books. But also, I've looked at so many of her books, I could be very wrong and very confused. I'm hoping that there's more than just the one tropical page. because, oh my god, tropical Christmas pages are so difficult to find. And this is why I've been saying, like, maybe I just need to make my own, like, colouring book. Like, actually force myself to get back into sketching and doing colouring. Yeah. I'm good. I'm actually doing some art and writing. Oh my gosh. Yes. So I'm guessing by the greeting that you're a fellow Kiwi, fellow Aotearoa resident, which always so glad to have here. We've got a few Kiwis in chat. We've got a few non-Kiwis in chat. What are you working on, and what do you like to work in terms of media? We, as you can see, are doing a bit of colouring. I am a colorist. Colorist, is that what I'm calling myself? Yeah. I work in colouring books. I was an artist who used to do my own work, and then I had an arthritis flare-up and got diagnosed with quite a intense illness, and then I started colouring to kind of teach myself to retrain holding pencils and doing art. And I just kind of fell in love because colouring's always been my favourite part of any piece. Like, the sketching's okay, the lines, well, I never really did lines. And then the colouring was always where I loved spending my time. So it's like, this takes away the not so favourite parts of doing art and doing the favourite part of my art. Yeah. There's a tropical Christmas? Oh my god, how did I miss that? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't need more books. I don't need more books. I'm probably gonna get more books. I love my Kiwi streamers. Heck yeah, we love Kiwi streamers here too. I'm not a fan of colouring so much. You'd be surprised. I prefer the sketching and line art process, and that's valid. And I know people who are like that, who are like, I don't want to do the colours. You know, and I'm like, that's fine. You do the lines and I do the colour. You know, each to their own. As long as we're all creating beautiful pieces of art. King, bleh. Am I okay to just shorten your name to King, or do you prefer Kaimani? Or do you prefer the full King Kaimani? But if you would like to drop, if you have like an Instagram link or somewhere where you post your art, if you'd like to drop that in the channel, because I'm nosy. I love checking out people's art, and if you'd like to share what you do, please do, because it is hard enough to get yourself out in the internet as is without us all sharing and uplifting and looking out for others. So yeah. Okay, I'm going to pop out to a friend's child party and see if that helps. All good, Sammy. I hope it does, and we're here if need be. But I hope that helps. Have a blast. Try to enjoy it. I haven't actually posted any artwork on my Instagram account yet. That's all good. That's okay. Well, we're still glad that you can be here anyway, King. I recently got an iPad and I'm going crazy doing calligraphy. Ooh, and doing an art, which I haven't done in my adult life except like 4 or 5 times. Wow. Interestingly enough, I have a tablet and I don't like to use it because of how it affects my hands, right? I was talking to a friend of mine who has a iPad, because the reason I don't like using my tablet is because of the pen. It's very uncomfortable, and she's like, no, you need to get an iPad with an Apple Pencil because it's thinner, it's more like a natural pencil, and it'll be less painful on your hands. And then if you go digital, when you are having those bad days with your hands and stuff, like, these tools to help make it better. So maybe eventually that's something we look into. Maybe. I mean, the way I go and buying colouring books, probably not. I'll never have the funds. But, yeah. Yeah, it's like a normal pencil. That's the big thing. Is the Apple Pencil is essentially a pencil, because my Wacom, like, it's like that, and it hurts my hands so badly that I never pull my tablet out. Because it's just not comfortable. All right, so we're still going to go in. We'll go in and we'll darken the eyes because the eyes just look a bit meh right now. I drew on my phone using my finger. Yes. All my emotes are done with a mouse. It works. All my emotes are mouse art. It's all good. You do what works for you. Yeah, it's fun to get in there with your fingers. I still use my fingers like a lot in my art. And I had an art teacher as well. This is probably the same art teacher that was like, you always shade light to dark. You always do this. You always do this. And I never do anything that this art teacher in particular said. But like, I can even show you in here. So, nope, this way. Where's Bright Kitties? There's Bright Kitties. So this one here, there's a lot of like posca work that's gone in to cover the black lines. But sometimes you want the posca there, but you don't want it quite intense because the posca has like quite a harsh start-stop. So like around these flowers, for example, I would draw the line and then I give it a second to start drawing, and then I go in there with my finger and I lift it back up off the page, and it comes off a little spotty, but it helps with the lightening of it. Like, I do that a lot. I'll put the posca down and then I lift it back up with my fingers, and my art teacher was always like, I did that a lot around here too, and like on the windows and these, and in here with the flowers, like draw the line to get the highlight, but then lift it off to help fade out some of those edges. And this art teacher was always like, no, you shouldn't be doing that, because like you'll get your oils on the page and like the permanence of it, which I do understand. Like, our finger oils are not artist longevity proof, yada. But also, fingers are fun. Like, sometimes it's fun to just get in there with your fingers. Oh, I got some poscas the other day too. Ooh, let's go, Cassie. Honestly, I love working over details with paint pens. It's another thing that's on the wish list, is to get some more poscas. I use 1MR mostly, but I am going to get some 1Ms. They're just different nibs, but they're both about 0.7 millimeters. But there's more colors in the 1M, so I'll be getting a bunch of those to try in. Now that I found somewhere where I can get the 1Ms, which has been the biggest problem, is nowhere's had the 1Ms. I could get the 1MRs, but then they went up to the 3Ms, and it's like, I don't want the 3Ms, I want the 1Ms, I want the tinies. I would love to get some of the Thule art paint pens though, because, oh my gosh, the color range. Oh, the glorious color range. Thule do paint pens that come in, I think it's 360 colors. Exactly, King. As I say to a lot of people, because I do get people who are like, you know, I don't color like you. It's like, it doesn't matter. You colored. That's the main thing. As long as you are creating art, you are doing it right. Like, there is no right and wrong. What works for you is what works for you. As the only wrong coloring is not coloring. The only wrong creativity is not being creative. Like, not actually producing. As long as you're doing something, you're doing something. If you just sit there and are like, oh, I can't do this because of this. I don't know how to do this. It's like, just go for it. And especially with coloring, I'm like, what's the worst that happens? You screw up the page? Okay, cool. The lines are out there. You can get the lines again. You can do it again. Or it's an experiment that went wrong and you move on. Like, you know, as long as you tried, that's the main thing. I got the 1MR and I did it for some of the highlights in the line I just did. Heck yeah. I hope you liked it. I hope it worked. I hope the recommendation was appreciated. I mean, correct. God, I can't even word today. So I do this thing with my brain where, and I'm doing it a lot today, where I'm trying to say a word and I'm pulling on like 6 different words that are floating around at the same time. because there's usually about 5 conversations going on in my head at the same time. So word struggles today. I hope you all speak Amanese because the words be struggling. Speaking of posca, posca. I do have to get some more poscas. Like, my white 1MR is running out very fast, and I've just put away the pencils, and I missed an eye. Good job, Amy. Good job. Me when I write, yeah. It's funny because I struggle with the words and talking. But like, so like, I this year graduated my Bachelor of Psychology. That I did extramurally. I managed to do it in 3 years because I did extra work to get through it quicker. And so I graduated this year as one of the top people in my class, and I was the graduate speaker. Just for context, like, I did good. I did really good. When it comes to formal writing, your girl has no issues. I can churn out a formal essay like it's nobody's business. When it comes to writing and trying to speak in a formal language for writing, like, that's easy for me. There's something in that, like, I didn't struggle with writing essays. When it comes to talking, your girl's screwed. All right. There's always 5 conversations happening with book writing. Yeah, I can imagine so. I gotta go walk the cat. All good fun. Give Tama an extra pat from me. And Wumble Bumblebee, thank you so much for the raid and following and stumbling in here with Marilyn Darling. I hope that we get to see you again. And I look forward. I actually forgot to hit follow when we did your shout out, so I'm going to do that right now so I remember and then can actually see you next time you stream. Ha ha ha. I'm always so bad at forgetting to do these things. Again, the brain's just full. Alright, so I'm going to use the white Posca just to bring the highlights back into the eye really sharply. So we get good shiny eyes. Alright, and so we have a bunch of bubbles on here, but I don't want to do like a bright white highlight because it's going to be like, boom, so bright, if you can even see it. So, guess what we're doing? Fingers. We colour and then we lift. And it's still there. Like, you can still see there's a little bit of a highlight, but it takes down a bunch of the, like, strength of the Posca. It's still there, it's just not in your face. Okay, and we're just going to add in a couple of extra around here because I feel like that just needs... Everything else is a bunch of free, so why is that one not a bunch of free? Why is this one not a bunch of free? I also have to take a shower because it's past my bedtime, but how long are you going to be on for? I'll be back. Excellent. I've probably still got quite a little bit to go. Like, the first 3.5 hours of stream, 4 hours of stream, we were actually playing a video game. So we've technically only been colouring a couple of hours. So we've probably still got a little bit left to go. But yes, please, if you need to, go have your shower. Please take care of yourself. We love a bit of self-care, and also a good shower is always so lovely at the end of the night. I need to get back into night showering. It's just, it winds me down so much for bed. I need to get better at doing that again. Nope, found a bubble we missed. Found a bubble we missed. Alright, and then now we'll do all these lines that are on here, and we'll do these sharp white, so we'll have that contrast between the white of the background that is the bubbles, that is there, but a lot more transparent versus our TV Glare, which will be nice and opaque if my poscas stay juicy. I think this posca is getting close to running out, which makes sense because I've used it a lot recently. And that's one of my only complaints with posca, is it's hard to tell when the pens are running out visually. But I do have one posca that is very clearly almost out of ink, but it still comes out. It's just really transparent, but sometimes it's actually really handy because it's like a white, but way more opaque white. I mean, transparent white instead of opaque white, and you can use that to your advantage sometimes. Right, there's our shiny TV. Yeah. Awesome, are we back in 2 shakes? All good. My fat little fluffy cat has arrived. Yes! Kitty, 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 kitties. Thank you, Amy. If I don't see you again tonight, thank you for all the wonderful... Oh, that's so good, Marilyn. I'm so glad you could pop in. Thank you for bringing your friends over, too. I appreciate that. The suggestion. Thank you. Thank you for saying I need to... people need to be here. Gonna go and have a go at one of the free ones you sent. If I like the style, I might buy this book and do one for my mum. She loves Christmas. That's an excellent idea. That's an excellent idea. I hope it goes well. Yeah, I was saying to Mum she needs this book. Because my mum loves cats. I have so much in this book already. It's been worth it. It was sitting on my shelf for a while too. I actually got it out because TK Dodo Colours here on Twitch, they pretty much exclusively colour Teresa Goodridge. And I was like, I have a Teresa Goodridge book. And I was watching her colour and I was like, why have I never worked in my book? Why don't I have more Teresa Goodridge books? So I found the book and I started colouring in it and it's like, oh my god. And I just fell in love. So right now we're on a Teresa deep dive. Doesn't mean it's going to be forever. But right now we're on a Teresa Goodridge deep dive. And I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And I like our little TV scene and its faded pastel-y look, especially as we start to colour in the foreground. But now we need to work out colours. So an easy one is we have a plant here, so we can do that at green, and we'll try to bring in like the warm greens of this. We are going to be changing pencils, which is also going to make it more difficult. Before I do that though, I might need to get another fruit lozenge. We're going to pull out all our extenders, our electric eraser, and then this pencil case that I keep all those bits in because I have a page at the back I'm still working on, and I still have the Prismas that I was using for that page out on the desk. So just so I don't get myself confused, we'll just pick up these Prismas and we'll put these away because I don't mind Prisma colours in this book, but I definitely prefer the polys. I think Polychromos just works so much better in this book. Tell you what else I need to do. I need to clean up all the random rolls of washi tape that are all over my desk. Alright, you can go because you're empty until I put some more post-it notes in you. Alright. Oh, come here. Polys. Ha. Sorry, brother's just messaging. who's going to pop around with my nephew. And I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of live right now. Would have loved that, but I'm kind of live, and I don't think you want your kids live on the internet. Alright, so let's start with it easy. Let's pull out some bright green, and of course we're going for our favourite ever leaf green, which I hope I've got a spare of, because I've used a lot of it already. I'm being forced to lurk by this cat. Good cat. So good. So good. Fud's cat Tama, who they are currently walking. Tama has a tendency to jump onto keyboards and send us messages. So every once in a while we'll get this random message and it's like, yep, Tama's around. I have received a couple of messenger messages thanks to Tama as well. I got one on my Facebook art page, because Facebook has that feature when you're on like a business page and like you can contact the person. It comes up with suggested things like inquiries or this. And so I got this random message from Fud one day, which was like, tell me more about yourself. And I'm just like, Fud, you know me? Like, what more do you want to know? And he was like, oh my god, it's Tama. And then one day I got a message that was literally just poo, and then a bunch of numbers. I was like, hey Tama. I have to eat with one hand and type with another. That's all good. That's all good. It's worth it though. What's your kitty like? We like cats on the channel. We haven't gathered by the fact that, I mean, first time here, but basically I've coloured in 4 pages in this book in this week because kitties. And we're actually doing this page. So this is going to be Tama, and this is going to be Tara and Azrael, which is Fud's kitties. Because they put in a request to have kitties, like their kitties, and I was like, oh heck yes. We've also done one page with a with my mum's cat Shadow. I unfortunately don't get to have fur babies in my apartment, and I do miss fur babies because fur babies are gorgeous. Yeah, she's fat and fluffy, meows a lot, and demands pets at the worst time. So she's a queen. Love her already. No, we're still good on that one. We're still charging. Terrible habit. Don't ever start. She attacks the dog and forces her fluffy butt under the blanket before realizing it's too hot for her. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Cats are so funny. I had 3 cats growing up. So we had JB, who, according to my mum, we walked past a pet store and I saw him in the window and I went, kitty, and basically demanded she buy the cat. Now, knowing how obsessed mum is with cats, I feel like I probably just went, kitty, and she's like, okay, we have to have a kitty. Like, I'm not surprised as a child if I went kitty, 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 and was very excited about a kitty in the window. But also, mum's also quite cat. cat focused as well, so I wouldn't put it past her that there was also a little bit of her wanting a cat as well. But yeah, he was a ginger, short-haired tabby, but like pretty much all orange, ginger boy, and he was called JB because he used to love eating black jelly beans, which Kiwis know they were called JBs back in the day. So Pascal JBs, back when you could get them in a full bag, and he used to love them and he used to eat them, so he was called JB. And he lived really long. He died when he was, like, I was 18 and we got him when I was 2, so he was at least 16 if not 17 years old. Like, he wasn't a kitten when we got him, but he wasn't very old. He wouldn't be more than a year. And he just happened to go on the worst possible weekend. He got old and sick. He was doing all right. He just became blind and deaf and, you know, not doing very well. And then the council had done some repair work to the cul-de-sac outside my parents' place. And when they'd done that, they'd accidentally dug into the sewage line and cracked the sewage line. And it turned out we had an illegal connection that was done when the house was built to our neighbour's property. So their sewage started backing up into our basement. It was so gross. But of course the council had done it, so the council had to come out and fix everything, and we got kicked out to a motel for a weekend while the like after disaster people came and like cleaned out our basement, and my bedroom was down there as well. Luckily there was like a concrete lip, so it didn't go into my bedroom and result in my whole bedroom being ripped up, but like the downstairs area was flooded. There was a bunch of stuff in there, and I was the only one at home when it started, and so when I'd heard the googling noise, I'd come downstairs, seen this water exploding everywhere, gone back upstairs to ring my parents and be like, what do I do? And get people around. But because of that, we didn't know it was sewage, and it had been tracked up and down in our carpet, so the carpet had to be lifted. It was this whole thing. But basically we were kicked out to a motel for the weekend while they did a bunch of like ripping up of our carpets, our drywall, like anywhere the sewage had gone had to be ripped up. And unfortunately the motel couldn't take pets, and so our cats had to stay outside, which they were outside cats, so there was nothing wrong in that. But my dad was like, okay, you know, he came back to feed the pets, and he did warn them and be like, yo, you know, JB's blind and deaf, so just be cautious of that. But of course he was lonely and alone and very old, and so he went and hid under one of the trucks of the workers because there were all these new people around, and he was freaking out, and they didn't hear it, didn't know he was under there. He was deaf, so he didn't hear the car start up. So yeah, good weekend. So they were so upset, like so upset, and they like told Dad, because Dad was the one that came around to feed the cats and check up on the cats while we were at the motel. So us kids didn't know, and so he just told us kids at the time that JB had just unfortunately passed with all the stress of everything that was going on, which is what he had done. He'd gone to hide because of the stress of all these people being around. But yeah, didn't say specifically, hey, the repair people had run him over. But they were so upset. And Dad was like, yeah, look, the kids are already having enough of a weekend. Can we not? Because it happened on my brother's graduation from intermediate as well. So Mum had to like miss his graduation to come home because the house was exploding with sewage, and it was a weekend. That was the first day that I learned how to ring like services for emergencies. Like, ring Dad and go, the toilet's exploding, what do I do? Learn how to like turn off water of the house, and oh my god, it was a time, because I was 18 and I had finished high school, or 17, sorry, because I turned 18 the summer after high school. But yeah, I'd finished all my exams and I was at home having a rare day off because I was working at a fast food restaurant at the time. So I normally was at the fast food restaurant, but it happened to be my day off the day this happened. Oh, interesting day. yeah, so that was JB. And then we had Tinker Bell, who I got when I was 8, because the neighbor behind us, her cat had kittens, and they were the cutest things ever, and so I begged and begged and begged for Tinker. And she was a gorgeous tortoiseshell cat. Gorgeous tortoiseshell. I adored her. She was really, really pretty. And she was the last cat to survive our cats. So Tinker was very, very pretty. But when I got her, I was 8 years old. And my parents were like, now you need to say in 6 months that, you know, we've got to go and get her neutered because she can't have babies because we're only having 2 cats. And my 8-year-old brain went, if they don't remember to neuter her in 6 months, I get more kitties. And my parents forgot to write down to neuter her in 6 months. And I did not mention a thing because I wanted more kitties. So Tinker very quickly became mummy. And for just before my 9th birthday, we then got another litter of kittens, which meant I also got Tigger. So yeah, she had a litter of really gorgeous kitties, and we managed to find homes for most of these kitties. She was neutered very quickly after. But one of the kittens we could not find a home for, and it was the runt of the litter, so we ended up keeping this one, and that was Tigger. And Tigger was a grey tabby cat, and she was really, really sweet. But unfortunately, she was the runt, and she was born with a lot of health issues. And she was allergic to, like, so much stuff. But also, I can't remember what else, but there was something happening where she needed basically to be in a space with no other cats. Where we were, there was a problem with fleas and particular bugs. Not from us. We moved into a house temporarily, and the house was infested with fleas as a rental. We had to move into this house temporarily, and it was awful. And Mum just could not stop the cats getting fleas. No matter what we did, they never had flea infestations. Us kids, like, we're consistently biting. Everything got infested with fleas. And the landlords tried to claim it was us, and we were like, we've never ever had this before. And then we found out from the previous tenants that they had infestations of fleas. Like, there were literally fleas everywhere, and I'm itchy just thinking about it. But at the time, we couldn't see ourselves getting out of this place for a while, and Tigger was just not doing well. And then there was a family friend at church that had a farm and had a barn, and they had a mice infestation, and Tigger was the most natural of hunters. Like, never ever stopped catching birds, never ever stopped hunting, never ever lost that streak. And so the decision was made that Tigger would be rehomed to this farm, to a place that wasn't infested with fleas, but also could continually catch and be a barn cat for them, and did really, really well for them. Like, really helped them out, and meant it was better for the kitty as well. So yeah, we did pass on Tigger, like 2 years into having Tigger. So then we went back to just Tinker and JB, and then we moved house, and that was the house where the toilet exploded later on. But yeah, just much, much better. So it's weird to say that Tigger went to the farm, because that's usually a euphemism for a cat being put down, but Tigger literally went to the farm. It was probably a good thing that we did too, because where we moved to was very much like surrounded by natural bush, but so many native birds. So for a cat that just innately wants to hunt all the time, not the greatest space for that cat. So it's probably a good thing. So yeah, it was just Tinker and JB for ages, and then of course JB passed when I was 17, about to turn 18, and then about 4 years later, one day, like, we knew Tinker was getting old. She had stopped eating as much. She was only eating certain foods, soft foods, and like very clearly getting to the end of her life. And like, she wasn't in pain. She wasn't anything. She was just getting old, you know? And then one day, my parents broke up and they went to vet her. At this stage, I wasn't living at home, but Tinker was still at home with my brothers and my mum and my dad. And, yeah, they woke up and Dad went to feed the cat and Tinker just never turned up. And we went hunting around the bush, and just could not find her. Waited a few days, could not find her. And yeah, it is an innate thing from lions that when cats get to a certain age and they know they're going to pass, they will actually leave the pact, or they will leave where their home is to protect the pact, because when they pass, that attracts scavengers. So it's just an innate thing. And so Mum rang the vets to talk to them about what had happened and how to find her. And the vet was like, yeah, she's probably actually gone away to pass. And because we're surrounded by bush, literally no chance of finding her. And we've never found her. But yeah, it's known that she's gone to pass on. Yeah, it is terrible. But it's also like a little nod of, you're my pact and I must protect you. So I always thought that was quite a sweet concept of, even though she was the family pet, needed to leave to move on in that sense. So yeah, but yeah, it's a bit sad that we just don't know where she's gone. But again, there's tons of bush around Mum and Dad. Could have been anywhere. So yeah, and then at that stage, Dad put his foot down and said, no more cats. And then Dad passed. And so Mum got cat. Well, no, Mum got Shadow before Dad passed, actually. She made the decision that she was going to get Shadow. And so she just did. It was many, many years later. By this stage, most of us kids had moved out. And she saw a thing on Facebook for the local SPCA. They had a bunch of really gorgeous tabby kittens in. And that's what she went up to get. She went up to get a tabby kitten. And it was super cute. But then Shadow was there. And Shadow had been isolated for 3 months because the other male cats attacked him. He just was terrified. He was alone. And he was a black cat. Nobody wanted him. And Mum was just like, he's coming home with me. So that's why he's called Shadow, because he's your literal shadow all the time. Mum at first couldn't even go to the bathroom or anywhere without him, and he would freak out if she left the house for a few hours because he had been abandoned in the middle of nowhere and then spent 3 months living alone at the SPCA. Like, the poor cat definitely had trauma. So he's great now. He's like been there for, oh my god, he must be like 7 or 8 now. So yeah. You know the massive cyclone we had at the start of this year? Yep. Oh yeah, there was a cyclone. It was one heck of a cyclone. My aunt and uncle in Auckland had a little bit of an issue where they were because of their place losing power and stuff for a few days. And yeah, they had a few issues, but they were alright. Samsara, who's regular in here but is now at a birthday thing, she's based over in Gisborne, but she happened to be in Auckland when a cyclone was striking and then could not get home. So she came and stayed with me for a week because she had been planning the following week to come down to mine anyway, and we were going to Wellington for an event. So I just said, just come to mine. She just stayed at mine for a week because she couldn't get home. The roads were closed. Like, she literally could not get home. She couldn't even get home. She couldn't even, like, contact anyone. And, like, you know, like, not being able to contact your family, your kids, it would have been terrifying to me. Like, she knew her kid was alright because with her parents, but I said to her, you know, like, I would have been losing my mind not being able to know if you were okay for a week. And I don't know how how people did it. Like, I would have been losing my goddamn mind. So, yeah. Oh, auto mod. I had this tabby cat absolutely loved me, but one time after time he came home and the dog was looking in before I noticed. Oh noes. Oh noes. I'm guessing that he wasn't doing well. It was, I went over to Gisborne a couple of months after the storm, and you could see the damage, like the damage on the roads and just the change. And you can still see it when you're driving over certain areas. You can see where the gorge basically washed away. It was intense. It was a real honour to help out with the fundraiser that I did, the D&D fundraiser that we did, the fantasy fundraiser. We managed to raise a little bit of funds for a couple of charities in the region that we're helping out. Oh. No. I'm sorry to hear that, hon. It's very hard. It's very hard. Alright, so this will be the start of our blue. I just put the blues away and that was really dumb because I like to keep these pencils out so that if I need to use the colours again, I know what colours I'm pulling. I've done the same thing with the greens too. Oh goodness, I hope I remember which greens. I mean, I know the bright green, that's easy. It's that, and then I think it was that green, which they don't really blend together well, but it works in that small space. Means you got more pencils to clean up, but it means when you use those colours again, they're easy to access. And then, of course, we're going to pull out our Payne's Grey, because our Payne's Grey is one of my standard shaders. And then let's get this yellow back. Alright. Ugh. I might need another throat lozenge. The throat be creaky. Alright. Now we can bring in a little bit of orange to the sunflowers here too. So we can do that. Have an English bulldog. Oh, wow. Yeah, I am scared of big dogs. I'm getting better at them, but I'm definitely still a little freaked out by big dogs. So, I'm getting better though. But I'm also aware that, like, big dogs, they can come along and, like, jump up on me and just be being friendly and doing that, you know, that thing of being an excited dog, but it would be enough to knock me on my ass and break half my bones because of my mobility issues. Yeah, I'm getting better with dogs. I can do the little dogs now absolutely fine. The big dogs still quite terrifying to me, but I'm getting better. I petted a greyhound for the first time ever a few months ago. I was very proud of that. He looked very old and very gentle and very sweet, and I knew, like, I just approached really cautiously and then put my hand out and let him sniff it and then started petting him. And no one else was around, but it made me feel like I was outside a cafe. He was tied up outside a cafe and he was just sort of chilling. Just like, I think you're okay. So I did it. And I was very proud of myself because it was scary for me. I'm loving experimenting with posca pens and doing highlights. I love that you love that. I love poscas. I love paint pens and doing highlights. They're just so effective. But we have a big question to consider, and that is, what color are we doing this shelf? Because that's going to set this whole piece. Now, of course, we could do our traditional brown for wood. However, each of these cats actually have brown and orange in them in some way. Because we have a tortoiseshell, we have a ginger cat that's got we'll have a bit of brown worked in there. And then we have a brown tabby. So we have a lot of brown in our cats already. We can bring in brown in different areas. So we can balance out the brown, but I don't think we should do a brown shelf. And we're going to have a bunch of orange from the cats as well. So anything along that theme, I don't think is going to be the right idea. So if we think about this, so we have a bunch of orange and browns in that. So we could keep in that connecting theme of red and go yellow. We could go pink on the other way, because of course orange is red and yellow, so we could take that yellow and go yellow. We could take that pink, red and go pink. We could also add in our other big complementary of blue for the sea and do like a purple. Maybe we do pink for the shelf and we could do yellow for the walls. Yeah, that's our dog. He's friendly, but he's so dang solid. And when he's meeting you for the first time, he jumps. Yeah. And I understand that that doesn't mean the dog is necessarily bad or they're going to attack. But that would freak me the heck out. Like, it's the balance thing, because I will immediately be knocked over because I have terrible balance with my arthritis. Is the reason why I use a walking frame. But then it's just also the terrifyingness of it and being attacked by it. And I do recognize that it's not them attacking, and it's just their nature and they are just excited. But it's definitely like, before I was on the walking frame and I used to go walking on the walkways around here, because there's some gorgeous walkways and stuff, there'd be people that have their dogs off leash and they'd be running around and they'd jump up at you. And one day I was walking, because I did a lot of walking to lose a lot of weight, and I was going on one of my big walks, and this couple had their dog running. It was a big dog, and immediately rang up and jumped straight on me. And luckily I still had my balance in, so I could hold myself, but I just froze. And they're like, oh, it's okay, he's friendly. And it's like, I am terrified of dogs. Get him off me. And they're like, oh, he's fine. He just wants... I was like, get your dog off me. And so they're like, okay. I was like, this is meant to be a leash area. I am walking here because I am terrified of dogs. Like, I actually swore, freaking leash up your dog in this area, because for some of us, that is horrific. Like, there's areas where you can have your dog off a leash, that's fine. But in these areas, some of us walk here for that reason. And then I just kind of stormed off, because I was like, it was a bad day for me. I don't snap at people very easily. I really try not to snap, and I don't believe it's the proper way to approach it. Probably not how I should have approached them, but I was terrified in that moment. So, yeah. White wood, we like a challenge? No! Oh. There's a logistical reason why I also don't want to do the white wood, because it's actually going to draw your focus, because it's going to be the lightest color and there's so much of it. It's actually going to draw a lot of your attention if we do the white wood. So I'm not opposed to doing some white wood eventually, but because we're going to have this trying to be our focus, if we do this light, your focus is going to pull here. There'll be lights in these guys, so it will work. And if we have the light, like the walls being a light buttery yellow, for example, there's so little of it, it's not going to pull your attention, particularly if once we line the TV. But if we have this white, it's going to be a lot of focus on this. And to compensate, we'd have to do the kitties really dark. And because we're working with actual references of the kitties, and the kitties also have a lot of white in them, it's actually going to be kind of lost. So there's a legit art reason why we probably won't do white. Yeah. We could maybe buttery yellow. Yeah, no, it's going to be too much yellow, especially with the yellows of the fishies and then the warmth of the cats. I really think pink or purple is actually going to be our best bet. And I think maybe pink? Yeah, because then if we do pink, we could do some features of the actual... Because we've got a lot of decorations down here too to add in colour. So we could actually bring in some purple into the decorations as well. And it'll also help tie things together. I think we're going to trust the gut. Trust the gut. The gut is saying pink. Walking a chonky dog like mine, we take him down to scheduled areas and let him off leash. Exactly. Yeah. And again, like, if we were in an off leash area and he had, like, run up and jumped on me, like, still would have been terrified. But it would have been like, I'm in an area where dogs are allowed off leash. So that's okay. Like, not okay, but, you know, I can't stand on a moral high ground there and be like, where's your dog off leash? Because they're allowed to be off leash in those areas. But had it been, if it was a leashed area, and that's what got me, because I specifically chose those trails because of how terrified I was of dogs at the time. Oh my gosh, it is ad break, which means technically we missed an ad break because I had 2 hours on my ad manager thing. It's a thing. Anyway, so we technically run ads every hour on the channel because it is a reminder to me to stop and stretch and hydrate and do some self-care, where we literally stop what we're doing and we stretch for a while, because it's very important with my arthritis. I do this, and I have a sneaking suspicion I forgot to do this last hour because the ad didn't run last hour. Whoops! But it's going to run now. So take this opportunity to grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you need to make yourself comfortable. I am going to stretch, I'm going to hydrate, and I might even make another cup of coffee. So we're going to put you into the break screen for just a minute, and I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Enjoy the art show. Ooh. Oh my god. Yeah, I definitely haven't moved in an hour. Oh. Right, thank you. I am back here. I am just going to quickly wolf down a piece of toast. Because I have another pill that I need to take, and I need to take that one with food. Otherwise, my stomach is going to be attacking me for ages. Alright. Nothing like wolfing down a piece of toast. I just realised I haven't had anything to eat since 10 a.m. It's there for some candy. Candy's kind of essential on stream. There we go. Right. That pain med's taken with medication, with food, so that it won't eat my stomach alive. But yes, we are back. Thank you for bearing with me as we did both the ad break and the self-care break. I did bathrooms, I hydrated, I stretched, I made a piece of toast, ate a piece of toast, and took meds. I have desk candy. It's just necessary. Yes, I have literal boxes of candy. Like, this one's had a good dent taken out of it. This one's running a bit low, but it's got like a bunch of random pieces in there. And then I have a 1 kg bag of TNT sour chews that I've been working its way through. I have some fruit gummies. I have some sour fruit gummies. I am out of anything chocolate, or like everything I've got is like fruit gummy type stuff, or the Swizzles assorted one, or lollipops. Like, I try to have a balance, and I'm out of like any mini chocolate bars or anything chocolate. But I find if I have piles of candy, when I want something sweet and I eat a couple of pieces, I'm done. If I don't have it in the house, I crave it like candy, crazy. And then when I do finally get access to it, I gorge on way too much of it. So I try to keep a good selection of stuff around. I do have stuff coming on Monday. I found a bunch of stuff that is like the near expiry or clearance. So I found, I don't know what they were called. I think they were called Mondos or something. To me, they seem like the old cool fruit candies. If anyone knows what I'm talking about when I say cool fruit candies, that's what they look like. They look like cool fruits. The description sounds like cool fruits. I am very excited at the possibility that they could be cool fruits. And then because they were nearing expiry, they were like 64% off. So I was like, yes, please. So I had to get 14 bags of them. So I hope they're good. But it was only $20 for this 14 bags of these candies. And if they're like cool fruits, fine by me. And then I have some white chocolate covered Oreos that are coming. That again, because they're like a month to expiry. No, 2 weeks to expiry. It's like, well, the Oreos for starters, like, that's fine. It's not an expiry. It's a best before. So it's fine. I'll take it. I'll take them. So yeah, got them on a massive clearance deal again. And it's 10 boxes of Oreos. So yeah, we got a bit coming. It's just coming on Monday, which is a shame because right now I'm like, I could really do with a cookie with this coffee, and I have no cookies in the house. I returned. Cat walked, coffee got. Excellent. Welcome back, Fud. We have not done a lot. We finished off our fishies, and then we did these two little elements. And we just had an ad break. And now I'm trying to figure out. So I think we're going to do the bookshelf pink. I think that's what I've decided, because we've got orangey browns going in here. And then if we do this pink, and we can do a little bit of lemon yellow around here, which will bring up on the yellows of the fishies. The pink will bring up on the red tones from like the orange and the brown. And I think it'll work all together, you know? And then we can bring in some purple as well for element details, or red. Like, there's tones that we can pick out, but I think we'll do the shelf pink. Like, that's what I'm leaning towards, and that's what's calling out to me, is to do the shelf pink. Trust my art gut. Purple is nice. You like the idea of a purple shelf more? I mean, I do have a purpley pink, so I could do that as well. Because that was the other colour I was debating, was purple. What I actually think I want to do is lavender, but I just don't have the colours. Because this is the one area Polychromos Pencils lack in, is pastel purple. Because purple is also a beautiful complement to orange, so it'll really sing on the orange fur. I suppose if we work the violet, that's about all I can do. Is the lightest I've got is the violet, and it's definitely not a pastel. It's more of an orange, a purple. It would work with the orange though. And then we could bring the pink tones out in the purple as we shade around it, because of course it's wood. It's going to have various tones. I'm just changing my mind again. Yeah, it will be. Unfortunately, though, with the way that I colour the kitties and the excess fur and stuff like that, the kitties need to be done last. Because otherwise, like, I will do, like, the little fur strands and stuff, and then we'll colour over it, and that fur will just blend out. So, kitties are going to be last. But if we do the purple, with the kitties being orange and brown, they're going to pop a lot more, actually. No, we're changing our mind. We're going to do purple. Talk myself into purple. Whoop! Hello! Yeah, and there's a lot of floof as well. There's going to be a lot of work on the floofing, so the kitties have to be last in order to be the proper amount of floof. How are you going, Whoop? It's lovely to see you again. I was wearing your earrings the other day, and they were lovely. $2.49? Yeah. Alright. That, and then we'll bring in our... that, and now we need extenders. Oh my god, you've just like essentially lost your marking that we have a double up of you. I need to find a better way to mark my pencils to be like, yes, I have a spare. I heard? Yes, I'm glad. They were very good. They were very cute. I really enjoyed wearing them. And I didn't irritate too badly from them. I definitely did irritate a little bit. I still got to replace the hooks with the sterling silver non-irritant ones from Mum. But they were comfortable enough for a few hours. I'm doing okay, enjoying lots of naps. Yeah, we're doing the kitties. We're doing the kitties. We're going to do a Tara and an Azrael, and then there'll be a Tana. So, it's going to look super cute. Once I figure out what I'm doing. Do I ever really know what I'm doing? No. Oh, okay. We're good, we're stretched, we took extra pain meds before, we have a fresh cup of coffee, we went to the bathroom, we took other pain meds, and we had a piece of toast. So we are good to go for the hour. Okie dokie, so... now, we should actually decide a light source, because I haven't really done that yet. I just started colouring stuff. Does she indicate? Well, we do have a sharp highlight there. Double highlights there. I feel like we actually have a direct light source, which is some of the worst light sources to do. I could also cover over these light sources that are there and just do my own. I kind of coloured that as if it was getting a bit of light this way, but also I shaded it at the bottom. It should have shading at the top. Wow, Amy. Because it's inside a cupboard, so it's also got shadow from the top. Okay, let's just clean this up slightly. Anyone would think I don't know where my lighting source is, because I don't, because I just coloured it without thinking. Alright, so it's definitely shaded as if it's getting light from the side. So I guess we're doing a right hand side light source, which admittedly is my comfort. I do that all the time. And then the other thing to think about too is that technically the kitties would also have some blue from the TV up here too, if we really want to start getting fiddly with it and do the TV as a light source. Alright, let's go for it. Committing to purple. Committed. It's down. I have this gorgeous wooden shelf in the bedroom that needs a paint like this. It would look so much better if it was painted another colour than just its wood. We're going to need a light colour to blend all this. Actually, what about a baby blue? Like, it's not purple, but there's enough purple around. Maybe the light ultramarine would work. And then we could also pull out a cool grey. It's like our ultimate blender. Sorry, bumping the camera. So for those that haven't been here long or before, I do this a lot. I do talk to myself a lot while doing this and try and mull out what I'm doing in my head. It helps me when I kind of verbalize it and be just talking all this randomness. But feel free to ask like questions or comment on it. Like, it's fine. But yeah, sometimes I'll just keep talking and be like, maybe this, and then we try something and then it will work. Because I don't know what I'm doing 99% of the time. We just kind of make it up and hope for the best. Oh, I think that ultramarine will work. It's not perfect, but it'll help it read. And then if we bring in this cold grey one to help fill in the spots, it's still way more vibrant purple than I was anticipating, but I think it'll work. Alright, now let's get some shading in there and actually make it look proper. Ultramarine is at least a more red tone blue. Yeah, exactly, Whoop. Honestly, I do the same thing. I love hearing your thought process because it gives me ideas too. I'm glad. I'm glad my ramblings are useful. I just kind of muddle my way through and hope for the best, and if it doesn't work, we just try something else. I mean, if worst comes to worst, we'll just like paint over it, or you know, we'll find some way to get over it. I think there's only one piece that I have ruined, and I still am pretty sure I can fix it. I just haven't figured out how I'm going to fix it yet. And that's only because I used a new medium without testing it and closed the book without realizing that it's slightly tacky and therefore the colouring pages stuck to each other. I managed to separate it, but then they ripped. And this is why we have started adding in protection layers to our colouring books. Captions say, I'm glad my rainbows are useful. Captions know the truth. I am a rainbow. I am a rainbow that vomits glitter. And there's nothing better. Now it's interesting, some of these shelves don't have markings as if they were wood. Like some of these shelves are painted different colours, maybe. We aren't doing that though, because that annoys me. We're going to keep it all uniform. Because I'm boring. And also I like cohesiveness. Shade up here, because again our shadows are coming from the top. I think we need to build up a bit more of the mauve. Make our shadows a little bit more dark purple and just grey slapped on top. Oh, that's what I'm missing. I forgot to do the blue. And then cool grey one. Two. Ha 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 ha. while we've got the grey here, we'll just add in some shadows to our plant, just so it's consistent with our other shadows. So cute. So cute. I'm so excited to turn this into kitties. Right. I want a fur baby. I want a fur baby so badly. And all this colouring of fur babies hasn't really helped with my desire to have said fur baby. Tasting like I might need to replace that pod. I keep wanting to take rabbits home. Cute. I thought about, but oh my god, it's a lot to get into. Because like, I can't exactly have a fur baby here. I have no outdoor area. I have nowhere for said animals to go and play outdoors. And yes, I know technically you can have cats as apartment cats, but I'm not meant to have them per my lease anyway. But also I always grew up with cats that could go outside, could run around in the bush, could, you know, I grew up with cats that could go outdoors. So, you know, I want them to be able to run outside if they wanted to run outside. But I thought about getting fish because, like, fish definitely don't need outdoors. And we all know, I love ocean life. I love sea creatures. So for a while there, I did do quite a big of a deep dive into, like, fish or a turtle. A turtle, I was like, oh, a turtle would be cool. Don't get a turtle on impulse, because turtles live for like you literally need to have a plan for when you die with certain turtles, because they will live like 80 to 90 years. Like, you need to have a plan for when you go about what you're doing with said turtle. So yeah, ultimate dream would actually be a tank of jellyfish, because they are just like my hypnotized animal. They're so calming, they're so peaceful, and I just love watching them float. But the amount of work, like even just the cost of getting the specific tanks for fish, it's so much. It's so much. It's not just like a pick up and take care of, and then you've got all the specialized cleaning and like all the stuff involving fish. And like, it's that same thing too of like, if it's a bad day for me pain wise, but the fish have to be taken care of, I need a plan in place to make sure that something can happen to look after said animals. Because on a bad day, like, I can't move, and that's not fair to helpless creatures. So, yeah. The cute fluffy bun buns. Yes, rabbits are adorable. Saltwater tanks. Yes. I wanted a snake for a long time. I was very sad when I learnt that snakes are not allowed in New Zealand at all. Snakes seem pretty chill. But yeah, would still freaking love to get a jellyfish. Instead, I settle for putting on YouTube videos of jellyfish floating in the water to calm music and feel calm. I can probably get you a snake out in the backyard. Oh. You might be able to, Cassie, but yeah, snakes are highly, highly illegal. Like, you're not even allowed snakes in research facilities or zoos or anything. Like, snakes are not allowed in New Zealand, which is good because the amount of native birds that we have, like, it's a good thing. I remember my dad, when I was younger, he told us a story about when he was a child, because he lived next door to Pukekura Park, which is a big massive park here in my hometown. And then one day, as a joke, someone, before the border controls were, you know, a bit tighter, brought in a snake skin from overseas and left it in the park as a joke. And the whole park got shut down, and like it was massive because they were freaking out that a snake had managed to get into New Zealand and escaped border control and was living in the park. And yeah, it was this big massive thing until this guy came forward and admitted it was a joke and he had snuck in a snake skin thinking it would be a funny joke. And like, it wasn't. It really wasn't. Because, yeah, they are just so, they're like against the law here. They're really, you cannot even bring in snake skins. You can't bring in snakes. You can't bring in snake eggs. You can't bring in anything to do with snakes. Of course, we have like sea snakes that are naturally found in the sea, but I think even they're like technically from Australia, and they really don't like doing them either. And they only come across when the tides are right and certain temperature, and it's like, get rid of them. And I mean, eels are kind of a snake, although they're not a snake. But yeah, snakes are a big no-no here in New Zealand. Yeah. I'd love an axolotl, but I know I don't have the room for the required tank side. Oh my god, axolotls are so cute. I have an axolotl colouring page in one of my Kirby books. I'm like, I need to get onto that. Yeah. Getting another Kiwi artist recommended to me. I wonder if it's because I follow a Kiwi artist. Quite pretty colours already. Thank you, Fing. Hello, welcome in. Yes, we do. We have quite a few Kiwis that like to hang out in here. Music, where'd you go? Hello, Spotify. My computer's like, we had enough. Oop. Apparently, my laptop stopped charging there for a while. We have like no battery. Okay. Okay. So sorry. My whole computer has now just frozen. This is not good. Hopefully you can see me because everything's frozen on my screen. It's done this once before. It just has a little freak out. You just have to give it a minute to sort itself out. Stream is still going normal for you, Cassie. Excellent. I can see your chats and I can see your chat coming up. So it's just my computer's just having a little freak out. There we go. I think I have my screen back now. Woohoo! I have my screen back. That's good. Okay, that's a start. Right, let's see if we can get this music sorted. Come on, Spotify. But yes, Fink, welcome in. Sorry, you came in on my whole computer deciding to throw a tantrum. But welcome in. It's cool that I'm getting recommended to you. But yes, I am a Kiwi. I am in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I am technically a colorist. So what I am doing here is I am coloring in a coloring book by the artist Teresa Goodridge. Excellent coloring book. We've been doing a lot in it. It's been really enjoyable. And yeah, I basically just sit here and chill and colour when my computer works properly. I just want music, please. Okay, now you're playing. I'm not hearing anything, but at least I can see you playing. Come on, Spotify. Why are you not playing? Alright, we'll just skip song and see if that helps. There we go. That sounds like we're playing now. There we go. Not particularly comfortable with that comment. That's, yeah. They're just called men if they choose to call themselves men. Oh, I haven't heard music the whole time. Yeah. They are called however they choose to identify themselves. I mean, we all just call ourselves Kiwis here. Like, we're all Kiwis. Yeah. It doesn't matter, like, you just call yourself a Kiwi. I mean, we call the kiwi fruits kiwi fruit. We call the kiwi birds kiwi birds, and we call ourselves Kiwis. So, but I know overseas that the literal kiwi fruit is sometimes just called kiwis, as in that, but we, yeah, we just tend to call them kiwi fruit because a lot of things are called kiwis over here. So it's, yeah, we're Kiwi people, but we don't say Kiwi people. Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah. I can't eat kiwi fruit. I'm allergic to kiwi fruit. Causes my throat and mouth to swell. You like puns? Puns are good. We need Ryder in here. Ryder usually comes in with a bunch of puns. Yeah. Kiwis is the plural we're referring to people, but kiwi is the plural we're referring to birds. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's just like weird Kiwiisms for another use of kiwi. Oh. I'll tell you what, though. I'm still mad when they did the flag referendum that the kiwi shooting lasers out of its eye did not win the flag referendum. That was the coolest flag ever, and it totally should have been our flag. Yes, that was the best flag. And we all know that everyone would have voted for that flag had that been a winner. Yeah. Laser Kiwi is my flag. Yeah. It is winner in my heart. Laser Kiwi was robbed. Well, kiwi bird looks like kiwi fruit though. There is a tendency. It can look similar. There is a lot of like art and iconography of, you know, they do turn a kiwi bird into a kiwi fruit, which, you know, why would you want a postcard of a kiwi bird chopped in half, but it's a fruit inside? Yeah. 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 Justice for the laser kiwi. Oh my god. It would be tiny. It would be absolutely tiny. I don't know if it would read. But I have an emote slot available. And I could find the laser kiwi flag. We could make it a flag emote. And it could be an emote that you could use. Alright, for reference to anyone who hasn't seen it, because you're going to be sitting there like, what are you talking about? So, way back, I think it was 2012, there was a referendum that was held of if we need to change our flag, because our flag is almost identical to several other flags in the Commonwealth. And it was a massive, massive, expensive referendum that, like, nothing came of it. And it was dumb. And it was a waste of money. Because, oh my god, don't you start going dumb on me, computer. They spent, like, millions. I don't want the link. Work properly, please. Open image in a new tab. That one. Open image in a new tab. So for context, this is the laser kiwi flag. Oh, sorry, hit the wrong button. I am hitting all the wrong stuff today. I'm so sorry. We want that one, and I just need to go to the properties of that one, and we want that one. Okay, so, oh, it's massive. It'd be massive. So, this is the laser kiwi flag, which is literally a kiwi shooting lasers out of its eyes. Yeah, and the reason why this came around is as part of this flag referendum, they opened it up to anybody to enter the flag referendum. They put forward and said, make your submissions. And if you search New Zealand flag referendum on YouTube, New Zealand flag referendum John Oliver, he does a segment on the Tonight Show about some of the entries, including this specific entry. But this entry, everyone was like, this is the best entry ever. Like, I think the reasoning was behind it was the silver fern, which is a common New Zealand iconography thing, and then kiwis, and then lasers, because kiwis are cool. Something like lasers are cool or something like that, and everyone would be terrified of us. I can't remember the exact reasoning. All I remember is laser kiwi. Everyone was like, this is the best flag ever. But what happened was they put forward these submissions, and anyone could submit any design, and then they went through and they chose a bunch to go forward as potential options. And the list of what could come through, you can see these designs here. They're very boring and similar, and everyone was just like, huh? And I think there's like one guy that has like 9 or 10 designs in this design list. Like, and that was it. Like, when they put out the official list of what you could vote for, everyone was just like, meh. So when the list came out, it was a case of you could vote for, which ones did you choose? And then they put out a top 5, and it was like, do you want to keep our original flag, or do you want to go for the top 5? And then out of the top 5, like 4 of them were almost identical to our current flag. So most people were like, well, why are we even bothering? And then in the end, everyone was just like, yeah, don't bother about it. All right. Hopefully now. Hopefully. Yay! Oh my god. The whole thing just went... Alright, We're good. So I do apologize because of the reload. No, do we have snoozers? We have snoozers. Perfect. We're going to snooze ads for 15 minutes and that'll line us back up with the hour. Laser Kiwi blew up the stream. Laser Kiwi did blow up the stream. Yeah, no, the whole thing just froze. It was just like, it's not working. And I was closing stuff and they weren't closing. And then I went to try and close the application. And then, like, it said I was still streaming in OBS, but I had you up on my phone because, like, it wasn't working. So I pulled you up on my phone so that I could, like, see chat and see what was going on. And then it told me I was offline on my phone. I'm like, hang on, OBS says I'm still live, but I'm off on my phone. Oh. But yeah. So yeah, it was such a big waste of money, but we got Laser Kiwi as forever and always an iconic part of New Zealand's history. And so now it's like, maybe I do need to make a Laser Kiwi flag, but emotes are so tiny and they're square, so we're gonna, like, it's gonna be tiny, but I can take it and make it to emote size and we'll see if it fits and how it looks, because I can preview it, but it may not read as Laser Kiwi. But it is kind of a crack up emote idea, and it's certainly not one that's around. And it's like, you could definitely go into any Kiwi stream and be like, Laser Kiwis everywhere. Or I just make an emote that's a Kiwi but has lasers shooting out, which would be a lot clearer and could be an option there too. And, you know, if we need a Laser Kiwi emote, I could see that. Because, like, a Kiwi I can do. Yeah, just a Kiwi rather than the whole flag. Exactly. Like, the Kiwi with the laser could be easy enough. But I just love it. I love how, like, ridiculous it is. But yeah, had that actually been available as one to select, you'll know we would have gone for Laser Kiwi. No, it looks like I've got a list of things to do after stream now. If I wasn't 100% confident, Photoshop would also crash my PC right now. I would do it in Photoshop in front of you all, but Photoshop and streaming? No way. I swear the Laser Kiwi flag was made by a former Hacked member too. Really? I can't remember. I'm going to have to find the YouTube video that John Oliver made, because it's a really good video to explain it. And shows some of the awesome flag options that came forward. If somebody wants to find the YouTube link and feels free to finds it, feel free to drop it, because it's very funny. It's very, like, again, I'm pretty sure this was like 2012 that they did the referendum. Like, I'm sure it was around 2012 or so, so, you know, it's going back a bit. Oh, excuse me. Alright, I need to close some stuff. That's part of the problem. I have too many tabs open. It's 2015 to 2016. There you go. It's not as far back as I remember. It's still far back though. It felt like it was that long ago. I know, time is weird. It's like, you know, it's that joke of like the 80s was 20 years ago, because it feels like, you know, when you say 20 years ago, you should be saying the 80s, but you're not. You're actually saying the early 2000s. Because, yeah. Because, scarily enough, we be rather old. So sorry anyone that follows me on a couple of platforms, because now we're going to get a bunch of auto messages back of I'm still streaming. Oh, now all the Discord ones went out. It's been a while since we've had a dropout midstream though, and at least it wasn't because of my internet this time like it was the last few times when we were battling like crazy. This time it was just my PC literally overloaded. Sandwich! Yay! Yes, we made it back. Gotta love a system crash. Poor little laptop. She's working hard. She's very warm. She's working hard. I'm a little worried about the battery though, so I'm just going to keep watching because I don't know why it's so low. Like it's on plugged in power, but it's at 36%. Like it's never been off charge, so I don't know. It's still at 36%, but also why is it dropping down to that on consistent wall power? I'm really liking this Creative Haven coloring, so I think I'm going to buy the book. Yay! Never convert. Never convert. Exciting. I mean, Creative Haven is a deep dive. Like, there are thousands of Creative Haven. There's a lot. There's a lot. So, I really would recommend signing up for the Dover email if you don't mind getting an email from them. Because every once in a while they do send out an email, and the amount of coloring pages that are listed in there is huge. But then also, like, to find the one that I dropped for you before, Cassie, all I did was search Home for the Holidays, Creative Haven, Dover, sample. So title of book, Creative Haven, Dover, sample. And that will take you to the sample page on the Dover website. So, yeah. It's there's like every book basically has a selection of samples, so you can also have a good look inside each book that way to see if it's a book that you would like. Because I had, I think it's called Fantiful Faces, available to buy at one of my local suppliers. It was really cheap, and I was like, maybe. And so I went and looked for the sample of it, and I was like, oh no, that's not a book I want. So yeah, that's quite a good handy little tip too. Yeah, there's a lot of really, really gorgeous ones out there. But yes, after all that fun time and all that mucking around, we are about to head into our next hour's ad break. So again, we do run these every hour on the channel to guarantee that we get a good stretch in. I can't believe that in an hour I have done 4 inner shelves. I mean, we got a little distracted by some things, but also Laser Kiwi was worth it. Even if it did crash my computer, Laser Kiwi was worth it. So yes, we are going to run this ad break. I am going to do 3 minutes of solid stretching. For those of you going to Adland, thank you so much. I do apologize about this, but this is your opportunity to self-care. It's very important for me to keep my body pain-free that we do this. So even if I didn't have to run an ad break, we would do this anyway. But yes, let's get these ads started, and I will see you in 3 minutes. Oh. Oh gosh. Okay, there we go. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. This is also where I try to, if I have to check anything on my phone, I try to do it in the ad break. Oh. Stretch, stretch. That's all checked up. Whoops, sorry, hitting the mic. Oh, while we're up, do we want any candy? I want a cookie. That's what I really want, but I have no cookies. Oh, where'd it go? No idea. No idea where that just flinged to. Fun. Oh. Okay, we'll have to find that later. Goodie. Ooh, I love when that happens. Not. Something dropped on the floor and I just cannot see it for the life of me. Anyway, welcome back. Thank you to everybody who went to Adland for us. It's always very much appreciated. My back definitely feels a lot better now. So let's get this done. So yeah, especially on these like long days where I do longer streams, like on Sunday Fun Day, because I can. It does really help to have those hourly stretches and really stops me being in a lot of pain. And it may not look like we've done a lot of progress, but actually we have, because like we got the entire screen coloured. We're now getting a bunch of the background done. Chai! Hello! Welcome in. Chai, you missed a whole massive discussion about laser kiwi. Chai has insisted I eat some candy. Do you have a specific request? I have sour gummies, normal gummies, sour TNT chews, lollipops. That's about it. And then I've got some other random bits and pieces, but those are the easiest ones to describe. Any specific one I should be eating? Lollipop, lollipop, lollipop. We're gonna have a skull lollipop. It's a skull. Welcome back in, Chai, and thank you for redeeming those good vibes to everyone. I hope everyone is feeling the good vibes that Chai is sharing to you. Thank you for the candy. I just had an intense little dance session just to put some pep into the end of the day. That sounds like an excellent way to end the day. I do seat dancing. I do the seat wiggles. Hope you're doing really well. We're working on, of course, more kitties. More kitties. More kitties. And yeah, we ended up going onto a bit of a side tangent talking about laser kiwi. And so now I think my emote slot that I have open, we might have to make that laser kitty. Laser kitty. Also appropriate. Laser kiwi. This one's a bit awkward because there's a lot of stuff to work around. The laser kiwi flag from the flag referendum. That's the laser kiwi we're talking about. And how laser kiwi should have been our flag. Intense dance sessions are my versions of zoomies. Oh. It sounds like an excellent way to do it. It's really fun to be on the walking frame and be like, zoomies! And just like zoom around places. Right, blue. I hope everyone has had a good Sunday or Saturday if it's, you know, behind. Most people are behind New Zealand in terms of the international date line. But I hope everyone's had a glorious day so far. Mine, of course, has been very wonderful. Playing video games and then now colouring. I did have to use a walking frame for a while actually after I broke my leg in 2020, but it was four-legged rather than four-wheeled. Yeah, I know the walking frame that you're talking about. But I did go zoomies in my wheelchair whenever I could. Yeah. It's like one of the few perks is when you can go zoomies. It's a lot easier to go zoomies on when I get the gutter frame walking frame instead of the Zimmer frame. Because that one, instead of using your hands to balance, you use your whole arm. So it's a lot more supportive and it's less work on my hands. And when I see the rheumatologist, which I need to ring the hospital tomorrow and confirm, because they still haven't confirmed which is my actual appointment time, because they've sent me 3 different times now. One of the things I want to talk to them about is actually, because I keep on losing sensation in my hand, if I would be able to switch back to the gutter frame until we can get my hands sorted, because I lose balance on my hands and I trip over a lot. But I don't go to anyone about this because I'm able to pick myself up off the floor and just carry on. But I know it's a potential issue. So it's like, well, if I'm losing sensation in my hands and I need my hands to balance on the gutter frame, perhaps we should switch frames for a while. Use my hands to balance on the Zimmer frame. Maybe we should switch to the gutter frame for a while so that I don't have to use my hands so much. I'm using my upper arms. But also, yeah, rheumatologist isn't the greatest, so we'll see. As long as I get an MRI booked for my hands, that's all I care about. So I just want them to look into my hands and confirm what's going on. I'll try. That's essential. I miss the days of pushing a shopping trolley. I keep meaning to one day go in and see if these, because these certain trolleys that they have, they're designed to clip onto a wheelchair, and I should see if it actually clips onto my gutter frame, because, but also when I do the groceries, like, I purposely only take what I can load onto my gutter frame, because it also means that's all I can carry around with me to go back home. So that's sort of like my inbuilt limit, is if it can't be carried on and in the gutter frame, then it's not getting purchased. Which does make it difficult some days, particularly if you need to do like a big grocery shop. Which, unfortunately, is something I'm going to have to do coming up, because we are very much in clear out the cupboards activation this week. Which is good. It doesn't hurt to, like, get to that point in your cupboards where you have to kind of scrounge around and see what you can make out of what you got. It's good to use up all the stuff in the cupboards. But in turn, then you have to restock all the cupboards. When I was making my coffee before, I did note, though, that I do still have shin ramen, so we can make some ramen for dinner if I want to do the shin ramen. I hope you enjoyed it, sandwich. We'll have to try and see if we can find you some of the other types. The, when I get some spare money, I have to go up to the Asian shop, the Asian supermarket up the road from me, see you, because they have a bunch of glorious stuff that I need to stock up on anyway. But they have the Bulldog extra hot spicy sauce. So if anyone knows the Bulldog, I think it's Bulldog. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. But it's a very specific time of ramen that a lot of people were using for like their spicy ramen challenges and stuff like that. And they now put the sauce out separately as well. And I'm like, I might need that sauce to add to stuff. Okay, it's hair wash day and I've been putting it off long enough, so I'm going to lurk and get myself organised for work tomorrow. Heck yes. All good, Cassie. I fully understand the hair wash issue. I'm the same as well. I put it off as long as possible. But thank you so much for being here. It's been lovely seeing you and all your glorious colouring. And I can't wait to see what you've been up to today. And I'm sorry for making you another Creative Haven convert and possibly making you spend money. Yes, the one with the fire-breathing chicken. But yeah, you have a lovely rest of the day, hun. And thank you so much for being here. Hopefully we'll catch you again soon. Yeah, I know the packet design. I can't explain their cheese one, the carbonara, the pink packet one. But I like cheese very much in general. Yeah. It's funny because I don't actually like cheese flavored ramens a lot of the time. But I don't mind adding cheese too. It's something new that I've discovered. But I tried it with Shin ramen once because I was like, okay, I'll try it. And it was like, oh, I get it. But I also like spicy ramen, so the cheese takes away a little bit of the spice, but it does bring out a different flavor in it. Yeah. The yellow one? Okay. Also, hi, Mummy! So, for all our new friends in chat, Kiwi Mum Tammy is my literal mummy. Hey, Mum. How you doing? How's your Sunday been? Different brand, usually for the cheese one, though. Poldo. Okay, I'll have a good look at it. I mean, gosh, we all know I love ramen. These, a black packet one that I like to get, that's this glorious like black garlic and pork broth ramen. So good. It's not spicy at all, but it's just delicious ramen. It's really good. The broth is amazing. I've definitely tired myself out though, so I'll call it an evening here too. Glad I could stop by and say hi though. I'm glad you could too, Chai. Thank you always for popping in. So glad that you could pop in even just for a little bit. And thank you for the candy redeem. I am enjoying my lollipop. Hi, tired. Been up since 6 a.m. Yeah. I had an alarm set for 6 a.m. because it was meant to be D&D this morning. I turned off said alarm, rolled over and immediately fell back asleep. So I guess I needed the sleep. The roof sprung a leak in the bathroom? Damn. Oh gosh. Well, I'm glad Uncle John can come around and have a look because that's not good. But also with the heavy rain today, kind of not surprised like that a leak would show today. But also, eesh, that's not good. It's a good rounded flavor. That's the main thing. Like, for me, like, the noodles are good in ramen, but I like ramen for the broth. It is all about that broth. I want a good soup. That's why I like ramen, because it is soup, and I love soup. Soup is a very easy food on my tummy. So, you know, it's just noodle soup. And so, yeah, like, if a packet is like, they're all like, oh, but the noodles are so good. I'm like, meh, it's the flavor of the broth. I would rather have a good flavored broth. And It doesn't have to be spicy because I can add in my own spices. I mean, I make my own chili oil. I have chili crisp. I have all sorts of stuff. Like, making a soup spicy is not an issue, but getting that base flavor right is. So it's like, do the soup right. Yeah, dripping through the light. Eesh. Perhaps don't turn the light on, please. I don't want to get a phone call that you've ended up in the hospital after electrocuting yourself. But also, if you hurt yourself, please ring an ambulance. Look after yourself. Have you got a torch or something for using the bathroom when it gets really dark? So you don't have to turn on the light? Or you know how to use your cell phone as a torch? Because I'm pretty sure your cell phone has a torch feature. I mean, it should. It's fancier than mine. No, John said no lights. No, John said too, no lights. So peep by candlelight. Oh. Okay, you know your phone is a literal torch, right? Like, you have a torch on your phone. I'm sure you have a torch on your phone because your phone is a more modern version of my one. Let me just get rid of any notifications on my phone. Excuse me while I just show Mum this. So, that menu up the top where we can turn on the Wi-Fi and the mobile data in your hotspot for the mobile, FPOS, there should be a torch button as well. So mine is just here, and it turns my phone into a torch. You should have that same button. It may not be in the exact same space, but you should have a torch feature on your phone. And again, you just drag it down from the top, and in that same menu, you should have a torch feature. Please do be careful because I'm pretty sure nobody in my chat wants to hear that, you know, we can't have Mummy at the stream anymore. We can't have Dad in the stream anymore, so... Because my dad used to join us in stream too every once in a while. Yay! Go, Mum! Look at that. So yeah, there you go. You've got an emergency torch on you at any point. And you can also turn up the brightness and stuff by going into the torch settings. So you can also make it super duper bright. Probably on default 50%, but hopefully it's on its brightest. No worries. See, this is why it's good to come hang out. Always happy to. It's like, I know how hard it can be sometimes for new technology. I mean, gosh, me trying to figure out stream stuff. Like, I have no clue what I'm doing, and the only way I know is because I have people come in and be like, oh, you this. Like, you know, new technology is scary, so happy to. Dakota Loggins, hi, I'm new here. Hope you don't mind the sudden pop in. Absolutely not. We are always welcome new people in here. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day so far. A good Saturday or Sunday, depending on your time zone. But hi, welcome in. We've had a lot of new friends come in today. It's really cool. Apparently I'm being recommended, which, I mean, cool. But yes, welcome in. So, I don't know how you stumbled across us, but it's so cool to see. We're just working on a colouring page. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yes, so we're working on a colouring page by Teresa Goodridge, who is a very cute illustrator and is kind of my current colouring book obsession. Yeah, she does some really gorgeous lines. So we're working in a book called It's a Cat's World. It's literally a colouring book of cats. I just looked up colouring because I love watching people colour. Heck yes. Yeah, I love the fact that more and more people are coming to Twitch for colouring. Because I've been colouring on here for like a year and a half now, a couple years since I started streaming again back on here. Like, I used to do my art back in the day, but we've been doing colouring for about a year and a half now. In fact, no, closer to 2 years, because it was... Yeah, it's closer to 2 years now since I've been streaming solidly again. Damn. But yeah, it's really cool that there's now like a little colouring community that it's starting to build up, and I'm finding more and more people streaming colouring on Twitch, and I get so excited whenever I discover a new person colouring on Twitch. So, yay! Yes, this is what we do here. We do a lot of colouring. We just finished off this one. This one was super, super fun. It's super cute. Made everybody want cake, and I'm so sorry. And this one has been coloured like my mum's cat Shadow, who is Kiwi Mum Tammy in the chat. It's my literal mum. So that's her cat Shadow. And that's another one that we finished recently. We really have been deep diving into this book. It's another one I finished off recently, like in the last week and a bit. But the one we're working on now, if I can find where it went. There it is. This one we're actually colouring like random buds cats. I have some references and they're super, super cute, and it's perfect because then I don't have to think about the cat colours. And yes, at any point if you're looking for colouring and you want to try colouring yourself, this page, not this page, but this book in particular, there is a bunch of pages that are out for free thanks to Creative Haven, because that's what they do. So if you do !project, it will actually come up with a link to get 6 of these pages from the book for free, that Dover, the publisher, officially puts out, which is pretty cool. You want them all? Well, you could just, like, I will get a colouring book for you. You can colour them yourself. You have the power, Mummy. You can colour yourself, you know. Do, do, do. Enough practice, enough patience. You could, but I do understand that. But also, it would be your colouring then. And it would be your fun times. I know, I really freaking love colouring. Like, when I streamed my art, don't get me wrong, it's fun to stream your art. It's fun to do your own art. But the colouring was always my favourite part. And then... like, it really is something about it, like knowing that if I screw up, for example, we can get another copy of the lines, or like getting to just play with some of my favorite mediums and it doesn't matter because it's just about chucking down the colors, like getting to interpret other people's line work. There's something about coloring that is truly magical to me, and I really, really enjoy doing it, but also for me mentally, it just helps me out so much. Like, I get an itch if I don't get to spend time coloring, because I'll just come to the desk, pull out all my pencils and sit here, and it's like the world stops spinning, and it's just like everything comes down to the pencil stroke. It's like I can just stop and focus on the pencils, focus on the strokes, focus on the colors, and then it's like all this noise around me goes away, And then if something is rattling in my brain, suddenly it gets a moment to come to fruition because there's nothing else around. So it gives you a chance to just focus on what you need to focus. And so when I don't get to colour, it really is quite a bad, like, it is not great for me because it really just is such a powerful tool for my mental wellness. And I feel it when I don't get to colour. And that's why I love sharing it, because it's such a simple tool, but it's so effective. And I'm not saying it's going to be that for everyone. I'm not that, you know, I'm not like, this is a one size fits all cure. No. Because there are people out there who don't want to, who need more noise or need more chaos, or, you know, like people who want, the people who watch like 16 streams at once. Which sometimes I do, but most of the time I really only like to focus on one. I might be lurking in others, but I like to focus on one. Like sometimes people need that company of a lot of streams and stuff like that. The people who stream while they're watching streams is what gets me. I'm just like, I can't, it's too much noise. I don't even like music with words in it. Because I have enough trouble with the words as is, and all the words going around in here, and I don't need words coming from here. Right, we have a hydrate. Thank you, Dakota, looking after me. I claim some water, or tea, whatever you can drink. We can drink water. We keep water beside us. I also have black coffee, so it's still hydrating, but hydrate gets pure water. Thank you for the hydrate. Much needed. I have to colour with Sharpies. I can't stand to colour with anything else. I don't know why. I can understand that because the Sharpies do a beautiful flat colour. And it's also really quick to colour. Sharpies are fun. I do get that. So, I do fully get that. Also, how do you console an English teacher? There. Oh, Ryder. Hello. How are you going, hon? Thank you for the good vibes. Everyone feel that good vibes delivered through a pun. Welcome in. How's things going for you today? Where are more kitties? More kitties. Oh, we have another redeem. Dakota would like to remind everyone to take their meds. This proves interesting, because I usually use the timer of stream to tell me when I last took my meds. So we went live. We played game for a while. We went live at 11:45, and then I took my meds. I'm gonna say between and then we took. Yeah, we took our meds at 11:30, and then we took our meds just before 4, which means we're due just before 8, so we're due at the end of the hour. This is why the redeem is here, because it makes us stop and think. And then I took my other meds at the last ad break when I went and had a quick bite to eat. I'm telling you, we also need to get a laundry check. Like a redeem to be like, have you got washing in the machine? I do not have washing in the machine right now, but also notorious for leaving washing in the machine. Yeah, unfortunately, our stream crashed when we were looking at the laser kiwi flag from the flag referendum that was held here in New Zealand. Laser kiwi crashed my PC. It's just too powerful a flag. I was just looking at one of my digital artworks. It took me 57 hours. Yep. Yep. It can do that. Art takes a long time. It's easy to get lost in like the big details too, and then it's like, where did 6 hours go? I've worked on 1/5 of it. One of the pieces that we finished off recently, which was a big double page spread by Kanuko Ego Sa of Halloween critters at a party. That one took 88 hours all up. I know one piece of art that I did back when I was doing my own art. I drew a tiger and colored a tiger, and I know that one took over 120 hours because I had 120 hours worth of footage that I like sped up ridiculously fast to turn into a YouTube video. And I'm back. Welcome back, Marilyn. It's lovely to see you, hun. What kind of games do you play? I don't play a lot of games, but every once in a while we do. We actually played a game earlier today. So I like very chill, cozy games, narrative-focused games. So a lot of Stardew, Fae Farm, Lego games. I like Lego games. I also really like Detroit Become Human and any sort of narrative-focused story teller game. We were playing Growing Up earlier today. And that's very cute. I do enjoy that. Yeah. What about Slime Rancher? I've never played it. I'm guessing that you're a farmer of slime? I feel like you would enjoy playing Stray. Is that the one about the cat lost in the city? It is a cat game? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one's on my wish list. It looks so cute. And you get to play as a kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Dun, 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 dun. I love cats. Yeah, you're in good company here. Like, dogs are cool too. We like all forms of animals, but I'm definitely more of a cat person. And I know we've got a few cat people in here. But even if you're not a cat person, you're still welcome. Just understand I will go kitty, 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 kitty a lot of the time. So, one of the sad facts about my apartment is I can't have a fur baby. If I wasn't terribly allergic, I would be a cat person. That's absolutely fair. Because allergies are no fun. I had 3 cats and 2 died. Yeah. One crawled in my lap once and I had hives for a week, but it was worth it. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I don't know if Mum is still there. No, not the naked mole cats. There are another type of cat, because I know Mum was looking into, or maybe I'm thinking of the dogs, because Mum's technically allergic to cats too. All I remember is like Mum's obsession with Tweegers, which are like little cats that are bred to look like tigers. They're like toy tigers. They're so cute. But I feel like there is a couple of breeds where their fur is not your normal fur, and so it's okay for people with allergens, but it could be thinking of the dogs, because there's definitely like a specific breed of dogs where their fur is not dog fur, it's actually more like sheep fur, so it's okay for people with dog allergies. But it also depends if you're allergic to the cat or you're allergic to the grass as the cat's rolling. Yeah. But yeah, it's also as you say, it's not the right time. And that's a big thing too. Like, it's the same reason, I'm not allowed pets where I am. Even if I was allowed pets, I don't know if I still would, because if something happens and I flare up really badly, I can't take care of said animal, and that's not fair. It's not fair on the animal. So if I was to get like a pet, it would also need to be with a plan in place. If I fall and have to go to the hospital, or if I am having a bad swell day and I can't simply even walk to the kitchen to open up a can of cat food, or it's a bad day and I can't even open said can of cat food, I need a plan in place to make sure that there's someone there to look after said animal. I think that's really important. So yeah, that's also part of it for me, Marilyn. Again, I'm not allowed pets, but I'm also in a tiny apartment, and I've grown up with cats being able to have plenty of space and run around, and yeah, it just seems like mean. It's okay, I just live vicariously through Mum and her cats. Her cat/cats. I just pulled that shadow color way too far down. Oopsies. Got distracted talking about kitties and I did the colors in the wrong order. It's okay. It's fine. We'll work with it. It's only the inner of the shaft. We've still got the outer of the shaft to do. Animals are a blessing. Same kids. Yeah. Anytime I go down, I want to go and look at cats. I just have to walk down the street. They like to hang out on the lawn and I wave at them from far away. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I wish we had like a cat cafe or something where I could go in and get like a cup of coffee and just cuddle a bunch of cats and then be like, cool, peace, I'm out, and then go home. All the fun of cuddling all the kitties, but then none of the cleanup. And coffee. Yeah, we don't have one in my town, but they seem wonderful. We've got a friend who works at one, and oh, it looks good. I love colouring, but I hate it at the same time because when I'm colouring myself, if I get outside of the lines, I get so mad. No, it happens though, Dakota, and there's ways that you can work around it. But also, like, I still get outside the lines all the time. It happens. And so, either, like, because if you're working with Sharpies, like using a paint pen or something to cover up where you've gone outside the line, or you can just thicken the line, or you just have a cool feature outside the line. Like, it happens. It's part and parcel. I mean, technically, some of this is outside of the line that we did up there. In fact, we covered most of the lines up there. Yeah. It happens, and you either find a way to work with it, or find a way to cover it up. Most of the time, I just work with it. Alright, so that's our inner mostly done. We probably still need to go in and do some shading and stuff like that, but it at least will help with that part so far. Cool. Alright, so again, if we're working this way, keeping in mind that we would be a bit lighter on the outside of our purple wooden display case. Sharp is looking wicked cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, the purple was a good choice. I still got to go in and define some of these a bit, and I might pull out some black and just darken, especially after we do some of the outside bits, because I think it's going to get a bit light. But we'll find out when we start working on it. I get so mad I just throw the whole paper away and start over with a new one, or give up completely. Ugh. But if you just throw it away, you're never going to push yourself to figure out a way to either work with it, fix it, or embrace it. So, yeah, gouache is another good one. Gouache is wonderful for covering stuff up, if you want to go that route. Paint pens, or freehand design outside the line. There's a lot of options, and it can force you to, like, try and work on your creativity and how to approach your page. But at the same time, there's also nothing wrong with, like, I just want to try and smash out as many pages as possible, and you're just colouring for the mindlessness of it. And if that's the case, that's fine. But also, like, perfectionism. It doesn't have to be perfect. Again, the only wrong colouring is not colouring. So the fact that you're doing any colouring in itself is valid colouring. Yeah. Yeah. Gouache is a it's like an acrylic paint, but it can be watered down to almost like a watercolor, but it's more opaque. So you can apply it on, and it's quite because it's like not as transparent. It's quite thick. You can sort of use it to cover up mistakes. So a bit of white gouache can be really useful to cover up edges of a white paper. Yeah. Yeah, opaque watercolor or acrylic. It is a very useful tool. It's also quite fun to play with. I did have an idea for painting a page in gouache. Also another way to add highlights and details if you don't have the right color in Posca. But you have to have a very fine brush. Yeah, I got given a calendar that you could color in, but I gave it to your mum since I wasn't coloring in it. Well, that's good. Like, if she's got a use for it. It's better than it's sitting there not being used at all. Yes, I've heard the PH Martin's ink is amazing for that. That opaque white. Even there's a Winsor & Newton one that apparently is quite good as well. Their white ink apparently isn't bad, but it's like a specific one of their white inks, and I can't remember which one it is. I'd have to look at the labels again. The only inks I have are the Liquitex acrylic inks. which I do enjoy every once in a while, but I mostly use them in like abstract form on backgrounds and stuff like that, so I'm using them a bit odd. Why am I working with the shadow color straight away? My gosh, Amy. Wow. Okay. That might have just... Well, it makes sense that it's the lighter side, so if the side's a little extra dark, it's okay, we'll work with it. Like, I work dark to light, but I try to leave, like, the dark shadow color till the very last. Tiny, tiny sections. I'm more of the illustrator instead of the colorer, and that's awesome. Like, there's some really amazing illustrators out there. I mean, obviously I appreciate it. I collect coloring books. They're essentially illustrators. Yeah, there's something magical about just flicking through uncolored lines in a coloring book and just being like, oh, what would I do here? What would I do here? And I really appreciate, like, when artists seeing artwork that people work on where it's just black and white lines, because it's something I couldn't do. Like, I have tried drawing some coloring pages back in the day, and I do have plans to try again, but it's not my comfort zone. Like, colors are my comfort zones. One day I would love to produce my own coloring book. I'd also love to color a children's book, like, or, you know, some sort of illustration book or something where, not that I've drawn it, but I've just been the colorist for someone. So someone else draws and sketches everything, and then I just get to color it. And someone else writes it, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, there's not really many colorists per se. These, like, illustrators, but colorists is a bit different. Yeah. I wish I could subscribe to you. Buy it. Aw. Blah, blah. I know words. It's okay, like, just you hanging out here, that's more than enough support. I get it. Money's tight. And subscriptions on Twitch, like, it's all good. Just being here and hanging out is always more than enough. Yeah, the Winsor & Newton one is like a drawing pen, which isn't the same. It's way too weak. Okay, good to know. Are you a fan of Doom Fruit? Of course I'm a fan of Doom Fruit, Marilyn. That's how we met. No, I, unfortunately, his Wednesday reference streams are my Thursdays, and Thursdays I have something on, so I miss those streams. I did see the references, though. I do look at the references. I am thinking if I ever do get a chance to participate, it would be a good way to push myself to try something. Occasionally I can pop in. Thank you for the stretch, Dakota. Occasionally I can pop in and see what people are up to and stuff like that. But yeah, the actual live stream itself is like Thursday is my day. I usually have stuff. But there's some really gorgeous stuff that's done. And they're really cool references too. It's 'cause you're in the future, yeah. Yeah, well, like, the Friday art show is my Saturday. So, but it's just part and parcel. Yeah. I do have a plan in mind for approaching a colouring page idea. Like, I've technically done one because I did one for, I help out with the Fate of Ison D&D live stream and doing a bunch of stuff for them. And, like, I still do draw. It's not how I used to draw, but I do still draw. I do still try to do little things. But yeah, it's still just, it's not my comfort zone, and I still love colouring, that's it. Coloring is everything for me. I just love the coloring. I love the coloring. Yeah, art shows are great. I really try to be there for the art show because it really is such a wonderful thing. Like, Doom is a really talented artist, and it's awesome to see what he does. But then also the community that he's built up, and it's the vibes of everything there. It really is a wonderful space to hang out in. So, but yeah, it's around the Friday art show is about the only time that I can actually hang out there for. But I love it, and I get to meet so many cool people and just find all these wonderful creatives. And I should actually, so everyone knows who we're talking about, like a good streamer, Doomfruit Art. There we go. That is another excellent art space on the Twitches to hang out in, but also a really supportive, encouraging space. On Fridays, or Saturday, New Zealand time, there is the Friday Art Show, which is a really amazing community-focused time where Doom will literally go through a whole channel on his Discord dedicated to what people have uploaded to share. It's just a celebration of people's creativity. It's not about putting up your best work or your even finished work. It's just about celebrating creativity and what people get up to, and it's so cool to see. There's already such a variety in there. Yeah. Does anyone watch anime? Because I'm completely new to it and willing to try to get into it. I unfortunately do not, Dakota. I do not. Yeah. I am a reviewer of fountain pen ink every day, and I've reviewed over 1,000 inks in the last 3 years, and I've when it comes to putting ink into pens. Wednesday reference when he picks up a picture reference. Yeah. Reference Wednesdays are also really cool when you look at some of the different arts. Yeah. I've worked with thousands of pencils over the years, and I still get nervous sharpening them sometimes. Yeah. It's like, or, I say about just going for it with coloring, but then I'll go to start a page and I'm like, oh, I don't want to ruin the page. It's like, you're not going to ruin the page. You can replace the page if you need to replace the page. It's not the end of the world if you don't get the page perfect, but there's still that fear in the head sometimes, and it's like, this is silly. It's a coloring page, It's that pressure that we put on ourselves, even though there's no reason to have this pressure here, and nobody's pressuring us except for ourselves. Right, we're gonna end this here, which means we could have actually, in fact, I've done it in 2 different directions around here. Oh goodness, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. We're just going to kind of block that out entirely, because we apparently have done 2 different directions there. Good job, Amy. Nothing like keeping it consistent. And that means that would technically be across there. Okay. That'll kind of work. We'll just drag the lines up a little bit. What is One Piece? I watched the live action remake of One Piece when I was at Samsara's. I did enjoy that. I'd never seen the anime. I enjoyed the live action remake. I've watched some Pokemon and I've watched some Sailor Moon. That is my anime experience. Oh, and it's not classic anime, but if you count Studio Ghibli in there, Studio Ghibli. But yeah, I don't specifically watch a lot of anime. I'd watch it if it's like appealing to me. I don't know, it just never comes up in my searches. Maybe it should. It's not like a whole like, oh, I don't want to watch anime. It's just more, if I don't have access to it, I don't watch it. And a lot of the times I don't have access to a lot of stuff because I don't have a lot of like platforms to watch stuff on. Because when I do sign up for these services, I only sign up for one at a time, and then I'll watch for a few months, and then I'll move on to the next platform. So, and it's probably getting about time that we cancel Amazon, but also then I lose my free Prime sub on Twitch, and the Prime sub is the same price as the Amazon subscription, so I might as well keep the Amazon subscription and get the Amazon plus the free Prime sub anyway. That's like, okay, well, in which case we're just essentially then trying to justify adding in another subscription service. It's like, really can't justify it, so we'll just stick with Amazon. It's cheap, it's not great, but it does the job. Most of the time I just watch YouTube anyway. How long are you staying live tonight? Tonight we go until I don't feel like streaming anymore. Sunday Fun Day is basically I start when I want, I do what I want, I end when I want. I have gone 18 hours in the past. We started at 11, just before 11 a.m. this morning. It's just about 8 p.m. here in New Zealand for context, so we've been going about 9 hours. Our internet did drop out for a while there, so yeah. Usually I stream Tuesdays and Fridays starting at 10 a.m. New Zealand time, and then we go to about 2 on Tuesdays and Fridays, which is most people on the other side of the time zones. It's usually their Mondays and Thursdays. Yeah, the 18 was a lot. It was a lot. It was to finish off a page, though. I said I was going to stream until it was done, and I did. What is happening? Spotify's having tantrums today. Uh-oh. Are we going to crash again? Please don't crash again. We had a full computer crash before. Have you thought about doing a 24? Maybe. So I help out with a... Oh, that's why I was getting a notification. That's why your processing struggles. I help out with a charity stream that streams for 24 hours. And I am essentially for that I'm up for 24 hours, even if I'm not live for 24 hours. Yeah, it's a lot. The 18, that was the longest that I have done. So before then, the longest I'd done was about 12. So yeah, 24 could be coming up. It takes a bit of planning on my end. It needs to be a stream day that lines up with my natural injection cycle, because I take an injection every 10 days. And when I take that injection, that's when I'm in the least amount of pain and the least amount of inflammation. So got to line up with that in terms of the timing, and then it would also have to be obviously a day where I haven't got a couple hours of work and stuff. Yeah, it's possible, and it might be something I do in the future, particularly if I do like a charity stream or something. But it's got to be timed right with my body. love your blue hair, by the way. Thank you. It's very faded. It's normally more of a navy blue, but we're definitely more into the faded stage now. So just a heads up, we are about to head into an ad break. So we do run these ad breaks every hour because of my inflammation in the body. And this just helps the pain not overwhelm me. So we're going to do a little stretch. I just did a hydrate before. We're going to drop the pencils for 3 minutes and stretch. And I'm very sorry about those of you heading to Adland. But we do appreciate you doing this for us so that I can have my 3-minute self-care reminder. So make sure you take this opportunity to stretch and hydrate, grab meds. It's medication time. I did say it before. Medication time. We'll do that too. Make sure you do your self-care and we'll see you all in 3 minutes. Dakota, I will answer your question when we come back from the ads because it's not a question to rush through. But I see your question. Right, let's get that ads started and start our stretches. Oh my god. Whew. Oh. Oh, there's the clicks in the body. Whew. Oh my goodness. All the stretches. All the stretches. All right. Whew. All the stretches. Well, we got a bit more done in that hour. Considering it's taken us 2 hours just to do the shelf so far. Oh, goodness. You return, welcome back. We are just in the ads. We have about 15 seconds left in ads and then we're all done. Welcome back. Ooh, having a good stretch. 4, 3, 2, 1. That was sure an ad break. Oh no, did you get hit? Did you get hit with the full dose, the full 12 ads? Yes, we should all be back from ads now. Thank you so much for allowing me to take that time to stretch and look after my body. I do appreciate it. It really does help with the pain, which per the question from Dakota that we had before we went to ads, which I'm more than happy to talk about, but it's just a it's a slightly longer topic than 30 seconds before an ad to shove it in there. But yeah, the short form is I have an autoimmune inflammatory arthritis called ankylosing spondylitis. It's a mouthful. There is a little bit below the stream about it, but basically what it is an autoimmune response my body has to when I get sick. So most people, when they get sick, your body responds by sending out antibodies to fight whatever's making you sick, to send it on its way. My body sends out the antibodies, but they get lost and confused, and instead of going and attacking whatever's making me sick, they turn around and attack my healthy body. And then sometimes my body just puts them out for no good reason, because it's like everything's an illness, everything's making you sick, attack everything. So yeah, my body's a little confused and haywired and attacking all the wrong things. And so what this means is the ankylosing spondylitis actually refers to inflammation of the spine, and that's where it does target most people. So it starts with you just getting a sore back in the morning. And a lot of people with AS, that's as far as it goes. They just get a sore back in the morning. And so I have a couple of areas of my spine where it's attacked, and my spine has compressed. So that space in between my spine has compressed, so my discs rub together, the corners of my spine have worn away. And what happens is there's like inflammation in there, and it hurts to move, but it hurts even more if you don't move, which is why the mornings are so bad. So one of the easiest parts of ankylosing spondylitis to treat it is movement, which is why every hour we stop and I stand up and stretch, because that is one of the most effective ways to keep my body from being in pain, is to move every hour. And you'll notice that I wiggle a lot while I'm here too, and I'm trying to keep myself moving, because the more you move, the less it hurts. However, because of the flare up in my body and the plain exhaustion of it, you can't move 24/7. You can't. You physically cannot understand. Physically cannot. Sorry, I read Dakota's comment and then took the understand from that. You physically cannot move every minute of the day. Another way to think of it is it's a autoimmune scoliosis. That's how another nurse has described it before, because that is essentially what my back is doing. It is fusing together. It is variating its angles. It's curving because of the attacks of the autoimmune system. And then I have a particularly aggressive form of it, whereas I've got quite a bad flare-up going. Because for some people, they might have a massive flare-up and then it goes into remission and they never have a flare-up again. I seem to be still in a flare-up. My body swells a lot. And then as well as my spine, it likes to attack a lot of other areas. So I have a lot of associated things that go on because of it. So one of the things that it did was it attacked my fingers, and in particular my right hand. And I have fingers of my, like a sausage finger out to here. I have damage in here from a fall that I took before I got my diagnoses that led to me getting the diagnoses, because I couldn't balance on my bones and I was so uncoordinated that I fell over in the shower and smacked my hand, and that's what damaged my hands. But when this first started flaring, because I've had it for years, but it was a massive flare up that got me the diagnoses. I had an ankle swell up to that, like my shoulder was screaming in pain. I couldn't sit, but I couldn't walk. I was in so much pain. I had to go to so many doctors just to get a diagnosis. And the doctor that is my GP is the one that finally went, I think this is inflammatory arthritis, and helped me get sorted. But because I was in that extensive flare-up for so many months, there is permanent damage because my bones were just being destroyed. And then I had a fall and we got even more damage. So that's where the damage in my hands come from. But during this time, I also could not draw, I could not create. And for someone who, like, creativity is such a big part of my mental health, how I keep well mentally, to have that thing that you rely on to keep yourself mentally well taken away from you, like, that was the worst part of the months. Not the pain, not the immobility, not the, like, loss of independence. It was the loss of creativity. So I ended up finding different ways to try and be creative, even if I couldn't hold a pencil, because of the nature of the swelling in my hands. I could still hold a mouse. I was holding a mouse like this, and I could just wiggle fingers to click. So I used a mouse, and I was able to play The Sims. And The Sims was a big part of how I stayed creative, because I could create characters and stories, and I could play The Sims. So yeah, and I could build houses and stuff like that. And that was all done with a mouse. And so that was something I could do to get through. And then I was already into D&D, but I got into D&D a little bit more. And like world building and creating my own stories and stuff like that. So that helped a little bit too, until we got the diagnoses and then started getting on treatment that made me a little bit more functional. But it's still an ongoing issue. So like you can tell I've got a lot of more movement in my hands back now. I've got a lot more control of my hands. It's still like, I notice it when I'm drawing. I'm still not able to produce what I used to produce. But I've also just accepted that that's old Amy. That was art back in the day, and we're on a new art journey, and we're trying out different things. We're trying out different styles. We're trying to find a new path to go on in terms of my own sketching. I can sit down and do my realism portraitures, and I have done a couple. It takes me a lot longer. It's a lot more difficult. It's a lot more painful, but I can do it. But to find that style that I feel comfortable in tuning out at any point, we're still trying to find that part of me. But the point is, I can still explore that, and that's a big thing. Yeah. I was a surgeon for 16 years, and I can tell you that we all need to take gentle care of our bodies because they're so delicate. They really are. And so, yeah, this is not something that's going away anytime soon. This is a rest of my life thing. And so that does get disheartening some days, and I do try to not focus on that. Admittedly, it does get me down though. But we focus more on what we can do, what I have got. And like, if we hadn't gone through this process, I wouldn't have found coloring, because that's how I trained my hands. And then from the coloring, I found my way back to Twitch, because I had streamed on Twitch and I used to do the YouTube. Again, I was working as a full-time artist there for a while, so I did have all this stuff, but I had to step away when I made the decision to go back to work. And then I really had to step away when I got sick, because I was like, I couldn't see any of it without wanting to cry. And then, yeah, so now getting back out there and like being on these platforms, it's really important to me, because it is a place where I can explain about ankylosing spondylitis, explain about like the difficulties of working with something that is it is a disability. I am classified as disabled by the government. I live on disability support. I use a walking frame to mobilize. It is the type of rest of my life. And then like for somebody who has to stay at home a lot because of mobility issues, because of pain, it can be very isolating. And like, I'm naturally an introvert. It may not believe me with the way I'm talking on stream right now, but we're in my safety bubble and I'm very comfortable right now. But yeah, I'm naturally an introvert, but even then, like, you still miss having a little bit of socialization. You miss being able to connect with people. And when there's so much of your life that you have to like not take part of because you're physically exhausted, you're in too much pain, you simply can't mobilize into the restaurant. Being able to have a space on here where I come to and like share and connect with you all, and we just color together, it's a really powerful thing for me. So like, you know, I'm grateful to you all being here, because it really is a lot for me, and it gives me something that I might not. I wonder if that's meant to be floor. Meh, it's baseboard now. It gives me something that I might not have otherwise. Yeah. Something I did understand was that I'm not only creative in arts, but I'm also creative in writing. Exactly. Creativity comes in other forms. And like, it did make me confront the whole, if you lost your hands, you would still be creative. It's a hard mindset to get through when you're known as the pencil portrait artist, when you're known as this one thing. But yeah, and that's the thing that terrifies me the most, is the thing that I was defined for was taken away. And it's like, well, how do you define yourself when that thing that you're defining yourself by is taken away? It's a real mental fuckery, for lack of a better term. It's a mental fuckery. And that was the hardest part of the whole thing. And it's still the part that I struggle with. But we're getting better at it. Yeah. Yeah. Are you have back issues too? Yeah. Back issues are surprisingly common, unfortunately, and it sucks, but you make do. You learn to cope. And at the end of the day, like, so one of the things with coming back to streaming, when I decided that I was going to stream on Twitch again, there was a couple of, like, things that I established early. One, I wasn't going to hide my illness, or I wasn't going to, like, glamorize it. I was going to have the days where are really bad and really painful. And that's why, again, hourly ad breaks. Because it's important that I take that stretch time, and I love, like, it's important that I take that self-care time. We take our medication on stream. We wear compression gear, and I walk around with my walking frame. We have days when I am in pain and I am exhausted, and I may still stream, but it's like, I will say I am exhausted and I am in pain today, so we're very low and we're very flat, and it is a very different type of stream. But it's important to show that, like, you know, yeah, I might be here and I might be streaming, but it's not all, hey, how's everyone doing today? Like, some days it's literally like, yeah, I'm here today. And let's just chill and colour. But also, it's part and parcel, because I also wanted to create that space where it was a safe space for me to come in and go, today's not a great day, guys, but we're here, let's colour. And it's so being able to, that's why this space where I'm like, this is a safe space, and we focus on that. And so making sure we have that space where people feel comfortable to come in, where they do recognize that it may be a bad day for me, or it may be a bad day for someone else. And that's why we try to keep things on the more safer PG side, you know, because for me, if it's a bad day, either pain or mentally, I also don't want to also have to deal with certain topics or certain things like that. So it's like, if we just keep this as a innocent glittery bubble on the internet, like, yeah, maybe that's naive of me, but it also means on the bad days I can still come here because I know it's a glittery bubble space, and I'll be feeling like shite, and then I'll come to stream and you all will just cheer me up so much. And it's not like someone specifically coming in and trying to cheer me up, it's just you all hanging out and being yourselves and just being wonderful. So it's that community and that sense of like, just that like virtual internet hug without actually touching, because sometimes you don't want to be touched by people. Does that make sense? It's also a really hard day for me word wise, so I hope this is coming across. I'm trying my best here. Yeah. Safety bubble, great. You want to go outside? Say what? No, thank you. You bring your cheesecake on the way back through, thanks. Yeah. Yeah. One of the best things about living alone is, for years, my safety bubble was just my bedroom, and on the bad days, my bed. My safety bubble is my apartment now, and that's wonderful. And that's why I don't think I could ever flat or live with somebody, because I need a safety bubble that's the size of an apartment at least. So I can have people in my safety bubble, but I also love the fact I can shut the door and kick everyone out, and it's my safety bubble. Yeah, I am a big fan of not having labels. I spent so many years under the mental health system being like, you're this, you're this, you're this. And it's like, okay. So I, like, even the term disabled feels weird to me, because I feel like that immediately classifies you as something, but it also makes it easier for a lot of people to understand that this is kind of a serious life situation for me. This is not just like, oh, you've got a bit of bad bad back and a sore ankle when you walk. It's like, well, actually, no, it's a little bit more intense than that. But yeah, it's very uncomfortable for me. It's like how I don't speak about my specific diagnoses, again, with mental health. That's a whole ballpark. I have a bachelor in psychology, and pretty much every diagnosis has the caveat on it, as long as it doesn't fit something else, and there's so much overlap. It's the same thing with other labeling terms, like we just call ourselves rainbow. I leave it at that. But I also understand for some people, especially people who have been lost in the confusion for a long time of whatever situation they're in, there is power in having that label. There is power in having that term. When I got that specific ankylosing spondylitis diagnosis, I'd never heard about it, but it was like, we have something to pin this on. My body is not just swelling up for no reason. It's like there is a term for it. It's not because, again, I'd had multiple doctors at this point fob me off, even though my ankle was that big. It's like, clearly something's going on in my body here. So, yeah, like, I do understand the power behind it. The reason why I do openly use that inflammatory arthritis or ankylosing spondylitis is because it is actually surprisingly common, but it's surprisingly not treated, because it's one of those things where, like, you present with a sore back. So much stuff is sore back. It's, yeah. We can backtrack from my medical records that I've probably been having flare-ups since I was 18. There's also a genetic component of it, but because so much of it is like random little things that you would go about, but could be 101 other things, until you get this one specific key, suddenly the whole puzzle fits in around it, and it's like, oh my god. So yeah, so being able to sort of say, you know, hey, there's this going on, and having people go, oh, okay, I didn't actually realize, like, that's a whole subset of things. And I've had a couple of people who have gone and actually had genetic testing because their symptoms actually match something they would have considered for. And a couple of them have come back with positive genes, and they're like, oh my god, this was it. And I've had it diagnosed in the super early stages, which means if they ever do move into a proper flare-up, it's on their records and it's easier to get treatment. So another type where it's so early in their diagnoses that they literally, to take care of it, when they get up in the morning, on a bad morning, they might take an ibuprofen, and that's it. Rest of the time, it's just movement, it's just stretching, it's just being aware of the thing. So, yeah. Dakota, I would suggest talking to your medical practitioner. I am not a medical practitioner. I don't know your medical history. I don't know the condition. And, yeah, it's definitely something where if you're not aware, ask the medical practitioners to clarify it. But diagnoses only are just that. There are diagnoses. They're not an answer necessarily. It's more about knowing how to take care of what's going on. I only know a lot about it because being on here on the internet with ankylosing spondylitis, I do feel like I need to also be a voice for this, because again, it is a condition that is surprisingly not common, but it's more common than they realize, but also not treated because it's not identified a lot of the time. So, yeah. I've asked her and she won't tell me. You have the right to a second opinion. Absolutely, Marilyn. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's it. So when I first started flaring up, my regular GP happened to be away in England for 4 months. So the first sign of the flare-up was my chest muscles were hurting, but I knew it wasn't my heart. It felt more like I had a sprain in my chest, and I had just had a massive, cold that I've been battling, like a throat infection and all sorts of stuff. So I've been coughing a lot and sneezing a lot. And because this pain in my chest, it felt like a sprained muscle, and it was over my shoulder, was like, okay, this is weird. And after 4 days, it hadn't gone away. So I went to my GP, who of course was away in England. So I saw another GP at the clinic. Was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a sprained muscle, but it's also around my heart, and that should be checked out. And they're like, yeah, come, we should check that out. So they checked it out. It was totally fine. GP was like, yeah, you're right. It's probably a sprained muscle. You can actually sprain your muscles in your chest ball, I found out. But yeah, they were like, you did the right thing. That was the start of it. So I went home with painkillers, and then it kept on carrying on, and it kept up going around my back. And then I went back, and I was like, it's spreading and now going down my back. And then I saw a different locum, and they're like, oh, you're probably just sleeping wrong. Here's some more painkillers. I went, okay. So I came back home, and then I went back to the GP, because then it started spreading down my arms, and my hands started swelling, and my ankles started swelling. And I was like, okay, clearly something else is going on. So I go back to the GP for this third time, and I'm seeing the second doctor again, who's the locum there while my GP's away. And she's like looking at all this, and I'm like, look, my ankle's clearly swollen. My fingers are swollen. Like, something's going on, and I'm in a lot of pain, because at this point it's like my whole shoulder is inflamed, and I'm like, this hurts. This hurts. This hurts. Like, what's going on? And she's just like, do you want more painkillers? I'm like, so she gives me painkillers. And I'm like, can I go for an x-ray or something? She's like, here's some stronger pain relief. We'll see in 2 weeks. Or, no, it wasn't even that. She's just like, here's stronger pain relief. And I'm just like, oh my God, okay. And then my ankle just explodes. Like, I can't get it into a shoe. I can't get my hands through clothes. Like, everything starts exploding. So I go back, and unfortunately I get here again, and I sit down. I'm like, something is wrong. Send me for an x-ray. Send me for something, because clearly something is wrong. She's just like, nah, it's just your body. You're fine. And just hands me a prescription for more prescription painkillers. And so I walk out of there, and I go to the reception, and I'm like, the moment my GP is back from holiday, I want her, and I want a second opinion. So yeah, they got me into the very first appointment with her as soon as she was back, and straight away she's like, this is inflammatory arthritis, holy hell. And yeah, she referred me on to the specialist and started the whole process. But that process was when she was away, and that was like 4 months that I was in a chronic flare-up. It was awful, because it was also around Christmas time and everything shut down. But we got there in the end. But the story of that is, yes, you always have the right to go and get another opinion. In terms of where to ask, I don't know specifically, Dakota, because it depends on where you are, your location, even possibly your age. Yeah, it's unfortunately, and it's a sad fact, but with medical stuff, you have to be your own advocate. You have to be the one standing up and going, this doesn't seem right, this doesn't seem okay, this doesn't match what's going on, give me more information. And I also know in like the States, for example, the billing and all that's a whole different thing in itself too. Yeah. Anyway, we had a feed me candy, so thank you, Dakota. I probably should eat a piece of candy. We had a lollipop before, so I'm gonna grab a gummy. We're gonna get a gummy. Yeah. And it is, you're absolutely king. Absolutely right there. Is the hardest part of being an advocate for yourself is being an advocate for yourself. Especially if you're somebody who is dealing with social anxiety or issues regarding talking to people in authority. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's hard when you just simply are fighting just to function every day, and then it's like, I don't have the spoons to also go and fight the medical system to try and get what I need, and it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. There are over 1,000 different medications they might prescribe to your specific condition. If it doesn't work right away, don't wait. Exactly. It's the same thing with my antidepressant, aka my brain vitamin. I've been on about 13 different antidepressants. It took a long time. It takes a long time to find the right one. We're probably still trying to find the right one for AS. We've had to increase it. We've tried a couple of different injections. I started like these 4 tiers that you have to work through before you even get to the injection. Even though I knew I'd been doing the first 2 before I reached the specialist anyway, I still had to do the tiers. Yeah, it takes time, unfortunately. But you should have the information so you know. So if the doctor won't tell you, I'm not sure why they won't tell you. It depends on your local laws and all sorts of stuff. Here in New Zealand, for example, you have the right to request your medical notes at any point. It's your information. You have the right to go and see anyone, provided you can get in to see them. You have the right to ask for a second opinion. Yeah. Exactly. And the other thing too is that doctors aren't mind readers. Doctors aren't going to know that something's not working or something's not okay. Like, a silence on your end for the doctor means that everything's going A-okay and they don't have to see you. And that's one of the things that I've heard. Sorry, we've got the Christmas album time now, so we're just going to skip this. One of the feedbacks that I got, because I trip over a lot, and I just pick myself up and carry on with another sprained ankle. And the specialist was like, well, you should kind of be reporting every time you trip over so we can keep track of how many times a day you are falling over. And I'm like, I don't want to press the medical alarm every time I fall over when I can get myself up. Like, I'll press it if it's an actual emergency, but I'm also aware, like, y'all are busy. I know it's a sprained ankle. I know how to take care of a sprained ankle. I have so much stuff for sprained ankles now because they're so common. It's fine. Yeah. Writing in a journal is excellent as well. Providing proof. So when I went to talk about the swelling, and every time I go to the doctors, I have photos of my phone of my hands in different stages of flare-ups. These rings are also a good marker. Like, today's not a bad day. You can see I can get that ring off clearly. On a bad day, this ring won't come off at all. This ring, where my hand has got no swelling whatsoever, should just fall off, essentially. This one is very difficult to get past the knuckle, but can get off the knuckle when my hands aren't swollen. So we're still got a bit of movement today in here. But a couple of days ago, last week, we streamed, I couldn't even move these rings because my hands were so swollen. So that's a really easy way for me to show a doctor, because I can pull out my phone and show the different degrees of swelling, and then show my fingers and be like, I know my blood is showing that I'm not swollen, but clearly I'm swollen. Here's the evidence. And then another thing is the injection that I'm on. I could tell, because the injection that I'm on, which is Humira Alumabib, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a TNF inhibitor. It's basically mild chemo that stops my body attacking itself. Tells it to basically calm the heck down. I could tell that, like, I needed to up it, because I was on a 14-day injection cycle, and I knew some patients were on 10 days, and I could feel the injection was wearing out around day 8, which meant that I had to go until day 14 before I got another injection, and it wasn't enough to keep me going. And so when I spoke to the nurse about it to try and improve it, they were like, you need to wait 3 months, but it is noted. I was like, okay. And so during that 3 months, I actually every day wrote down pain levels and I put it into a spreadsheet. And so by the time I went back to the doctor in 3 months, when I could finally get in to see the specialist again and approached him about doing this, I provided the data to him. I said, here is a log of my pain over the last 3 months, and I want you to look at every single day 8 to 14. And it was a clear pattern of a drop, and how by the time we got to day 8, there was nothing left in the tank. And because there was nothing left at the tank, by the time I finally got to day 14, then day 1, and got the injection, I was so exhausted from battling the pain for so long that it rendered day 1 to 2 just being recovery days. So now I'm on the 10-day injection cycle, which is great and helping a lot, but we're still dealing with a lot of flare and inflammation. So the next step now that I have an appointment to see the specialist again, is to see what can we do next, because I'm still getting flare-ups. I've now developed loss of sensation in my hands because it's now attacking my nerves in my hand, aka carpal tunnel. So we're looking, the next thing is to go to the specialist and get them to look into this. Yeah. But because I had that evidence when I turned up, they were like, oh, well, here's proof. Okay, cool. Yeah. And straight away, because I gave them the proof. If I just turned up and said, yeah, I don't think it's working, and kind of feel like, you know, I'm kind of running out, like they might have believed me, but because I could turn up with proof, be like, here's a spreadsheet. It's like, boom, easy, done. Yeah. It's a lot. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, you should absolutely at least know what the condition means. And I don't want to say Google it, because Google is awful and will freak you out. And it's not worth it. And that is exactly why these are jokes about Dr. Google. It should be a medical professional. And in fact, your medical professional isn't telling you. It's kind of alarm ringing for me. But again, I don't know the situation, and I don't want you to have to dox yourself or go further on the internet to identify yourself. If you can find a way to find somebody else to talk to about it who is in your area, not a person online who's not aware of your situation, in a way that's safe for you, I really do encourage you to try something else. I don't know, like, if you're at school or at work, you know, if you have a boss that you can talk to, a community elder, if you're not sure where to go, somebody along those lines. Could be just even like, hey, I want to get a second opinion about some medical stuff and I have no idea where to go. I hope it works out for you. It's a lot. Medical stuff sucks. It really does. However, what doesn't suck is this candy. So good. Candy, 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 candy. Yeah, it's getting, well, Marilyn, you're retired, so how's retirement going as well? Are you enjoying not having to do stuff anymore? Right? Oh my god. It's crazy. Like, I was doing my full-time Bachelor of Psychology study, working part-time, and then once I finished the study, that's when they were like, yeah, no, you need to do less hours of everything. So they called back my work hours, and I wasn't studying anymore. So like in theory, 2 hours a day, right? 2 hours a day is what I work 5 days a week. Somehow I end up with less hours than when I was studying and working. I'm just like, how am I so busy? Now, part of it I know is me doing things like streaming, and part of it is the pressure we put on ourselves, but also it's like, how did I get so much stuff in the calendar? I'm already looking at like a very full December, a very full rest of the November, and even starting to look into January, and I'm like, where did this all, like, how? This is meant to be, you know, this was meant to be my year to just relax and decompress and work on the health and get my body sorted. It has been an amazing year of stream growth, though, and hanging out and streaming and finding an amazing community, so that's okay. Yeah. I'm going to head to bed. It's 1:30 a.m. in the morning, so yes, you definitely need some sleep, and I'm so glad that you could stumble across us, Dakota. I really do hope we get to see you again soon, and I do wish you all the best, hun, with everything going on. King, I love that you are using the Māori terminology in chat as well. It's really cool to see it pop up. I am not the best at my Māori pronunciation. I did inquire, and they are contacting me to sign up to do it, about doing a te reo course so that I can learn to speak it better and feel more comfortable speaking it. Because I do want to. I do wish to know. I mean, I am biologically Māori. I know I look pale as heck. It's because I don't go out in the sun. But yes, my biological father is Māori, and I wouldn't mind learning more about the culture and how to pronounce the words, because I was raised fully Pākehā. But it's also like I contacted the school about it, and I'm like, oh god, that's another 4 hours a week blocked out as well. But yeah, especially with like the stream in there, I would love to feel more confident in my pronunciation and also of my understanding. I know a little bit from like when I do go out and research things or trying to learn more about specific situations, like when we did a special Matariki stream, making a point of learning about Matariki so that I could explain what Matariki was and share the culture of that. But yeah, it just comes from a place of race Pākehā, didn't get exposure to Māori culture. We didn't even have a Māori kid in my primary school. Again, there was only 40 students in my school. It was very tiny. I wasn't even exposed to it until I went to high school. So, different times. I'm glad they have a lot more focus on cultural embracing now, because Māori is such a key component of New Zealand. So, but yes, I would love to be better at incorporating more te reo naturally into my speech. Even a simple thing, like I should get better at saying kia ora. Sammy does that a lot too. Such a simple little introduction. I don't know too much Maori. I felt heavily disconnected for a while and only recently decided to learn the language for my sister who was having a baby. And that's it as well. I noticed it while I was studying as well, because I had to do a couple of papers focusing specifically on Māori and like the traditional Māori approach to different things, especially to do with mental health, because of course, Bachelor of Psychology. It was a really fascinating deep dive into a really beautiful cultural, but also really highlighted our Eurocentric Western approach that we've used for years and how narrow that focus can be. I always laugh when they say Māori kids. So I was one of those Kiwi kids. I was one of those little Pakeha girls that did not know how to pronounce and said Māori for years. And then to learn how to say Māori correctly, I had to remind myself mouldy like bread, which I felt awful about, but that was the only way I could train myself to work on those vowels and the correct pronunciation. And it's still something that I'm working on a lot, and I do have to catch myself. When I gave the graduate speech for my bachelor, when I was the graduating, because I was the graduate speaker for my class, and I really wanted to include a couple of Māori phrases in there. Like, of course, I wanted to start and make sure tēnā koutou and greeting the audience properly and formally. But then at the end, oh God, I can't even remember what specific phrase is, but it's essentially on the lines of like, the world is in your hands, embrace it and go forward. It just kind of fit the whole vibe of it, and I really wanted to include it in there. But I was so nervous about screwing it up. So I actually spoke to the coordinator and I said, is there somebody in the Te Reo department who can record the lines for me and send me the recording so that I can hear it phonetically and make sure that I'm saying it correctly? And so they did. They recorded what I wanted to say in Māori for me and helped me make sure I had it correct, and then sent it all through for me so I could practice phonetically listening to them and then say it on the day, which was really cool. But then the other part of that is, because of the way they were pronouncing it, it wouldn't be true to my iwi or my whakapapa, because I am based in Taranaki, and our iwi here, there is a guttural stop on H's. So, for example, whakapapa, which is like your ancestry, your genealogy, you heard me just say whakapapa, right? If I'm following the actual Taranaki tribe pronunciation, we would be whaakapapa, because we have a guttural hard stop on that H. So instead of whare, which is like a meeting house, we'd say whaare. It's a guttural stop. And that's only something I learned semi-recently as well, which is quite fascinating, that even in a small New Zealand Aotearoa based language, in our small Aotearoa lands, there's differences in the pronunciation even within our small country. And then I think it's down in the South Island, there's also differences down there, I think to do with the K. Yeah, I think with how the K is pronounced is more of an NGA. I could be wrong with that. I don't remember that one specifically. I remember the principal saying the good morning to us in assembly, and it was always tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, of course. Yeah. Yeah. It is a really beautiful language, and there's so much like interesting componentry to how the words are built, but also like the behind the scenes of stuff, like you know, just how the different words pieced together take on new meanings. It's really fascinating. I like the structural element of it. Yeah. So yeah, I did look into, and I'm still debating if I want to do the class. I would like to, and again, especially for stream, because I do feel like being a New Zealander, I should be an ambassador and be able to say, you know, be able to actually correctly pronounce things in Māori, especially when we get people through on the stream who do inquire specifically about Māori words or and with my own heritage as well. I would love to learn more about my own heritage because, of course, my biological father was Māori, and while I have no connection to him, I would like to learn more about my specific iwi and my specific whakapapa, who I don't actually know who my iwi or tribe is. Haere mai, yeah, it's pretty iconic. Yeah. There is, I was trying to find the link for it. Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to find the link to drop it off for anyone who's lurking in chat but wants to know what we're talking about. Oh, there's so many versions. Don't you play. Don't you play. Don't you play. I didn't mean to click onto the video. Yeah, I was trying to find like a actual version that we could play, maybe, but that's okay. It is kind of just like one of those, one of those songs that we all kind of, not so much me, because I went to a private Seventh-day Adventist school with 40 kids, so again, I wasn't exposed to a lot of this, but I know when I went to high school, it was one of the ones that we had to sing in assembly, and everyone was just like knowing the words, and there's me like looking around going, we need to know this song. Or like the first day, oh god, I've got lollipop in my hair. The first day I went to high school, we had to attend a pōwhiri, and I'd never been to a pōwhiri. And the traditional Māori greeting is you will touch nose together, and so they did that with every year 9 student starting at the school, was we all had to turn up for this pōwhiri and then go through, and I had no idea what I was doing. I was just watching all these students do this, and I was like, and I just turned to my the two people that I came from the primary school that we had gone to, the primary/intermediate, where we knew 40 people in our whole school because there was only 40 students, to a school of 1,500 and a class of like 300, and we just look at each other and we're like, what's going on? What do we do? Do we have to touch our noses? Like, this is gross. Now I know that the hongi is a traditional, beautiful greeting, that the pōwhiri has a lot of symbolic meaning. Also, I love the fact that, like, it's women-led onto, and you can't step onto the land until you're welcomed onto the land. Yeah, there's a lot of really beautiful symbology of it, but I was just sitting there going, what the frick is going on? The moment I realized that I had been stuck in a very small school was the very first day of high school. No, I did not. No. I don't actually watch a lot of TV and stuff like that, like, or shows. I should, most of the time, like, the music that I'm playing now is kind of what I play a lot of the time. Maybe an audiobook. But yeah, if you, it's just trying to, there we go. It's probably gonna come up as a weird ass link. There we go. So, oh god, back to the right one. Yeah, I know that they do play it on a couple of the television channels, and I do like to watch them. They're pretty like powerful. The way that people perform is just beautiful to watch, and there's that moment, like, I love anything that's choral or chanting or harmonizing voices. So kapa haka is gorgeous to watch for me. It just hits all the right notes in terms of like hearing the sounds, just stunning. But for context too, so Patia Māori Club. If you know the song Poi E, which is probably the most well-known song. That's what I was trying to find a link of. And it's the sort of thing, as soon as you put it on, if you've heard it, you know it. You performed Poi E. Well, Patia is about 45 minutes away from me. Like, you can literally go and visit the small little town. It's in the Taranaki region where I live, so it's part of the region here. Yeah, that, it cracks me up. Like, we went to high school, and that was also one of the things that they played, and everyone's like singing along to it. And again, we're like, we're meant to know this song, and somebody heard us whispering that, and they're like, "Oi, haven't you been to Patia? Don't you know what this song is?" And we're just like, no. We were like the most Pākehā of Pākehā at that point. Oh gosh. Yeah, we've come a long way since then. But it's like, I did get a little bit, because I do remember from kindergarten the Māori colour song. Like, I do remember Ma is white, Fiddle is red, Kakariki green, and that's about it. And then I remembered how to count to 10 in Māori. So there's obviously a little bit that stuck with me in my public preschool / first primary school year, but then I moved to the private school, and yeah, I just don't remember anything about Māori studies there. I remember a lot of Christian studies. Don't remember a lot of Māori studies. That sounds amazing. Ooh, I might have to look at that. How yes. Where's my list of like the 4 billion things I'm doing after stream? Because we keep on talking about cool stuff and I need to look it up. Right. We'll make a new list. I don't even know where the other list is gone. I love that. I love how streams just kind of bring you together and you get to learn all these interesting things. It's still good. But yeah, I did appreciate when I was doing the studies just how much was focused on bicultural understanding. And like a big part of our course was like, we had to, obviously, because it's a Bachelor of Psychology, look up a lot of medical journals and scientific studies and discuss the applications of them. But a lot of the time, a lot of what we were discussing was how to apply a study done in England to New Zealand. Like, how do you take these studies done in these places and apply it to the unique cultural perspective of New Zealand? And that was a really interesting approach to take as well, of trying to take these studies but then also talk about, you know, how do we approach this with a New Zealand lens, because there's a distinct lack of Aotearoa studies. But yeah, I do kind of like, I miss studying, which is why I did look into the Māori course, because I do miss that structured learning. There's something about pushing yourself to learn something and just having your brain engaged that I miss, and I really enjoy that. I like consistently learning. I like pushing to learn. I'm a SWAT. I'm the first to admit it. I'm a SWAT. I don't do good in testing situations where it's like an exam, but if it's something where like I get to sit down and write an essay, I am so on. And I like, so the study that I did, of course it was during the pandemic, which by the way, trying to do a Bachelor of Psychology at 1.5 speed to everyone else during a global pandemic when you also work in a medical laboratory, absolutely insane. But yeah, the continual learning, there's something about it. I just feel like it's really good to keep doing. How has it already been an hour? I feel like I have made no progression since the last ad break. Like, I have, but I really feel like I have not. But also, we've had a lot of fun chatting. But yeah, it's been another freaking hour. I just can't believe that. Time for stretch. Time for stretch. Yeah, I was very grateful to the tutors because the first thing I did when it happened, they cancelled all our exams, so it was immediately written assignments, which for me was fantastic because I hated exams, loved written assignments, so I was already like, yes! But then, yeah, I rang all the tutors and were like, so I work in a medical laboratory and I'm currently working 12 hours a day, and everyone just dropped me like a 1 month extension without question. It was just like, extension. You know, extension. So they were really good about all of that because, you know, it was the same. We had a couple of nurses in the course as well, and it was the same situation. They're like, I can't do this right now. And they're like, boom, here's a month's extension. Don't even worry about it. So they were really good like that. Right, let's get this ad break started and do some stretches. Oh, God. Yeah, it was a really good department for knowing that, like, yeah, school was important, but also global pandemic. And unlike a lot of other schools at the time, because it was a distance learning school, they were already set up online. We didn't go to classes. We had online stuff. So it was like order as usual, with the exception of exams were cancelled and they changed it all to assignments. So that was the big difference, was that. But then, of course, there was a bunch of us that had changed in situations. So they did offer everyone a little mini extension if needed, like a week just for anything. And then pretty much all of us working in medical just got instantly like 1 month's extensions. Because, yeah. Yeah. Other priorities at the time. The days when I could push myself to do so much. The days. Crazy to think how far we've come in 3 years. Alright, where's my water? Oh! Oh my god, it's almost 9 PM. Probably make some food at some point. Alright, we're nearly back from ads. Oh. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, and we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Paige is looking good. Gotta get dinner. Going into Luke mode. We're back. Paige is looking amazing. Let's read that in order instead of my brain go. But yes, thank you, Fud. Enjoy your dinner. I'm sure you're getting something amazing made. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I'm not feeling too bad. I'm feeling a lot better than I did this morning. I'm actually feeling awake. We're going to keep going. We'll see how we go. I'll see how I feel in an hour, and we'll decide if I'm still going or not. I should probably make something a little bit more substantial than the one piece of peanut butter toast that I had at 5 p.m. and then the candy. It's probably just going to be ramen. Ramen's easy. We'll figure that out next ad break. I'll go over to the freezer, see what I can figure out. But yes, let's get a bit more done. I would like to be finished this bookshelf thing before the next ad breaks. We've already worked on it for 2 hours. But also, sometimes things take a while. Yeah. I'm about to go to bed. It's been a long day. Yeah, that's absolutely fine, Marilyn. I'm so glad that you could pop in. But absolutely, if you've got to go to sleep, you've got to go to sleep. I'm well aware we're heading into very late times for a lot of the Amerigreens, which is where a lot of I get a lot of Kiwis and a lot of Amerigreens. And I'm aware that we're at the time when all the Amerigreens need to be in bed, if they're not already. Yeah. Oh, good, Marilyn. I'm so glad that you could pop in, and I'm so excited to have you in the Discord. I can't wait. I hope you'll share some of your calligraphy at some point in the gallery, but only when you're ready. But it's been so good to see you again, hun. And thank you so much for encouraging Womble Bumblebee, still a great name, to come on over too. I really appreciate you being here. All the lines starting to look a little bit more blue than purple down there. We might need to do another purple layer. But this ultramarine is kind of working as our light purple, since we don't have a pastel purple. Like legit, the lightest purple is still a very dark purple. And this is one of the issues I have with polys. I love Polychromos pencils. I love them, but there's definitely colours that they are lacking. We're still got to go in and shade as well, because right now it's looking very flat, because we've done it very flat. Alright. Now, light grey. Slash colour filler in. Colour filler inner. Oh, King, thank you for the follow. I love the stream. You know what this calls for? Aw, thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself here. It's been really lovely to have you here. Do 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 do. How's the arts going? Hope you've managed to get a little bit done. I like when people are creating along with me. It makes it really fun too. Yeah. You're a part of the fun owl now? Yes. I know words. So we called the little community the G Squad. So you'll see when if someone subscribes. No pressure, please. No pressure. This, like, again, it's not about that. But the little alert that pops up is a welcome to the G Squad alert. Because we call it the G Squad, aka the Granny Squad. Because we like our cozy blankets and our cup of teas. And, you know, just being chill. But we did have a joke that, you know, the Discord is a retirement home. Because we're all old people at heart. And, like, who wouldn't want to live in a nice, warm service unit, have like your food delivered to you, structured activities, be able to go and have a nap whenever you want? Like, I don't want to go and live in a retirement home. Oh. Okay. Alright, we start the blend. So I'm not so much burnishing, I'm just trying to use this as like a pigment filler. It will just fill in areas where I want it a bit lighter without adding in more of the purple, because the purple is so dark. And then we're going to work back over with the purple. And help blend it out a little bit. And we should be able to work just quite lightly with this now. And hope that it's enough. Do 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 do. I went past a retirement home the other day and they were bringing up the elderly to see this pony and it was so cute. Oh. Honestly, my dad, my adoptive dad, his mother went into a retirement home, and the few times that I went to, you know, go help out or see her or take her to appointments and stuff like that, like, they were always doing the coolest stuff, like going on trips or dances or crafting. Like, they had a massive craft room, and it was like, oh my god, I want to just come here and craft in your crafting room. So cool. And like the whole, yeah, you only get a room to yourself now, wasn't great, but also, yeah, you know, meals delivered. Even like a hairdresser that comes to you and does your hair. Oh. I did think about too, like, again, this is things before the energy levels got shattered. There is a couple of memes that I've seen about Dungeons and Dragons and the elderly. And now that I use a walking frame to mobilize, I understand what they're about now, about like teaching older people to play D&D and how into it they get. Because it is such an escape, and to be able to play the hero that can run around and jump and move without problems and just enjoy life, it's so powerful. So yeah, just seeing if like they wanted to volunteer to run some was something I was looking into for a while. I did run a kids D&D program at my local library for a while. Like a few years I ran that. I don't even know if it's still going. I should check their website, but I had to withdraw from it. Yeah. Are you a role player? Are you a tabletop roleplay fan? We do love the D&Ds and the TTRPGs here. Never played D&D? Oh. It's fun. It'd be fun. I am a big TTRPG nerd. I still call myself a DM, but my games have been on hiatus for a while. Because I needed a break for my mental health with everything going on. Luckily, my players are very understanding. So the 2 campaigns that I run have just been on hiatus for most of the year. I am hoping to get back to doing them next year. And then, while that's been on hiatus, I also play in a Pathfinder game that's live streamed on YouTube every fortnight. Though we are looking at how we record that a bit differently for stream. But Pathfinder, oh my god, that's fun. And then I also help out with Fate of Ison, which is a D&D podcast. And I help out behind the scenes on that. So that's actually this Wednesday. They are live on Twitch. Again, that's every fortnight. And so I help out doing like modding and some behind the scenes stuff for Fate of Ison as well with the podcast. And then I'm also involved in Yes And, which is a big charity stream that I've helped out in for the last 3 years. That's the one where we run for 24 hours straight, raising funds for charity while Kiwis play D&D for 24 hours. But yeah, I did, at the end of last year, I did step down from my head of moderation role just because physically I knew I couldn't handle it again. Physically we ain't got the spoons. Actually, I need to contact Penny and see how she's doing. I think we were meant to catch up this weekend and we entirely forgot. I did the 40-hour famine this year and I chose to spend 40 hours without sleep. Rough. Oh, that is dedication. Well done. Gosh, is the 40-hour famine still going? That takes me back to my childhood. I did that quite a few times. I know the last time I helped out with it or raised money for it, I did the I worked part-time, so rather than doing the 40-hour famine, I did the 40 hours without technology, with the exception of work, because it was work. So it's like I'm not using computers or television or my mobile phone or anything fun, with the exception of when I go to work, because, you know, I work at Burger King and I don't have a choice but to use the computer for the till. But yeah, because I had to work, I also didn't want to like do the not eat, because I knew I had also like 20 hours of shift work that weekend because I was working 2 10s. It was a lot. I used to work like 26 hours a week while going to high school. And now I look back at it, I'm like, why did I work so much? I may have just splurged on Spyro and Crash games in the hope they will get me out of my gaming slump. Oh, are those the trilogy, so where you get the free games in one? Because if so, I have both of them, and like it's good value for money because you're getting free games in one. I would like to get the new Crash game, the number 4, the remake, the new Crash one. But I also really can't justify new games, even though I dropped money on a new game this weekend. Even though I don't need to. Oh my god, Sims keeps going, hey, you haven't brought an expansion pack in a while. I'm like, I know, because I'm barely playing you right now. There is no reason for me to spend money on an expansion pack. And also, colouring books. Yes, and it's the 4th Crash game too. It was on sale. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, I did just buy the Teresa Goodridge colouring books, but I'm trying not to purchase anything right now. I've been trying really hard. I mean, there's always stuff I want to purchase. I do have to purchase some groceries at some point. Like, that's getting to a need stage, not just a want. I need these groceries. Like, I'm going to need some basic food pretty soon. But I'm really trying not to, because I'm aware that this weekend is Thanksgiving for the Amerigrains, and we have Black Friday coming up. And I know a bunch of stuff is going on sale. Virtually $67 for 7 games, and I had money in a Steam wallet, so it's basically free. Nice. I love free. Free is my favorite flavor. But yeah, I'm trying really hard to not purchase because I'm aware it's going to come up on sale, possibly. But I have a list of things that I will be checking to see if they pop on sale. And first and foremost will be the Pablo pencils that I've had my eye on for quite a while, because they work good with polys, so it will be an expansion of my Polychromos scents, essentially. So I've got a couple places that'll be one of the first things I'll be checking out to see if it's on sale. And then there's a few other bits and pieces. There's literally like a list of things that I want to check out to see if they're on sale, and then we'll see what we can budget. Yeah, a lot of stuff is already on sale too. That's the crazy part. So you can actually already see a bunch of stuff already on sale. I got an email from one of the places where I would buy bits and pieces from for art, and they were like, hey, a Black Friday sale. I'm like, it's not even, yeah. You're currently making art for another Twitch streamer. Ooh, like a banner or a profile picture or like a Be Right Back screen or something. That's so cool, King. It's so cool. Dreading Black Friday because I work in retail? Yep, I would dread it for you too, hon. I'm sorry. Retail can suck it. I used to work retail and it was awful. I used to work at a particular home wares / craft / sewing / it's a crafting store that does homewares. Yeah. It's more fan art, but they use it as part of their stream. That's really cool. It's so cool. I'm sure they're going to be absolutely stoked with it. And that's also a very unique, wonderful gift. So, and as long as you're enjoying doing it, great time for you too. I'm hoping I can start the back packaging auditors on the day. Your manager is cool, so she might let me. I hope so. And yeah, just the whole this is getting too overstimulating for me. I need some space in order to not be overwhelmed, but also I still want to be an effective employee. So may I move into the back room to continue packing orders so I'm still being an effective employee, but I'm also managing to maintain my own personal needs, something along those lines. Hopefully it'll work to give you what you need. But yeah, retail, oh my gosh, I don't miss it. I don't miss working in retail with one Christmas CD that would get stuck on repeat of the first song and hearing the same song for 8 hours in a day. That actually happened on more than one occasion. Yeah. Already given some work, I'm just making way more. Oh. As long as you're enjoying yourself. Nothing ruins Christmas music more than working in retail. Took me years to like Christmas music again, and even then, certain songs, certain albums, I just cannot listen to. Because as soon as it comes on, I'm like, where's the cash register? Where are the customers I'm dealing with? Everyone should be made to work a little bit of retail so they just understand how awful retail is. Now, maybe retail wouldn't be as awful. There are times where I'm like, I wouldn't mind going back to retail for the couple hours a week I'm allowed to work and just rock up, sit at a till, send people on their way and then get out of there. Like, that seems quite cool. No pressure. Yeah. We've been listening to the same 7 songs on repeat for about 4 months because apparently no one can figure out how to change it. Oh my gosh, yes. So the place I worked, the CD player, like, it was meant to hold 3 CDs. It could only hold the one and repeat the one CD. The other 2 just wouldn't play. And then one day it got stuck on the first song repeat, and that first song played continually for 9 hours. And one song on repeat for 9 hours does not make a fun shift. Does not make a fun shift at all. Ugh. All my fake nails are popping off. Which makes sense because they didn't really adhere all that well. But as long as they help the short nails grow out, that's the main thing. You might post it to your Instagram. You should, if you feel comfortable doing it. Also though, I'm just like, ugh. Social media. I'm really bad at social media. Just bad at remembering to do it. Because again, I just find it very overwhelming at times. So I'm just like, meh. And then I just don't do it. Because again, it's also very healthy to disconnect. And I do enjoy disconnecting from social media a lot. So there will be times where I legit just don't post anything and don't talk to anyone on it. Which is bad when you also have your own Discord that you're managing, and then you're like, oh, I should probably actually check in on my Discord, but I also have really good mods on there, so. And my Discord's pretty quiet, which is pretty good in that sense. I should get better. I've got a bunch of stuff to post up on there. A bunch of stuff to post into the gallery. Maybe we'll add that into post-stream stuff. We'll see how we feel. I don't think I ever coloured over this side again. Feels like it's lacking compared to everything else. Oops, we went over the lines there. Alright, so I can see you need a little bit of a blend still. Right, you're way brighter than everyone else for some reason. I think this is the one where I accidentally pulled the purple down to the wrong end and used a shadow purple where it shouldn't be shadow. Okay, everything in the boxes needs darkening, and I did suspect that would be the case. It's all too matchy-matchy, you should be darker, you're assessed. You get Payne's Grey, you get Payne's Grey, you get Payne's Grey. Everybody gets Payne's Grey. You might actually have to pull out the black. Right, need to make sure there's shadow at the bottom of that and then shadow at the top of that as well. And I've probably just screwed up a little bit there because I went over, and now these lines going that way on a piece that's meant to be all going that way. It's okay, we'll fix it up in a minute. No need to panic. Yeah, I don't really post any. I go for there for about reels about traveling. Ooh. Yes. Pinterest for my novel scenarios, characters, and then I go on TikTok to waste time. Oh my god. So I don't even have TikTok on my phone. No, I have the app on my phone again. But because I did, when I was sick recently, I did re-download it. And I did spend 4 hours on it. But then because I've been so long, it's changed the algorithm on me. The videos on there don't interest me. So I was just like, let's get out of here. Because I deleted it from my phone. Because I literally have spent 8 hours on TikTok before. It is an absolute time waster for me. And like, Instagram has a lot of TikToks, but I still don't use it to the point like I did TikTok itself. So I ended up deleting the app, and it was one of the best things I did because that app is just sucks my soul out. So yeah, no TikTok for me. I mostly just use Instagram, and then in turn Facebook, because it cross posts for free to my Facebook, so that's easy. My art business Facebook. But yeah, mostly on Instagram, and I don't even do that well on social media. I'm not the best at it. I don't enjoy it. I actually think it's not great for us to be connected 24/7. And I actually think it's very healthy to disconnect from social media a lot. So yeah, too much of our time now online is social media and it's just not healthy. And I know for me mentally it doesn't do good for me when I'm like connected all the time. So yeah, and that's why if people message me and they're like, oh my god, you messaged me 4 hours ago, I'm sorry, I was doing this. It's like, don't be sorry, you were living your life and you disconnected from your phone. That's actually healthy. I'm proud of you for spending 4 hours away from your phone doing things that you needed to do. Like, whenever someone messages me, I'll get to it when I get to it. And I message someone, I know you'll get to it when you get to it. If it's an emergency, I will ring you. But otherwise, there is no reason for, like, needing to contact me back immediately. My top 3 apps this week have been Twitch, Chrome, and TikTok. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm on Twitch a lot, but a lot of what I watch on Twitch, like, I do engage in the chats, but then I also lurk a lot. And a lot of the time I'll just be there lurking and it will be my background noise rather than an audiobook or music or a movie or television. It's Twitch. And I like it because it's real people and you get to learn real things. Right, it's helping a little bit. I still think we need to darken it and I can't really get any more of the Payne's Grey down. So I think it's unfortunately time for black. Look at my tiny black. Let's see. No worries, King. You are all good. Do the self-cares. We love the self-cares. I know that before the next ad break, which is still 20 minutes away, I am definitely going to take a slightly longer break then, and I am going to actually figure out some food. Because we definitely need some food. And more than just a piece of peanut butter toast. I know I have ramen. What else do I have? Again, we're getting pretty slim in the pickings. I could just do some shin ramen. Pretty straightforward, it's easy to cook. I'm pretty sure I've got some cans of soup. Pretty sure in the freezer I also have some Japanese curry. But that would also be frozen, so that's going to take quite a bit of nuking. I think we'll just do some ramen. I think just some broth. I think that's the big thing, is the broth. Yeah, ramen's always a good choice. It's just, do I want the spicy shin or do I want the black garlic pork? Both of which are better with an egg, but we have no egg. Because we're out of eggs and it's a sad day. Also out of tofu. And I don't think I have any other protein sources apart from tuna, and I'm not putting tuna in the ramen. Although I feel like I did watch a TikTok, or not a TikTok, sorry, we're talking about TikTok, an Instagram or a YouTube short. As someone who did put like a can of tuna in their ramen, which depending on the ramen it could be alright. Like if it's a seafood broth ramen, I could see it working. starting to get a little bit now. More contrast. Contrast is our friend. Sparrow's almost finished downloading. Yes. Good dragons. I don't think I ever got too far with Spyro. It's not very like me to 100% games. It sounds bad, but I really don't. I should. Just very few games. Like, I play it and then I'm done. There's very few games that I want to replay to get 100% for. And one of the few of them is Detroit Become Human. I freaking love that game. Does need some trigger warnings for it. But concepts of that game is so good. I played it on stream for my birthday this year, and that was like a 14-hour stream. We did a full run through, and oh, it's just so good, so good. And I'm like tempted to do it again, even though we did it for my last year birthday, but also it was just so fun. And I love that game, but then it's like, well, there's already so many other games. If I wanted to do a special birthday gaming stream, I could. I know what I'm going to do for my birthday this year. It's on Monday though, so I know I'm going to take the Monday and the Tuesday off work probably and just do like a birthday weekend. Maybe the Friday, because I also stream Fridays regular, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and do some sort of special birthday weekend chaos or something. I don't know, figure out what we can do. You gotta replay that game? Yeah, Detroit Become Human's a particularly great game. Really do love it. Welcome back, King. I'm not a huge gamer. Again, the reason why I started the Sunday Fun Day stream was to allow me to do gaming. And then it just ended up like, we usually end up colouring on a Sunday anyway. But the point of Sunday Fun Day is it is an anything day. So I could pull down sewing or crochet or any sort of project that I want to work on. It just so happens that a lot of time what I want to work on is colouring, which is why I stream colouring, because colouring's really, again, I colour every day. So this is my happy space. So sorry. Alright. I think that'll do. I think that'll do. And I think I just need to stop picking at it. We can pick at it some more once we get some other colours down. But it's one of those things where it's never going to quite look right with so much white around. So we need to get some other bits down. But there's enough there that we at least have that big bulk of colour done. Alright, so the other colour that I know that I'd settled on is we're going to do a lovely buttery yellow creamy colour for behind the TV for the wall. I go through phases of hobbies, sometimes colouring, sometimes gaming, sometimes I'm reading, but I take my break. Yeah, I do that too. It's definitely like, you know, the last couple of days I've been playing a lot of video games. I've been playing the Growing Up. That's been a recent deep dive for a while. And then I'll get over playing that for a while and then we'll go on to something else. Like, there's usually a couple of things on the go, but the colouring we keep coming back to, which is a good sign. No, that's not going to be right. Don't want to pull in yellow, yellow. I need French grey, like the Prismacolors have. I guess brown ochre, but it's still too brown. Maybe brown ochre with a very light warm grey to desaturate it might work. Can only try it. Shouldn't really try it directly on the drawing. Got this random test piece here. Already too dark. Alright, let's do brown ochre. And then cover half of it in warm grey. And then we've got warm grey out to the side here. And then what I want is our cream. I'm going to put that directly over the top and then blend it out to the side. So it's too harsh of a transition to just go from that to the cream. So we do need a blender in between. Neither of those is right. Okay, back to the drawing board, because the cream is a lot more yellow than I was thinking. So maybe the cream is actually our direct colour. Maybe we just need to shade up into the ivory. Maybe we're just actually working ivory to cream. Okay. Kia ora! Hello, Sammy! Welcome back. So good to see you again, lovely. Yeah, back again. Sammy's back. Tell your friends. I don't know. I'm glad you're back, lovely. Made a little bit of progress. Just a little bit. But yes, how was the rest of your evening? We were just discussing before I should probably make some food at some point. Meter, it was just what I needed. I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, that's where we went over the lines and I need to clean it up. Hydrate. Thank you. I will make food. I did make a piece of peanut butter toast at 5 o'clock. And then I had another piece of toast at 9 a.m. for breakfast before we started stream. Look at that. Sammy's redeeming all our self-care. So everybody make sure that you have hydrated. And you do a stretch. We're going to do a shoulder stretch. And also a reminder to take your meds. I am not due my meds for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Everybody do your checks though. Have you had your meds? Do you need to stretch? Have you had some water or some form of hydration? And then feel the good vibes from looking after yourself, because self-care is wonderful, and we thank Sammy for the reminder. Good vibes is there for you to send good vibes out to people to remind them that, you know, feel the positivity, feel the love. Eventually that alert will actually pop up with stuff on stream. Look at that! Good vibes. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, the good vibes. Yeah, eventually I'll get all the fancy emotes sorted so that the fancy triggers and stuff going so that when you summon that one, it actually summons the stuff to go everywhere. Eventually. When I have spoons. Yeah. Oh, Spotify's doing it again. Spotify's struggling. Sammy, question. I know that you had talked about potentially streaming today. Are you still planning on streaming today? Or are you just decided against it today? Oh my god, Spotify. It's not that hard. I just want you to play music. There's like nothing open for you to freak out on. It's fine. I wonder if it's freaking out because I got a notification from Spotify that my payment hasn't come through, and it's not going to come through for a couple more days, so you can just deal. Oh. I might jump on shortly. I want to sit and catch up a sec. We'll let you know in a few minutes. No worries, son. I just thought I would ask. Oh my god. Yeah, I think my laptop's a bit like, we're done. I wonder if I close and reopen Spotify, if that'll help. It'll completely shut down the computer again. We had a system crash before. What else is open? What can I get rid of? What are you and why are you? Let's get rid of that. That might help. That's a whole browser gone. Let's close a bunch of tabs because I got a bunch of tabs open. And then see if that helps. The song has just ended, so it is like also trying to process to a new song. Right, we're not even in screen. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Sheba's struggling. Sheba's struggling. I think it's possibly because I had the game open for earlier. So now the PC's like, we've worked hard. We streamed a game and now we're streaming this. So because I'm like, you can live, PC. You've done worse than this. It's not like, it's definitely on it's been pushed to its capabilities, the laptop with streams. Alright, we're just going to only put that cream yellow up part way, but we're actually going to bring that right around. I quite like that contrast of the light yellow. I think that's really pretty. The light yellow and the purple is just a good combo. It's possibly not even clear on stream. The yellow, I don't know. Yellow is one of those, like pastel colors are very difficult for the cameras to pick up on. But you'll just have to trust me that it's very pretty. I can't wait to get my book out into the world. I want to pursue being an author and eventually move to Queenstown. Ooh. Queenstown's very pretty. Very pricey, but very pretty. I watched some sort of thing about accommodation the other day in New Zealand and how Queenstown is struggling with and Wanaka with the accommodation situation and the seasonal tourists, because they're struggling to get the labour that they need, because there's literally nowhere to put people up for accommodation because there's just not enough housing down there. It's one of those things as well. It's like, that's interesting. Right, so how do we colour a TV frame? I've never actually coloured a TV, I'm realising. I have never ever done a TV before. Kitties! Hello, Frio Frost. Welcome in. Yes, we are colouring the kitties. Oh, the kitties. How are we going today, huh? Third, welcome back. Welcome back. I'm just looking at the TV and trying to figure out how to colour a TV or a monitor like this. And then I'm like, well, you could just look at your own monitor, but actually my monitor has like a really narrow frame around it, so that doesn't solve the answer. Might have to look up a reference, but also it may crash your computer again. I suppose I could look it up on my phone. How's it going? It's going good. We're having a good day so far. We've done a bit of progress considering we started with nothing on this page. And I'm liking how it's coming together. I think I want to add some additional white highlights to the fishy, similar to how I did the bubbles, where I drew it on and then like release it, remove some of it with the fingers again, and lift up some of the paint. Right, I want to look at a TV. I guess we'll just search TV and look at images. Wow, a lot of them don't have like the big chunky frames anymore. A lot of them are quite narrow like mine. That kind of works. Queenstown is so beautiful. I find it a good place to sit down and conjure ideas for books. I could see that. Queenstown is gorgeous in that sense. It is very picturesque. By the way, I don't think I ever told you, but you look absolutely stunning with these hairs. Aw, thank you. So my hair is actually normally navy blue. This is a very faded look for me. I start with a very dark blue and then it fades down lighter blue, like goes from navy blue to royal blue, and then we start getting more and more sea green. So this is a very faded, you can tell by my roots, because I've got quite a bit of roots growing in. But it works for, you know, long term, not having to dye my hair and keep up with the maintenance too much, which is nice. Because at this rate, we're probably not dyeing it till January. Maybe we could do that as part of the birthday stream. Let's recolor my hair. And we could do some sort of funky hair color. We've done a hair dye stream once before. Years and years and years ago. But we did it once before. Back in drag again? Heck yeah. Welcome back. In drag. Right, we're just going to snooze that ad break for a minute. Okie dokie. So we want, yeah, I'm defending the Republic cruiser on Star Wars Battlefront 2. Nice. Defend. Alright, so we're going to pull out our grey again. Do we start with a slightly lighter grey? Yeah, I think we'll start with slightly lighter greys and we'll build up. Page is looking good, Amy. I like purple. I'm glad. Yeah, the purple was a good choice. And then we've got a bit of pale yellow in the background. So there's like a little bit of colour there, but it's also very light. And then with this being turned grey-black, I think it'll just set the page a lot. But yeah, we'll start with our Cool Grey 5. Yeah, Cool Grey 5, Cool Grey 6, Payne's Grey, and then black. And then we'll pull out the poscas for any highlights that we need to do. Yeah. But we are a few minutes away from an ad break. Oh my god, bug. Which means it's decision time for me in terms of, do I cook food and take a slightly longer break and keep on going for a few hours? Do I just do the normal break but then stop at the end of the next hour? Do I just snooze and then find someone to read? You don't know what I'm doing yet. Got like 3 minutes to decide. Still feel like I got a little bit of colouring left in me. Like, I still feel good to go. I recognise that I probably need to have some proper food. Because we don't want to get to the point where we're like hungers. And then it's just bad. So it's probably better that we like preemptively actually eat something. I'm not actually too hungry though. Like, the peanut butter toast is holding. It was enough to take the pain meds, which is the main thing. The problem is, to have proper food, that means I also will have to take a few more minutes to cook said food and figure out the food. And that's the part I'm struggling with, is I don't know what to make. It's one of those nights where I would just stare at the fridge until something appears. Oh. Normally on stream days, I like to have something ready to go that is really easy for me to cook. Just so that we're not taking away from stream time. So I try to have like something I could shove in the microwave, or, you know, something along those lines. We're out of a lot of those things. So we do have ramen. That's probably the easiest thing to cook. So it might just have to be a thing of ramen. And then we get the broth, which is probably the best bet. But then it's also, I have to get the water boiling, boil for 4.5 minutes. So it will be a slightly longer ad break if we do that. So as long as y'all are okay with a slightly longer ad break, and I feel terrible for all the people who have just come back, and it's like, hey, we're back, ad break. But also, isn't that tradition on the channel? Like, hey, welcome in, or welcome back, boom, ad break. It's kind of synonymous with the channel. It's like, so-and-so's just arrived, ad break. But we do run them every hour for a reason. I know they kind of disturb the flow and they do break things up, but it really does help me physically so much since we've started doing this. And that's what allows me to do things like today's stream, which is at 11 hours, which is another point to consider, is that we've been going for 11 hours. I just noticed the time and that it's nearly 10 o'clock. Oh my goodness. I could have sworn it was only like 7 p.m. Oh my goodness. Time flies when you're having fun. Alright. So yes, I am sorry, we are going to run an ad break, and it will be a slightly longer one because I am going to go and just organise a little bit more food to do the self-cares. We've already talked about the self-cares, and so we're going to do the self-cares. Because self-care is good. Don't know what you are now, but okay. Anyway. Yes, so we're going to get this ad break started. And then I am going to... Oh, you're going to lower up Steam? You're not sure what you're paying. Hold up. Snooze, 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 snooze. Skip the ad, skip the ad. Okay. Okay, hang on. We've just skipped the ad. So I'm going to learn about stream. Not sure what you're playing. Okay, well... I think in that case, if you're going to stream Samsara, I might raid over to you. So I've got one more snooze left. Not to put a time limit on you, but would you be ready within 8 minutes? Because I don't want to run an ad break and then immediately ditch. But I will also run an ad break if it's still possibly going to be half an hour if you're not sure what you're going to do. Let me know. Going live without testing. Cool. Yep, I see the alert pop up. Perfect. Alright, so this is what we're going to do. We're actually going to go and raid over to Samsara, which means I can stop and focus on making a proper dinner. But also we can go and raid Sammy. Because again, we are coming up to 11 hours and it's probably a good time to sort of wrap up stream for the day. Yeah. So Samsara is another wonderful Kiwi streamer. We absolutely adore her. And it should be a good time over there. I have no idea what she's playing. This title is still the clapping game, but the category is still Stray Gods. It could be more Stray Gods, which is amazing. Who knows? We'll find out. It's a surprise. Let's go and raid her. She's live. Thank you so much to everybody that is over here. It has been so wonderful to meet you all and have a wonderful Sunday with you all. I can't wait to see you all again. So we will be streaming again on Tuesday, 10 a.m. New Zealand time. And just a reminder that it is, of course, the Trans Awareness Week. And on Tuesday's stream, which is Monday in the States, is Trans Awareness, Trans Day of Remembrance, and so we will be ending that stream an hour early so we can go and raid Violacious for the wonderful Violacious and go and support her during her special Trans Day of Remembrance stream. So Tuesday will be a slightly shorter stream, but it's for a good reason. So we will be heading over there to ads. I don't think you should get ads if I come in mid-ads. I don't know. We're going to hit ads here before ads end over there. So I think we're probably going to have to raid over there mid-ads regardless. Plus, I actually really need to pee. So we're going to end here. Thank you so much. So many wonderful new friends. So many raids. So many lovely people. And I can't wait to catch you all again at this stream, other streams we hang out in. Samsara stream, all the streams we're on. Make sure you head up with socials. See you in the Discord, and I'll catch you all on Tuesday. Bye.